counter. I'll DM them both. People like waiting till the last minute. It's crazy. Hold on a bit. Remember, we can't stream this on Twitch Prime. Just FYI.
I'm aware. Yeah.
Okay, just
On
I didn't
YouTube.
wanna-
No, but thank you for reminding me. No,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
appreciate it.
Dude, he's such an asshole, isn't he, Wick? Like, what the fuck is this?
I don't know what his problem is. Man.
Dude,
Crazy.
it's unbelievable.
Who's an asshole? I'm sorry.
I was just joking around. You're not an asshole. I'm just.
Oh, okay.
But it was you.
You're
It
talking
was
to me.
you. I was
Oh,
talking
okay.
about
Fair
you.
enough. That makes sense.
I was just joking around though. You're chill.
Oh, I mean, tell me that after the debate.
Well, no, actually, no. Wait, hold on. Have I ever thought some? I don't know if I've ever thought I've debated someone who's like a genuine asshole. Like I've debated people who are
No one
pieces
living,
of
right?
shit, but that's a different thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
that's a.
I mean, I've debated assholes.
I think in order
so.
to be an asshole, I have to be offended. I don't know if I've ever been offended by someone.
Okay, we're
And
all
everyone's
here.
in. Beautiful.
Everybody knows the drill. So we're just gonna.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, we can
What's up,
hear
Connor?
you.
Hello?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Oh, you know,
It's been a minute, dude.
living life. I got
You
my
remember
American
me,
hoodie
Connor?
on today. Okay, so
Yeah, I do.
Okay, cool.
Now,
I
can't
met
tell you
I met
what we
Connor.
talked about.
No, sure. I met Connor just a few times. I met Prime just a few times, and Prime's like, "Who the fuck is this guy?"
I recognize your face, and I recognize Staxiums. I recognize that handle.
Mm-hmm. No, we've
Okay.
chatted a few times.
everybody ready? We're gonna get this show on the road. Let's do it. Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together, talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, we've got a show for you tonight. Today, the President of the United States tweeted out that members of Congress were guilty of sedition and should be hanged when they reminded U.S. servicemen and women that they should disobey illegal or unlawful orders. The question becomes, when Democrats retake the Senate, the House, the White House, when we win, what should be done about those who are currently in power and those who have supported those who are currently in power? What should be done with them who have broken the law or hinted at wanting to break the law? All these things. Should we, for the good of the country, come together, move on, move forward? Or should we have a Nuremberg style kind of trial and hold these people to account to the fullest extent of the law? We're going to talk about it today. We've got some great guests. First guest we're going to give it to is Staxiums. Staxiums, give us what you got.
Hey, yeah, I was hoping to maybe hear from them to understand what exactly I'm attacking because it kind of depends on their positions. So I'll just kind of swing wide and say that Trump has been laying ground for the possibility of corruption by providing coverage for his political allies. I'll point to people like Roger Stone, him pardoning January 6 rioters, him pardoning George Santos. He's provided coverage for those who give him money. I'll point to his corruption with the meme coin. And I also want to point to that when he was asked why he was pardoning CZ, Trump simply said, "I heard it was a Biden witch hunt, but I don't know who that is." And it seems like there are likely a number of people who are feeding the president information to curry their favor. I can focus on specific key members of his administration as to who specifically I think that we should be targeting. I guess maybe that sounds like an extreme word, but I don't feel like it's an extreme word. But I will say that according to a Washington Post analysis, Trump officials have allegedly defied court oversight in roughly 35% of more than 160 lawsuits. It would be bad for the country to provide an incentive for people like this to run it, I guess, is my position.
Thank
Wait,
you
hold
for-
on. Is he? Wait, are you on our side? Who's on whose side here?
Yeah, I'm on your side. I think. I really want to hear what Connor and Prime have to say because it really depends on. But
Wait,
I
sure,
yeah,
where's like in this debate? Is this like a 2-on-2, or is it just like four of us are just kind of giving our opinions, or what?
No, it's a
Wait.
2-on-2.
Who's
I
on
think
whose
I'm
side?
on. I think
He's
I'm on
on my
Steven's
side?
side.
Yeah,
I'm on your
Stack
side.
Teams, Destiny.
Did I
Okay.
sound like I was not on your side?
Prime.
Do you
Look,
Well,
disagree
you were
with
like,
anything
Stack
I
Teams,
said?
with
Stack
their...
Teams,
Okay,
Stack
that's
Teams,
fine. We
just
got
real
it.
quick.
Okay, we're good. Okay.
Wait,
Stack Teams.
there's
Stack Teams, calm down with the questions. The last time you asked someone a question, bad things happen. We don't want that to happen here, okay?
Jesus.
We're gonna-
Jesus
All right.
Christ, chill. But also, I asked the question,
Jesus.
so it was all good.
Wait, I think there's like three different. I don't know if they're specifically saying crimes haven't been committed. I don't know if it's specifically that like they're saying it would be bad for the country to charge them, or if they're saying Nuremberg style is too far. So I kind of wanted to hear which of those three sides. I'm against all three of them, but I wanted to specifically hear which of those three sides they're on.
Okay. We're gonna get to it. Don't worry. Counterpoints. Go ahead. Why don't you educate the man?
Yeah, thank you. So I side with the intellectual PF Young in that Trump is a symptom, not the disease. He's a symptom of several factors that are out of control. I would say wealth inequality, rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, and the dissolution of the social fabric are the things that are pushing people towards radicalism. And so, once again, Trump is the symptom, not the disease. So, unless we start addressing those things, we're screwed because we're just going to have another Trump in another 4 years or another 8 years or another 10 years or 12 years. When it comes to Nuremberg, Nuremberg is obviously reminiscent, or actually, I think, directly referencing the Nazi trials. Now, people have heard me. I've complained endlessly about the hundreds of thousands of people who have been killed by Trump's incompetence through the cuts of USAID and PEPFAR. I still would not assign the level of while hundreds of thousands of people, potentially millions, will die as a result of Trump's incompetence. I don't think it rises to the threshold of intentional industrial style genocide. And so I feel like I hope that's hyperbole. Also, I think that we should differentiate could versus should, because we should do a lot of things. Like Destiny should just send me $100,000 via PayPal right now, but that's not going to happen, right? So, could that happen? Sure. But what's actually going to happen is the Republicans are not going to want to impeach him. He's probably going to pre-pardon his entire administration and pre-pardon himself. And then the only thing that you could probably do is a January 6th style commission that I would actually be in favor of. But no, I don't think we're going to be able to hang these people. I don't think we're going to be able to criminally convict them. I don't think that dragging it out for 2 years is a good idea. So that's what I'm here to fight on.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Let's give it to Prime next. Go ahead, Prime Guy.
I'm in Stack CM's position. In that
Oh shit!
in that
3v1.
I'm leaning no. All right, so I'm on counterpoint's side, all right, for Steven's benefit. But I'd like to hear the other side to understand their arguments, their positions. Oh, and also just before that, I want to thank Wick for being so kind as to invite me. Glad to be here. And Prime and Destiny reunited after like 2 years. It feels so good. But anyway, thanks so much.
Oh, okay. I guess we'll go to Destiny then.
There needs to be big memes. I think that there are 2 parts to it, 3 parts maybe. The first part is the insurrection for every single person involved in this administration, mainly for the point that none of the people that are supporting Trump now in office should be allowed to run for office ever again in the United States of America. That's the first thing. The easy way to do this also is if Trump starts pardoning everybody, well, if he's pardoning people, pardon is an admission of guilt, charge them with insurrection. You can charge them, consider them pardoned, and now they've qualified for being charged, convicted, and they've been pardoned of the crime. Doesn't matter. The pardon doesn't get rid of the part of the 14th Amendment that would say you can't hold an office again, so fuck them. So that's number 1 and 2, okay? Number 3, the smallest criminal thing, investigate every single person was part of this administration and get as much out into the open as possible. I think the important thing about stuff like Nuremberg, the important thing about these big public trials is there needs to be a public accounting of everything that's happened. And for whatever causes lead into people wanting to vote for Trump, they are absolutely fed into by the misinformation, by the historical rewrite of everything that's happened. And we need to be able to have an honest account of what's happened historically. Right now, half the country doesn't believe that Trump lost the 2020 election. Like, we can't go forward in an environment like that, and simply changing leadership in the conservative party is not going to undo all of the incorrect things that Republicans believe have happened. Trump was not a mistake. Like, Trump was a natural consequence of Republican demagoguery and Republican rhetoric and Republican strategy for the past 3 decades. It's no surprise we wound up here, and to act like it would be to ignore the fact that Trump 2 could come, right around the corner.
Okay. And does that educate everyone on everyone's position, or is everyone clear now? Can we move forward, or do we need further edification?
I mean, we'll get it as we continue. I'll ask a question if I can, please. Right. So, Stephen, hello, hi. The last part of what you said talked about revealing the truth, right? Like correcting the record. And I'm certainly not against that, but like it seems like you're specifically trying to correct the record for the Trump cult. Do you believe that public trials will actually do that?
Yeah, I think if the information is out there, I think it becomes much harder to ignore what's actually happened. Yeah, I think it helps.
Information's out there now, right? It's been out there.
Not
There's
like in an
plenty of
easily
documentaries.
accessible way. It's like buried behind PDFs and buried behind commissions and buried behind stuff that, one, it didn't get the full public attention that it deserves, and then two, the people who denied all of that information were rewarded by still being able to run for office and hold office. I think that if you do this mass like insurrection charge or whatever you have to do to get all these people to never be allowed to run for again, then there will be, going forward, probably more of an incentive to be like, well, fuck, maybe we shouldn't just lie blatantly about everything that's happening, because there are going to be political consequences for us down the road.
I can agree with the last part, but I disagree with the first part. The information is absolutely out there. Like that did Trump's was the 2020 election stolen? No, right? Documentaries galore, videos out there, right? Like news segments about all of that exists, right? Articles, digital ink spilled. Yet it persists. So I don't. I disagree, at least for now. I can be convinced otherwise, but I disagree that simply having some grand trial where the heroes of MAGA are put before, right, a tribunal where they can be, where Fox News can position them as heroes against the resurgent democratic regime, right? I disagree that that will necessarily lead to a brand new age of truth for the MAGA cult. No.
Are you against criminal prosecution writ large?
Absolutely not. Oh, absolutely not. I can assure you I'm not.
Okay, what if we find like a number of Trump officials criminally liable?
No, Staxium.
And like
The thing that I'm pushing back against right now, is simply that the claim that he's saying this will edify the MAGA cult. I don't think that will. I'm not sure anything can actually do that.
I think that if the Mar-a-Lago case would have gone through, I think that would have been very damaging to him, and it would have been much harder to deny everything that happened there. But a lot of people just don't even know the details of it because that court case never happened. I think it would have been good for that to happen.
Okay, sorry, I just have to mute myself in 2 locations, but I do want to jump in. So, can we separate out like probability versus should real quick? So probability. If we had to put it on a probabilistic scale of like 0 to 100, what Staxiums and Destiny, what do you think the probabilistic scale is that this, like, there's even the political will for this?
Oh, probably quite low, I would say. Fortunately.
yeah, no, I would tend to agree.
Okay, so what we're really talking about is like moral should. We're just this is an ideal. Well, ideally, I would fire Trump from a trebuchet into the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, that's what I would do. You're not going to find anybody sweeping for the Trump admin on this side of the aisle. I think what we're talking about is now that we've eliminated that as I am not legally permitted or morally permitted to fire Trump out of a trebuchet into the Atlantic Ocean. Now we can kind of move into like what's politically pragmatic about the situation. And when you appeal to pragmatism, I actually don't think that the Nuremberg style trials would be helpful at all. I think you would be creating a cult of personality. I think you'd be creating a persecution complex, especially without criminal convictions, especially without the mass insurgency thing. You can do the January 6th style committee where you document all of the alleged crimes and probable crimes of the Trump administration, but without convictions and without prohibitions from office. I think this is a waste of political capital. And I think that what's going on, like I said, is that there are 4 sociological variables that are contributing to people being radicalized. And if we don't address those, and if we don't spend political capital on those, we're fucked.
Well, I would say that one, these for the Mar-a-Lago thing, for instance, that would be a trial. Like, I'm sure there are chargeable offenses here that we can literally have a trial and have people locked up for. Number one. And number two, I think I would argue that one of the big things that is a sociological variable playing into the decision making of these people on the right is that there really is no punishment for acting the most unhinged way possible. They're still allowed to hold office. They're allowed to lie with impunity. There's no punishment. Like, going forward, if there's not a reckoning, you would be an idiot as a conservative to not act in the same manner because you've constantly been rewarded for it.
I don't agree with that, actually. So I think that what's happened, at least this is my view on it, the Trump cult has painted itself into a corner where they've put all of their hopes and energy and political capital into a single man, a very flawed man, someone who at minimum within the next 6 months is going to be probably exposed as either covering for an ephemophilic sex trafficking ring or participated in an ephemophilic sex trafficking ring. Those are like covered for is the best case scenario. Steve Bannon was communicating with Mr. Jeffrey Epstein as recently as 2017. Like, I think there might even be some text messages from 2019. And Steve Bannon was Trump's campaign manager. So the whole point about this is, like, he's about to take a huge black eye. In the midterms, the Republicans are probably going to get shellacked. And then when he's gone, there's nobody who commands the same level of Trump cult of personality. And I think JD Vance has been tapped on the shoulder as the next, like, MAGA prince. But I think that JD Vance is an infinitely more pragmatic person than Trump ever was.
I don't disagree with you, but it doesn't change anything I'm saying. Like, if you're JD Vance, or if you're anybody in the next part of the Republican establishment, whatever comes after MAGA, if you see that the last part of the establishment got completely screwed by acting in just a blatantly illegal manner, then you have less incentive to do so. But if you see they got away with so much stuff, then that's all going to be in your playbook. Like, okay, well, what rules can I break or bend?
But I don't think he has the riz. I don't think he has the riz to
Vance
get away with it.
doesn't, but Trump did. Nobody knew that Trump was even coming. Who's to say there's not going to be somebody like Trump in the future?
I mean, the argument right there is whether or not the dissident right wing or the Christian nationalists are going to produce a Trump-like figure who's charismatic to win in mainstream politics. I mean, that's what Nick Fuentes is hoping on, actually.
Sure, but if somebody produces that figure, they're more likely to, ascend to the throne and operate in an unhinged manner if they feel like there's no punishment for doing so.
Well, I agree, but then, okay, so right now, let's talk about it from a process of function, okay? So we have a process of function where effectively what you're saying is we could still do, if they did mass pardons of the Trump admin, what would you charge Marco Rubio for as the person who was running the Department of State under Trump too?
I think if they historically, a pardon has been seen as an admission of guilt. It's part of it. So if they are pre-pardoned, then I would just formally just charge them all with insurrection and then say that they're pardoned from it. And then at the very least, that bars all of them from running for any public office again.
But what's your evidence? Because as far as I know, Marco Rubio wasn't involved in the fake elector scheme or January 6, 2021. So what is your evidence?
He's a part of it and he supports the current administration.
Insurrection.
He participates in the current administration, and he's more or less a supporter. He's a cabinet member.
Just to be clear, how far does that go down? So we obviously
every single elected person in the Republican Party right now.
Every single one.
Every single person in the Republican Party right now, except for like the never Trumpers. So like your Masseys, I guess, maybe your Rand Pauls.
That's obviously political suicide, wasting political capital. It's effectively a meme position. It's not even a real position.
Okay, so
I thought the meme position was where we pretended that the 2020 election didn't happen, and then we doubled down on every single thing we believe, but then we still managed to win in 2025. I thought that was the meme position. But
are you saying even like state senators, like not even national positions?
Yep.
Yeah.
So city council
political process is not an option.
Wait a minute, hold on. So city council, right? You would say all of them.
Hell yeah.
Well,
okay,
city council people very rarely position themselves in party.
I mean, people run anyone who runs. He's saying anyone who runs on the R ticket, right? Except for quote unquote never Trumpers. I understand that. I'm saying, but the point is, he's saying everyone, right? So mayors, right? Okay. Whatever. The mayors, anyone.
If they weren't actively calling out the Trump admin, if they were ever playing into it, whatever, then they're going. They're part of it.
Hold on.
Good luck with that, Stacks.
I'm gonna let Prime talk, but I know why I would feel that way. Why the fuck do you feel that way?
What do you mean? Because I think that all of these people have contributed to an authoritarian regime that is the most anti-American regime in U.S. history that has almost brought our country to the edge of destruction.
Okay, but at the same time, we have, when it comes to like the deportations of Andre Hernandez Romero or Kilmar Abrego Garcia, ultimately the courts were still able to reel them in. When it comes to January 6, 2021, and by the way, I'm not defending Trump. I think we should fire him from a trebuchet into the Atlantic Ocean. But when you're talking about this process, Marco Rubio, to my knowledge, did not participate in January 6, 2021. And what he's guilty of is overseeing the decommission of USAID and PEPFAR, which is going to lead to approximately between 3 million and 14 million preventable deaths worldwide. That's like a man-made Holocaust through incompetence. But I can't think of I don't know how you would charge him with insurrection for participating in the Trump admin related to being a dickhead. Like that, these things are
He
not
aided and abetted the enemies of the state by being a cabinet member for Trump and doing his bidding.
Wait, but now you're just playing into now this is just the tit for tat bullshit. We're effectively like, what is it? Today, the Democrats did a 1-minute video, which I approve of, by the way, saying, hey, military service members, hey, members of the intelligence community, you are sworn to an oath of the Constitution of the United States, and you have to remember your oath, and you should not follow illegal orders. Donald Trump, as Wick mentioned, said, these people are guilty of sedition, and the punishment of sedition is death. Okay, so all you're doing is you're just playing into, in my opinion, this this hysteria that every single political fight is existential.
Well, except it is on that side. They're the ones that are saying that everything is existential while they're being existential. That's part of their existential fight, is by saying that everything is existential.
You're making it existential by saying that if you had the power, then you would disbar them from politics and wielding power altogether.
Yeah, but I think I have a good reason for that. They don't have a good reason to say we should execute sitting senators and congressmen.
So, we'll get back to the.
I got plenty.
I'm sure he's given us plenty, right? But I got one question for each of our friends here. One to Staxi, I just want to pull you in when you hear your beautiful voice. For sure. How much of this do you agree with? I mean, to be clear, hold on, just let me ask the question, right? Yeah, to be clear, what Stephen has said is that everyone who has supported Trump, right? I'm assuming he means everyone in office, but I'm not entirely clear on that either. But
I think you said in office.
Okay, well, everyone in office, right?
Wait,
even down
voted for him. Would we?
Yeah, but if you voted for them, that's also support, right?
The
support
200 million people. I assume Stephen doesn't think.
We shouldn't assume logic from them.
Yeah,
so
it wouldn't be every single person that voted for him, because they're not. Also, for the insurrection thing, you have to be a prior oath taker, so you'd have to have held public office, and we can't access people's votes.
Yeah,
so.
okay. I'm not taking Stephen literally. I'm taking him seriously. Okay.
Yeah.
Take me literally and seriously. Right? Yeah, I can be taking both. I'm not Trump. I don't need a translator or.
Okay. So Staxium, right? Do you agree with this?
My implication there being that Trump speaks like a retard. I wasn't attacking anybody on the panel. That was mine.
No, that's fine. No worries.
Yes,
do you
that's
agree?
your question. Go for it. Yeah. So no, sorry. I was waiting for him to finish his question. So the first thing that I'm going to point out is I felt like Connor was attacking this idea that like just because it was Nuremberg, like we're calling it the Nuremberg trials, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're like making that equivalent to what the Nazis did. Like obviously what this administration doing is not as bad as the Holocaust, but I definitely, that's why I definitely wanted to hear where people's opinions were, because this is actually, I might even say more extreme than the Nuremberg trials, because weirdly enough, the Nuremberg trials, people were found innocent. Like I think like a quarter of them, maybe a fifth of them, were found innocent, even like high-ranking officials. And I'm genuinely curious, Stephen, like what do you feel like the Nuremberg trials didn't go far enough? Like if you were an official, you should have just been sent off to.
The important part I think about the Nuremberg trials was exposing everything that happened under the Nazi regime, right?
Okay, great.
That was an important takeaway.
I'm for that, but I disagree with your with how specific, like the fact that any any government official, including like state senators who just voted R and weren't critical of Trump. No, I don't agree with that. Prime, does that answer your question?
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that.
That feels extreme.
Fair enough. All right, so
but I'm certainly for an extreme sense of justice and subpoenaing, and is that the verb?
Subpoenas. No,
subpoenas out. I don't know.
Yeah, regardless, I'm for chucking the book at virtually every Trump official in his administration.
I think it's only now you have to send the subpoena. Okay, but to Stephen, you said specifically you had a carve out there said except for never Trumpers. How do we determine a person's a never Trumper?
All the people that took at great risk to their own career positions against Trump. So Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, Massey, maybe Rand Paul.
Sure, hold on. Yeah, but I I hear you on those, right? That's fair. But since we're talking about all elected Republicans, could you tell me the never Trumpers that have run in Orlando, Florida?
Nope.
No, you can't. Okay, all right. So how do we? So above the top line, right? Above the sorry, below the federal line, how do we determine these individuals? Because all of them may not have been very public, but maybe they didn't. They had private thoughts. They said something to their friends. Is that enough? I disagreed with Trump to my
You would
friends.
consult the record. They're public officials, so they should have public statements. That would be pretty exceptional for them to have no public statements as public officials.
Yeah, but Thomas
Well,
voted with the Republicans 91% of the time. Like he's still in lockstep as far as Trump's agenda goes when it comes to securing the border, when it comes to the big beautiful bill, when it comes to this, when it comes to that. I mean, he might have fought it at some point, but once again, 91% voting record that aligns with Trump over the past decade.
To that point,
Okay,
sorry, just to throw
sure.
to throw something. What about Fetterman as well? Would he be liable for this?
Yeah, because he's like normalized. Like,
I mean, I definitely think fuck that guy, but like, I don't know if he's liable for
the psycho shit. This is my party should rule indefinitely without challenge, and I think it's great.
Sure. But this is why I'm trying to get. So I'm asking about details here, right? To like really nail down what the hell we're talking about. Okay. So you're saying they have to have made public statements. Okay. If they were elected within, was it 2027 is the last year of his reign, right? So if they're elected in 2027, a Republican, right? Do they count? Right? Are they up for these trials as well?
If they ran under a Trump ticket, sure. If they were like supportive of Trump, yeah.
Yeah, okay. But hold on, that's not exactly honest because Fetterman has been also very against Trump. Like he's made a lot of public statements, like rejecting Trump. But you also said that Fetterman should go too. So I'm curious.
A lot of statements. I don't know. I guess you could find some particular issue. Whatever the particular thing is, if you want to concede the argument that you agree that we should do this, and now you just want to argue over the specifics of like who should be included, that's fine. For 90% of elected people, it's going to be plainly obvious. How you would?
I agree with you.
We could leave it up to a court to decide. We could leave it up to a court to decide, or we could leave it up to a commission to decide, or whatever. But like, I mean, I'm not going to say like, oh, actually, I'm going to change my mind on this entire idea because there's going to be some edge cases that are difficult to decide.
No. That's fair.
No, it's not fair.
Of the Republican Party should be barred from voting indefinitely. I don't concede that. I think
I'm
not saying, but who said voting? I just said holding office again.
Okay, 55%. 55% of the Republican Party voted in order to elect Trump as a first choice during the primary. Let's just say that correlates up to the Republican Party, where 55% of the representatives support Trump wholeheartedly as a first choice. I think that separating those people from politics is fucking insane.
Yeah, so I think it matters here, right? So that like if let's pretend I'm a Republican, right? Let's pretend I'm in office, right? If you're saying there's a way out here, well, I care about that way out. Oh, I'm a never Trumper too. I mean, I was always a never Trumper. Didn't you hear me say? Right? Like maybe on some website somewhere, I said something critical about Trump. Doesn't that count? I was a never Trumper.
These are public officials. They make public statements. They have public offices. They put out public press releases. These are not random individual private citizens. Definitionally,
this is already so absurd that we could just go ahead and concede like a hypothetical in which we were able to perfectly discern every single never Trumper versus every single Republican. It's still a stupid fucking idea. It's still
okay.
A
we'll do that. Let's do that.
I have a question. When you
sure.
and this is for Destiny, if this is the public position that you're advocating for, what incentive does any Republican or anyone who's ever held office under Trump have to ever denounce Trump? Does this not just make them more incentivized to always support Trump? Because if they don't and Trump loses and the Democrats win, then they know that they're never going to have power again. So why would they ever?
Yeah, he's become the boogeyman that the Republicans pretend he is.
Yeah, no, that this whole
I
thing
am-
of like we become the boogeyman is like
I
raping
am-
someone over and over again, saying this person is physically abusive, this person is, and then the 12th time you rape them, they punch you and they go, look at that, you've become the violent person I said you always were. I'm sorry, that's fucking retarded. Also, I don't know why you're speaking hypothetically, Wick. Do people have to support Donald Trump? Otherwise, if they don't, they feel like they're going to be held criminally liable for things. That's literally the entire story of the entire Republican Trump administration. How many people in pardon that have committed crimes either directly on his behalf on behalf of his administration or does other crimes and then end up supporting him. Like the Republicans already have this thought process and it needs to be exterminated. The thought process, not the people.
Wait, hold on. This is such okay. The reason why this is such bullshit is because I feel like you just either don't understand or don't want to understand the MAGA narrative and why it's appealing to Americans. The whole narrative is that since World War II, we have had a runaway federal government that has grown and grown and grown and grown outside of the Constitution. The Republicans have been playing footsie with the Democrats forever, and as a result, we now have a wrecking ball. So regardless of whether or not you think Trump is a good person or a bad person, things like cutting PEPFAR and USAID, that's good on a principled stance because billions of dollars shouldn't be going overseas to help people who aren't American. Slashing the DOE, deconstructing the Department of Education. Well, the federal government, realistically, we're 50, relatively speaking, sovereign states who should be deciding our own local affairs. Well, that's a good thing because the DOE, since it's gutted, it's now giving local control to education. You can say that those stories are bullshit. You can say it's nepotism. You can say it's cronyism. You can say all the corrupt things, and I'm probably going to agree with you 7 out of 10 times. But that doesn't mean that people with Americans, especially with the First Amendment, with freedom of speech and freedom and conscience, that doesn't mean that that opinion or behavior should be made illegal. That's fucking insane. That's insane. You yourself are advocating for a position that's contradictory to the Republic of the United States. It makes no fucking sense.
Literally not. We literally have an amendment that literally bars people from committing insurrection and holding public office again. So I think my opinion is much more in line with
how has Marco Rubio committed insurrection?
by supporting an insurrectionist.
That's not insurrection.
It definitionally is. Read the text of the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Aiding and abetting is part of an insurrection. Yeah, there's no difference between committing insurrection and aiding insurrection.
By actively participating in an insurrection. Trump hasn't been convicted of insurrection.
You don't have to be convicted for the amendment, but we can
And
convict him
by
by
the
just
way,
charging him with a crime. If you
some
charge him with a crime, he's
rule
already
in which
pled and he's already been. If he's
One at
been
a time,
pardoned,
one at a time. Let Destiny hold on. Let Destiny finish his point, then you can respond.
if he's pardoned, if he's pre-pardoned, then he's guilty. Then you just say charge him with it, have him be pardoned, nothing happens, then you bar him from running for office again.
Oh, okay. So Hunter, right now, because you're being consistent, you're just gonna go ahead and accept the fact that Hunter is guilty of FARA violations, tax violations, money laundering, and corruption on behalf of the Biden family, right?
Sure, Hunter Biden can never run for public office again. I'll be consistent on that.
Okay, that wasn't even the question. But the whole point is that I know that's bullshit because we've thought about this in the past. All you're doing is you're making a concession because the concession doesn't matter anymore. So what's actually going on here is you're saying that we should bar probably 1/6 of the country from participating in politics once again.
And I keep saying, I said elected officials. No, wait, you keep saying I'm saying elected officials right now.
Saying that elected officials should never have participated within like the cult of Trump or MAGA politics.
True. Yeah. 100%.
This feels just a little bit sorry, and I think this is a little bit different from the place that we started at, because you were saying Nuremberg trials, but these don't sound like trials. Like these do sound like if you're part of the admin, you're guilty. But I don't know if that's a trial.
Well,
what if the trial occurs?
If they're pre-pardoning, then we can't have a trial. No, they don't pre-pardon.
Sure.
Try them off for insurrection. Fuck it.
Sure. Okay. So what? Let's go.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
through
Actually, let's
quick
say
hypothetical.
Pre-pardon them. What's your evidence that they're engaged in insurrection?
I don't know. We'd have to figure out what the historical definition of insurrection is, and then I guess we would dig up all the evidence. We do our discovery like a normal trial, and you find everything, and you go through all their emails, you go through all their phone calls, you see if they were knowingly violating the.
Let's say
it would fall flat on its fucking face.
Would it be politically popular? I'm not denying that, of course. Would it be politically unpopular? Yeah.
Okay,
sure.
so you're So what you're saying is you're making a moral statement that 1/6 of political representatives, or actually it would be a quarter because these are elected people. 1/4 of elected representatives should be prohibited from participating in politics.
Yep.
Okay. What if we do these trials? What if there's no pre-pardoning? Marco Rubio gets put on trial and he's found innocent. Like I don't know if I understand even your hypothetical.
He beats his trial, but at least all the evidence will be out there. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So then I don't know.
So
sure, yeah, I agree with
okay.
that.
Here's a question for the opposite side.
I don't agree with this.
Wait. Okay, question for the other side. Let's say that there are no trials. Let's say that another Trump comes along. Why wouldn't you support him doing the exact same things he's done now, but worse?
Why? Hold on. Sorry. Why
wouldn't you support the next Trump doing the same?
Doing the next.
No,
Sorry,
not you. I'm not asking you.
read it.
Elected politician comes about. There's the Trump 3 or whatever. The next Trump comes about. Why wouldn't you support him doing the exact same things that this Trump is doing, but even worse?
Not you.
You in the
General
general
you.
sense, you being MAGA or anyone else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if I were MAGA, what is the disincentive from supporting Trump
Right.
3 if Trump 3 was legally possible?
Aren't we incentivizing people to take advantage of the law here
Ooh.
without political consequences?
I probably wrapped my head around the fact that I think that Trump's going down because he's an ephebophilic sex cultist. I would have to say that we would need to reinforce, actually, I think the political capital after Trump should be spent on reinforcing the guardrails around authorization of uses around military force. It should be put to reinforcing the guardrails around executive orders. It should be put to trying to get Congress to be more of, like that Congresswoman said who just got installed, that it needs to be a co-equal branch of government. So I would actually
Wait,
so just checking. So your check against the people, your check against the people who would support Trump, the next Trump, the people who are openly okay with breaking the law would be to make more laws?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I don't think that would be effective. I think
in
that would be
reference to
I think
breaking the
that's
law,
an entirely
in
self-defeating.
reference to breaking the law, we would have to get into the nitty-gritty of it. Because as an example, you said that Trump people have suffered no consequences. That's not true. All the January 6th insurrectionists were incarcerated. There were 1,500 people who had criminal charges.
And then they were pardoned.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with whether or not they suffered consequences. They still suffered consequences. If you want to put limits on the power of the pardon, then I'm all ears for a technocratic solution.
So
I guess my question is, if you're a Republican congressperson right now, why the fuck would you ever support guardrails against the pardoning power when, you could just be a George Santos? You know what I'm saying? You could just be breaking the law, and then Trump gets to pardon you. Why would you ever try to limit that authority?
Well, I mean, if you had principles, it's because you wouldn't want to see the republic die. And that's
Okay, great. That's okay. That's a benchmark the Republicans have not been able to clear.
Actually, I would say that Thomas Massey and MTG have actually.
Okay, you've got maybe 5 you can point to. I agree with Massey. Okay, even though he's a fucking psycho, he's for sure a never Trumper. MTG has the last 2 weeks out of her. I don't know how long she's been in power. 6 years. That seems too high. I don't know. MTG over the last 2 weeks has changed her tone. Okay, great.
It's clear real quick because I don't want people to think
not
I
the
agree with that
Republican
statement.
Party.
MTG has not changed her tone. She's just following the political winds. Either she's become a Trumper.
Sure.
If she is, it's not because she's offended by the authoritarian moves that Trump has made. It's just because she sees the politics going in a different direction.
Of course, anymore, so she's scorned. Sure, but you can do the right thing for the wrong reasons, and I don't really give a shit. Now we've moved the argument from
but all you pointed to was 4 people
of people from voting to we don't have idealistic candidates that could actually reinforce the guardrails of the republic. These are totally separate arguments.
Well, to be clear, I didn't make that second argument. I don't know where that second weird argument comes from. Maybe Saxon does, but I didn't make that argument.
Okay. Well, I think that spending political capital on reinforcing our republic would be infinitely better spent than trying to wipe out 25% of elected representatives.
Funnily enough, I find these equally feasible.
Yes,
the fact that Republicans would play ball to put back up guardrails that they have disassembled over the last 10 years, it seems equally viable than Stephen's
solution. Not going to help in that effort. What's not going to help in that effort is saying, "Oh yeah, if we ever do get power, we're coming for that ass. We're going to make sure."
Sorry, what's not going to help in that effort is running Republicans.
You mean like what Trump has been saying over and over and over again? He was able to win the election doing it. He's an elected piece of shit, though. But he won the election. We're not arguing about. No, it's not whataboutism. It's this happened. Okay, you're saying that you'll never win an election doing this. Didn't Trump win 2 elections? If you ask him 3 elections doing this, wasn't his chance in the first election lock her up?
Ran a senile 90-year-old person with his brain leaking out of his fucking ears who couldn't do a debate.
That ran against him in 2016 when he was saying lock her up, we're coming for lock her up.
Wait. What's the point that you're trying to make? If you're trying to make the point
you're telling me that if you're acting, you're saying that if you act vindictive and evil, no one's going to want to vote for you. Trump ran on vindictiveness.
How do you
all 3
explain
times.
the moderate winning in 2020 if everybody is so hungry for vindictiveness?
COVID probably had a lot.
COVID.
To do with it.
Yeah, I would say COVID.
Probably did have a lot to do with it.
Wait, hold on.
It was I'm not done yet. Thank you. You know what had a lot to do with 2024 Trump's win?
Your mom?
Democratic incompetence. Democrats seem uniquely capable of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Why the fuck
Yeah,
are we talking about the
definitely not.
general when we should be talking about the primary? Trump won the Republican majority.
Okay, Trump won. He did. Okay, in the initial primary, 16-1, okay, like the original primary. In the
No,
original
I was saying in
primary,
2020.
he won a plurality because all the moderates
Okay.
wouldn't fucking drop out.
No, Trump was the most popular candidate to emerge from
By
the
the
primary.
end of the cycle. But I guarantee
Yes.
you that there was like probably 80% of the way through, 90% of the way through, he was still sitting at 37 or 39%.
What difference does
Yeah,
that
there's no
make?
guarantee that if Cruz or Rubio
If they
drop
had
out,
done, if the Republicans did to Donald Trump what
Wait,
the Democrats did to Bernie Sanders, we wouldn't have this problem. But at the same
Absolutely
time,
not.
they didn't, and we can't cry.
oh,
over
wait,
spit milk.
hold on. You're making your argument for us because all you're pointing to is that you don't actually need broad political support in order to push a candidate through.
I have no idea what that has to do with anything I've said.
you owned him. Mogged.
Are you being sarcastic?
I
feel
don't.
like
I
it's-
know. So, hey, I want to ask you.
I want to give it. I want to hold on. I have a question. Then I want to give it to Prime. My question though is, if Staxiums and Destiny, you both acknowledge that this would be politically unviable. Like there would be no political will for this. This would be very unpopular. It just wouldn't be an electoral winner. Why would you think that advocating for this publicly would make it more likely that you are going to win in the future? If you've already acknowledged that this is politically cancerous of a position, why the hell would you ever take this position publicly?
Because you got to fight for the things that you believe in to move the public in that direction, like our fucking God Emperor Gavin Newsom did with Prop 50. What a king!
Hell fucking yeah.
See, dude, this
What
is
drove
this is why
Prop
I'm taking
50
you
was
seriously,
Texas
but not literally.
and Republicans. But anyway, go
It
ahead.
was a
Prime.
response to Republican.
Yes, it was. Yes, exactly. It was response to Republican overreach, right?
And this is a
And so
response to Republican lawlessness.
Yeah,
when
for
the
sure.
Republicans point to things saying, "Oh, Democrats, public Democratic influencers want to bar all of their opposing, all Republicans from office," right? They're going to use that to justify people doing some pretty crazy shit on their side.
Like what?
And
Like the president of the United States coming out and saying some congressman should be executed? Like that kind of crazy shit?
do you think it's gonna? Do you think it could? Do you think it can't get worse?
Yeah, but you.
I
Yeah,
d-
but it
I
can
don't know
always
how
get worse.
often-
But I mean, like, hold on, it can always get worse. That's the reason why you take dramatic corrective action right now.
Okay, right now, if we're not
Sorry.
able to impeach Donald Trump based off of what he's saying right now, what makes you think like, okay, so you made the point that you're arguing to move people more in your direction. Okay. What I'm saying is not only are you wasting your political capital now, and you're probably making discourse worse now, but the jumping over the bar would be trying to impeach Donald Trump now, and we're nowhere fucking near that. Like we're not even close. So I don't even know what
We
the fuck
can't
you're
impeach him
doing.
now, but my strategy would have all those current Republicans that are unwilling to impeach him. They wouldn't even be in office in the future. So
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Prime.
Bingo.
I knew
I
you
keep
wanted.
trying to wrap around
So-
my head around this fact that
Well,
effectively you're not trying to eliminate the voter base, if I heard you correct.
Yeah.
You're not necessarily trying to eliminate the Republican Party. You're trying to, through effectively, in my opinion, trumping up charges of insurrection for anybody supportive of the Trump administration. You're trying to disallow 25% of the representatives of the United States from office.
based.
So, okay. One. What about first term Trump supporters? Right. It's 2016.
They
Trump.
changed their mind. Oh, then they're good now. They changed their mind.
Ah,
between
okay.
the
So now we
Whoa.
now we've changed our minds. Okay, great. I'm glad we have that. I mean, I guess
What if,
that's
what if
something,
they change their
right?
mind in 2020?
2027. Yeah.
No,
What if?
no.
Okay.
It's just too late.
When,
Okay,
when's
there's a
when's the cutoff date?
Absolutely.
Right? Was it? And I'm honestly asking this.
Cutoff
Hey,
date?
is it
Cutoff date was January 20th when Biden came into office.
when Biden came into office? Okay.
it was
All
January 7th, 2021 or 2021.
right. Okay. Right. So
The
I
day
guess
after, you have to look at your hands and see the blood on them.
so I have okay. I have a problem with what Destiny is proposing, right? And I'm guessing there's a lot of room for agreement for whatever Staxium is proposing. For
Yeah, I
okay?
mean, look,
So hold
I
on, one
don't-
second.
Go for it, go ahead.
No worries. So my issue with what Steven is saying is that there's no exit ramp, right? Like this sounds to me like purging the Ba'athist Party, right? And there won't be any repercussions from that, right? We'll just get rid of them. But they don't; these people don't go away, right? And in fact, them and their supporters are well armed. So what we one second. So what we're saying is that we're going to take a maximalist position, not just against the ringleaders, which I can agree with. Like I believe that I imagine that Stackson's position, right? Hey, let's have an accountability for the people who are in charge, right? But everyone down the rung, right, in terms of elected office, right? Yes, you aren't talking about arresting Republican voters, true, right? But Republican voters are going to take it as a defense, as this is everything that they've always feared, right? That the Democrats are finally coming for them, and now we have to take action, right? That is like the clearest clarion call for violence I've ever seen.
Okay.
Awesome.
Then we go to that stage if that's what they want. If that's how they feel.
Jesus.
Okay, see,
Dude, that's so fucking dumb. Like
There you go.
9.9 times out of 10, liberals would lose a civil war. That's like the fucking stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Okay, what?
Seriously? Okay, so a quarter of the population gets disbarred because we're still in the political we're still in, or a quarter of the representatives get disbarred. They use that as a clarion call in order to rally the troops, saying, left-wing authoritarianism has finally come to America. Obama is, in the Jade Helm bunker about to launch nukes and 5G internet and all that bullshit. They get hundreds of thousands of motherfuckers to walk on Congress, and then boom, we're in an actual shooting civil war. You think liberals win that? What the fuck are we talking
Don't we have
about?
all like the gang committing people with the pistols, and aren't Republicans like fat and
They're not
dying, and they're
very
larger targets
accurate.
anyway?
They're not particularly good shooters. Sorry to the blacks.
Well, excuse me. All of our trans Tifa, trans furry people seem to be quite adept shooters. If
Yeah,
I
but there's
recall
only,
recent
but
history
they're
correctly.
only like
So
0.6% of the population.
So hold on,
So what?
like
You're gonna have trans Tifa
the thing.
snipers
The
Can I
thing-
just-
Sorry,
Can-
hold on.
I'm gonna-
I'll say one last thing, then I'll still do Saxon,
Yeah,
I promise,
Prime, go
right?
for it.
I just and I apologize because I keep interrupting you, but like
You're chilling.
Destiny, I like my problem is like there is no path within your framework that you're presenting for reintegration, because that's how you actually heal a divided society, right?
yeah,
Even in
thought that after we thought that after Reconstruction, and I think it was a mistake. The idea that we need to massively, like, Germany didn't do that, and I think they've had a much better run with their Nazi issue than we've had with our racial xenophobic issue. I think there is a reason why you need to have an accurate accounting process for what's happened, and the idea that everybody's allowed to come back scot-free.
I agree.
There's a
Hold on,
reason
sorry,
we don't run any type of
I'm not
disciplinary action program
disagreeing.
like this.
I'm not disagreeing with an accounting process, right? That actually should happen. If that's what you're talking about, great, right? But the way you're formatting this is that this accounting process means just like a blanket accusation against anyone with an R on their name, right? That's the problem in terms of the elected officials, right? And they all support Trump. It's almost all of them support Trump,
sucks,
right?
But this is my country. It's kind of how it works.
Yeah. See, I know. Hold on. I get the moral outrage. I'm morally outraged against those people, right? But I'm talking about like in terms of a practical and a practical sense, right? That the way to actually heal this country would be that we do that accounting, right? Especially at the top layer, right? We prosecute a Trump figure or Marco Rubio or Pete Hegseth, right? We go after those individuals. But for the rest, all right, and maybe some other people a little further down. But for the rest, you have to give them a way to get on board, right? To understand, okay, this was bad, right? I apologize. I admit my mistakes, but I don't necessarily have to go to prison for that, right? And that invites reintegration. We've done this before.
I'm just talking about people being disbarred from running for office again. If you have a different set of consequences, you can be some. Maybe I agree with them. I don't know.
I have a historical question, just because we're talking about Nuremberg. I do know that there were only like 150 150 officials that were charged. If you were just like a Nazi soldier, were you barred from running for office?
I
believe so.
Government.
I believe anyone who was
Just wiki
involved
it,
in the
ask Grok.
Okay.
Well, don't ask Grok. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't ask Grok. Yeah.
I
I'm on
could be
Twitter.
wrong though. So
Yeah,
but
okay,
I
so-
believe that
No,
everyone
I think
involved in the
I think the
regime
one thing that is
for a while.
like I definitely agree with it.
Until they
Pretty
recanted,
severe
and
accounting.
repented, there was a process.
I definitely agree with a pretty severe accounting process, but I definitely disagree with Connor where he's specifically saying that like if this occurs, we're gonna have like a civil war on our hands. I think this is such a cult of personality that the moment that Trump like steps down, there's not gonna be this sort of rallying cry that's centralized in any sort of way. But yeah, I definitely think that a blanket.
Hold on.
no
Would
one-
Trump? But would Trump be? Will we even bother for trial with him? Because of all that Stephen is asking for is that he
Sorry?
can't run for office again. But he can't run for office again. Well, he's already done his 2 terms, right? He's not going to do a 3rd term. Why even bother with a trial for Trump?
Well, Trump would be charged with different things. His entire family's wealth would be expropriated from him and given to the United States of America. All of his family would be stripped of all their businesses, all their assets, and then they can go rebuild their shit in Russia or wherever the fuck.
It's
They can do it in the
based
United
as
States. We
fuck.
don't care, but every single thing would be taken from that family, 100%.
Listen. I don't even think this is a real conversation. I think what's going on is Stephen, similar to Newsom, is plotting out an extreme position, and then he's watching Prime and Staxiums, who are trying to steelman his position, sprinting over to him, being like, "Daddy Stephen, can we do Nuremberg, but maybe not as extreme as what you're talking about? Can we just like instead of incarcerating them and disappropriating them of property, could we just like maybe bar them from office? Okay, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that. No, fuck your extreme position. Your extreme position is bullshit. Staxium and Prime Kai is trying to find a sensible like version of your thing. It's a waste of time and energy. And this is part of what I'm saying is like all you're really doing is, because I have like a few MAGA people in my chat, all you're doing is the MAGA people are like, oh, this is who we knew. We knew Stephen was like this the whole time. We knew that he was a left-wing authoritarian communist dick sucker who was gunning for us. Like, dude, that all you're doing is you're giving red meat to the people that already hate you. That's all you've done.
I don't know how not to give red meat to those people though.
You can't, because it's a trap they've said that Connor keeps falling into over and over again. It's where somebody's
By
beating the shit out of you
telling the
over and over and
truth,
over
telling
again, and
the
you go,
truth is
I'm
not a
beating this guy because he's violent. I'm beating this guy because he's violent. I'm beating this guy. And then as soon as he hits back, he's like, look, see, I told you. And then all the other people around are like, wow, you're playing right into that dude's rhetoric. I noticed. So when you hit him back, like you're playing right into that guy's rhetoric.
Speaking the truth is never a trap. Okay. And by the way, like the reason why MAGA is being hoisted by its own petard is because it's done what you did, but it's painted itself into a corner. Okay. It has taken the base and shaken them by the shoulders for decades, that you've mentioned as well. Rush Limbaugh is arguably the beginning of this. And they've taken them by the shoulders and they've shaken and screamed in their face. The elites are all pedophiles. They're all monsters. You're being run by the globalists, the international globalist, post-racial, progressive, communist, Leninist, whatever things. They're all going to kill you. And what's happened is they've radicalized their base to the point that now, yes, they have power, but now they're turning into the leopards eating faces party. Well, at least the leopard is not going to eat my own face. Donald Trump was forced to, against his will, release the Epstein files because his own party turned against him in reference to it. So once again, you're trying to charge.
I don't understand what argument you're trying to.
We got temporary electoral power.
I don't know what
stupid as shit.
I don't know what argument. What argument are you trying to make here right now? I don't know what argument you're trying to make.
The argument that I'm trying to make is that you are trying, for some reason, on the verge of Donald Trump being politically irrelevant within a year, you're arguing that you should adopt and mirror Trump's rhetoric and political positions. It's fucking stupid as shit.
Because the issue you're running into is you're viewing Trump as a single moment, a single discrete moment in time.
No, I'm not. That's why I'm saying we should spend our political capital on the things that caused Trump.
Let Destiny finish and you can respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, but Trump is also one of the things that caused Trump is the fact that there is no accountability for conservative derangement. And there's never been accountability for conservative derangement, so they'll continue to be deranged. You keep saying that, like, well, we need to let people back. You don't want to prove them right. Prove them right about what? They say the exact same things that I say when they're talking to themselves. And then when they come to the liberals, they're like, oh, you guys can't do that because it would be horrible. And then they go and they do the horrible things. The difference is, for some reason, you believe them when they criticize the liberals, but you're not listening to them when they're giving strategy to their own political operatives.
Okay, so hold on. Let's say that you win this rhetorical game, okay? Is the remainder of American politics for the next 10 years until the entire republic collapses is effectively like a tit-for-tat race to the bottom between extreme lefties and extreme rightoids? Because effectively what I see is
tit-for-tat is not a race. Don't ask me a question, then answer it. You can answer after. You asked me a question. You're about to answer the question.
I'm not done yet. Thank you.
Let him finish and you can answer, Destiny.
What I see on the left right now is I see like I've said, I've mentioned the 4 things that I think PF Young is right about that are causing people to crave political radicalism. And I see liberals in their desperation to go after Trump normalizing socialists and normalizing communists. And you are rhetorically paving the way through which they can use extremist rhetoric in order to seize power. Who's to say that the next Trump is going to be right wing? It could be some left wing fucking socialist degenerate piece of shit. So why the fuck would we make that path easier?
What was the question? I don't remember the question. What was the beginning part of this before you did this whole swear in on irrelevant shit?
Why? In 1 year, we're going to hit the midterms. It's probably going to be a Democrat sweep.
I remember. You were saying that I'm doing a race to the bottom. We've been racing to the bottom, led by the Republican Party. Saying that if you do fuck shit, there are going to be consequences. It's not a race for a bottom. It's stopping the race to the bottom.
Dude,
tit for tat is not a thing where you constantly go back and forth punishing each other. It's where you avoid
crimes that they're not even guilty of.
I do. I think they've committed insurrection. I think you can make the argument for it.
No. Insurrection means that you're trying to interrupt a governmental process through like violence or whatever. The people who are MAGA who support Trump, they might support a person who engaged in insurrection, but they themselves are not insurrectionists.
Supporting an insurrectionist is engaging in insurrection.
They are not guilty.
Supporting an insurrectionist is in and of itself definitionally engaging in insurrection. That's what it means. If you're supporting somebody in a rebellion,
the 14th Amendment, go ahead and read me it.
Read the text. It says, or somebody who's aided the enemies thereof.
Aided the enemies thereof.
That has a very specific meaning.
If somebody legitimately believes in the MAGA bullshit, which I don't, by the way, but if they legitimately believe it, and they are supporting Donald Trump.
Section 3 says no person should be a senator, representative, blah, 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 blah. So the ending part of this is to support the Constitution of the United States shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. It's the same thing. Whether you're supporting them or whether you're doing it yourself, it's considered the same.
Donald Trump hasn't been convicted of insurrection, and they're supporting their current
There you
president.
go. That's the trial. Boom.
You're going to make it a crime and convict people of a crime for supporting someone who is the active president of of the United States, but also of the leader of their caucus, the leader of their party.
Sorry, do you believe that you should always unequivocally support the leader of your party just because he has the letter R or D next to his name?
Of course not. That's like pretty much.
Why did you just give that as an excuse then? Why is that your defense then? You're going to charge this guy? You think this guy's back just because he supports his leader?
We believe in MAGA. They're dumb.
Yeah, that's fine. And those people are enemies to my country. That's fine. There are people that are legitimate communists and legitimate fucking Nazis. Why the fuck would I care about what they think? I'm an American and I believe in the American Constitution. Why the fuck would I care about somebody who doesn't believe in the American Constitution? What a stupid fucking argument.
By saying that you are going to engage in the race to the bottom, I think you are paving the way.
It's not a race to the bottom. How is it a race to the bottom? It's holding people accountable for breaking the law and for encouraging and supporting people who break the law.
But you have already said earlier in this conversation that you're effectively comfortable with fucking convicting these people of a crime that they have not committed. We do not agree that these people have committed the crime. And not only that,
and see if they beat the case.
Entire paradigm. Not only that, but I'm accepting this entire paradigm that what you're proposing is even possible.
Okay, Connor, wait, I have
see if they beat the case.
Go ahead,
Connor. I got a question. What would you do about specific Trump officials? Like, let's just use like Pam Bondi as an example, who has at multiple times skirted court orders.
Okay, so
very harsh words.
Very harsh.
Is it? What?
Sorry. What I would need is so for instance, like let's get into specifics. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Okay.
Yeah.
The Justice Department slow walked / resisted a lower court order in order to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and they fought over the word of facilitate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they dragged it out for 90 to 120 days or whatever, and then they brought him back for some kind of criminal processing. I don't even know what it was. You would have to show me a crime that Pam Bondi or a Trump representative actually committed that is indictable and convictable. Because as far as I know, slow walking a court order is actually not a crime until you reach contempt.
Okay. What about? Sorry, just let me check here.
Just to jump past like hypotheticals, you need to show me a convictable crime. So as an example, with the drone striking civilian ships in the Caribbean, I think that's quite possibly a war crime. I think it might be a violation.
And Hegseth is liable.
I think Hegseth is potentially liable. Absolutely.
So
And
he should be convicted of a crime after.
But you need to figure out what it is, and you also need to process through a court. Because, for instance, like I'm pretty sure what is it, Article 2, the roles and responsibilities of the presidency. I fucking forget which article is which article. But the point is that the president does have broad discretion when it comes to national security matters and when it comes to like declaring emergencies and responding to emergencies. But the question is, he directed his Secretary of War to take military action against narco terrorists. So you effectively would have to go to a court and argue like, what's the definition of a narco terrorist? Who has the ability to even declare what a narco terrorist organization is? Are you able to use lethal force just for drug trafficking? You would have to figure all this shit out. And I wouldn't, for me, I wouldn't spend the political capital on this for the next 2 years or 4 years.
But all you're describing is the process. Is like you're saying that it wouldn't be politically.
It would be moral to go after the Trump administration. But by the way, the time to do that wouldn't be after Trump's out of office. The time to do that would be now.
Well, we are taking them to like there's multiple lawsuits going on right now with the Trump administration. I don't understand
Okay,
that.
Also,
part.
we can't do it now because we don't control the. We can't do it.
Caribbean boats.
We can't do it right now because we don't have the Department of Justice to charge or investigate these crimes done by Trump.
Again, now we're kind of getting into the nitty gritty or whatever. I don't understand how Congress has oversight and yet has no ability to oversee or affect any executive action whatsoever.
Congress can't charge crimes. They can make recommendations to the DOJ,
Sure.
but they obviously
Okay,
shit all over that.
but if we're currently blowing up boats, then shouldn't, I don't know, Democratic senators like this is the one that we bumped onto that's probably the most obvious. Okay, so let's stick with this for a second. This is the most obvious one. How come I'm not seeing AOC, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, or any of these people stepping up into Congress right now and saying, we're engaged in a unilateral, illegal, extra-constitutional, murderous campaign against civilians in the Caribbean, and regardless of whether or not these people are drug traffickers, this is like a breach of federal authority, and we need to do oversight immediately.
Well, hold on.
People
Before that,
literally been saying
Stephen,
that.
do you
Yeah, I feel-
agree? Stephen, do you agree that bombing those boats, that would be one of the things you would charge Trump with, like bombing the Venezuelan boats? Like, what are the crimes?
You wouldn't be charged as like a war crime because this is a Rome Statute stuff. We're not a signatory to the ICC. I would charge you as fucking murder.
You charge him with murder. Okay, all right. Even though he didn't actually commit it, you're saying that like
Okay, sorry, conspiracy to commit murder.
conspiracy to commit murder. Okay, I'm just trying to understand
Actually, I'll put that
what's
back to
included.
Staxiums. So Staxiums, do you think Pete Hegseth should be charged with murder when the Trump admin is done?
Murder seems. I don't know specifically. Look, I'm not a fucking lawyer. I don't know what specific crime he should be committed with, but I do know that. I've got a quote here. He said about the Venezuelan strikes that he has absolute and complete authority based off of the defense of the American people alone, refused justification. Like,
I mean,
I definitely think that there's something convictable in there. I don't know what specifically that crime would be.
okay, so if we were still entertaining Stephen's hypothetical,
Like,
then since the Department of Justice can't charge anybody, let's say that we have a Democratic administration next. But it's like, Stephen, it sounds to me like this, you should support this logically. So Democratic administration comes in. They shouldn't attack affordability. They shouldn't attack the economy. They shouldn't attack, existential technological shifts. They shouldn't tackle immigration. What they should do is they should spend probably the entirety of their first term going through the entirety of the Trump administration, looking for convictable crimes, and then trying to convict all subordinate admin officials of the Trump administration.
They could do both at the same time.
I don't have faith that they could, but I don't know if we need to open that up.
I mean, I don't think it's
multiple investigations can occur at one time.
No, I'm sure that they could conduct multiple investigations. I'm just saying that the amount of political capital that you would need in order to convict, like, so for instance, Pete Hegseth's logical defense would be, I'm the Secretary of War, the Secretary of Defense. There's an immediate threat to death of great bodily harm to American citizens. The president is within my direct chain of command. I'm acting within my direct chain of command, and I'm taking out an existential threat to American citizens. That's part of my purview as the Secretary of Defense. So then you would have to convince a jury or Congress that Pete Hegseth was in the wrong for following orders from Donald Trump in order to take out the Caribbean boats. And then you would have to say, this is worthy of him no longer being able to be in politics, or it would be worthy of incarceration. I think you would bleed a shitload of political capital trying to make that.
Okay, let's proffer a hypothetical here. Let's just say, for the sake of conversation, that in 2028, Trump basically disappears. He flees America. Massive blue wave, like 80-20 split kind of thing. Like Texas goes full blue. We have so much political capital. Do you think that we should leverage it in this way? Like, let's just say we do have the political capital.
If we were working in like in an ideal, let's say that it was like a perfect political environment and we could do this without burning political capital and we could deal with all the things that we were talking about, then yeah, sure. I would love to bar Marco Rubio from politics for being complicit in the indirect deaths of probably hundreds
And
of thousands
specifically what you're not saying though, but you're not saying that we would also just get rid of the rest of the Republican Party, right? Like that you're talking about the upper echelons.
Well, and the reason why this actually goes back to as far as like ancient Rome, by the way, apotheosis. It's where the emperor, when he dies, he ascends to godhood or whatever. It's why Gerald Ford forgave Nixon or pardoned Nixon or whatever. The reason why you don't go after the previous administration is because somebody could go after you. Arguably, based off of this logic, if the Republicans get back into office, they can charge Obama for murder for
yeah. So okay,
it's interesting.
Well, hold on. Sorry. You've been talking, and I'm gonna jump in.
Bush for lying
sure.
About WMD.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I'm gonna hold on. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go. I'm just
good with all of this, by the way.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
Go
hold
ahead,
on.
Prime, please.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for that jumping off point. First of all, previously, counterpoints, you said that I was trying to make Stephen's points reasonable. I'm not. Stephen's points is fucking ridiculous, right? That being said, what we both agree on, what you just agreed on, is the thing that I was saying previously, is that we should have accountability, right? Especially for those in charge, right? Now, how far down exactly down the rung we should go, right? That's up for debate, right? What Stephen's idea, Stephen's presenting a dumb fuck idea. But still, that's not even my biggest problem with Stephen, right? That's something I have yet to elucidate, but you were just touching on. So, right, my issue is that I don't think Stephen here is actually being consistent, right? Because he's a partisan hack. So, Stephen, I'm going to ask you, hey, should we also go back through the Democratic administrations and then charge presidents with crimes?
Let me get some water.
I don't know which crimes.
Which crimes? Yes, conspiracy to commit murder, right? So you can give an order.
Which one?
Yeah, sure. Joe Biden. Yeah, Joe Biden, right? Joe Biden assisting, the Gazans, right? Providing weapons, right, to slaughter civilians. What about that?
No.
No. Oh, no. We don't do that. No. Okay, those deaths, those are okay, right? Why are those okay?
It's not that they're okay. It's that there's
no. I'm not talking. Let's say, well, no, I'm not talking to you, Stephen. Right? You have the problem with stack sims. You have a different idea, right? And I think you're completely reasonable. But Stephen, why not?
Because it's a military conflict. It's an ongoing military.
Oh, it's a military conflict now, right? The Trump administration is assembling one of the biggest naval forces we ever have in the Caribbean, right? They're going to take military actions. They're gonna declare that the narco terrorists, right, are working with Maduro, and then that makes it, because now they have state backing. That's a military action, and so why not? Like, why shouldn't we be able to bomb?
If we declared war with Venezuela, then I wouldn't be saying that these are murders.
Did we declare war against Hamas?
No, but Israel did. They're engaged in a
war
with Hamas.
So Israel does. Okay, so when a foreign country does that, wipes our hands clean. So we don't have to even do that, right? But we could just still say that when a foreign nation.
I never said it wipes our hands clean. I said that for the purposes of being the president.
So we're not clean.
Murder,
oh, okay, great. So we're not clean.
Not about being, we're not talking about being clean or not. We're talking about whether or not somebody is engaged in the act of murder, right? Which is unjustified killing.
Conspiracy. No.
Conspiracy to commit murder would be like the plan to kill a person.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And the plan was to use those bombs to drop them on civilians. What about that, Stephen?
I don't know if that is necessarily what the plan was, but I don't know if you would.
What would you think? What would you think? Hey, Stephen, what do you think the bombs are for? Stephen, what do you think the bombs are for?
For military conflict?
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So you can see how he's trying to come up with like levels of separation here to say, well, now that doesn't matter when it comes to when it's my leader that I agree with, right? That I dick suck. Well, then of course he wouldn't have to face the same charges. What about Obama, right? Like our friend
Well, to be clear,
counterpoints
for the thing, there's a
was saying,
difference
right?
between
For the for the
parties that are
specific
actively
bombing
engaged
for
in a
Almar
military conflict is a
Awlaki.
lot different than
One-
just
one at a time,
bombing
one at a
people
time,
in the
please.
middle of the ocean, right? Do you
Hey,
acknowledge these are two separate things?
sorry, which say that again?
Do
I'm
you
sorry.
acknowledge that killing civilians in the middle of the ocean directly with your own military against a country that you're not at war with, that's a significantly different thing than selling weapons to another country at war?
Well, technically,
No.
we weren't at war with Yemen either.
We don't have to worry. Yeah, we weren't
We're not talking
Yemen
about
either.
Yemen right now, but we have the use of authorization for the military force that covers, I believe, the entire Middle East. But regardless of the Yemen stuff, I'm saying you acknowledge the difference between killing
No, you have
foreign nationals in the middle of an ocean with your military. There's a difference between that and selling weapons to another country.
there would be it would be a difference if that other country was at peace, right? And then you sold them weapons. And then later on, they happened to be used for something nefarious. No, there was an active military conflict. We were deeply involved in it, and then those
Do you recognize
bombs.
there's a difference between selling a country weapons?
You know, yes,
versus
hold on.
killing
We can
another
say those
country's
are two
citizen?
different things, but are
Okay,
they
thank you. Okay, cool.
significant enough? No, they're not significant enough to be different, right? And so, like, I get that you desperately need to draw that line, right? So then
To be
your
clear, I'm
boy,
not
your
desperate.
boy
You're flailing
Joe
right now. You're
Biden,
flailing right now.
your
I'm
boy
desperate at all,
Joe Biden won't actually be prosecuted. But again, we can even change it, right? So again, Obama, right, bombing or assassinating Almar Awlaki. Can we charge him?
No.
No. Oh, once again. Okay. So now we're having a direct
not?
military action by a
What would you charge
president.
him with?
Conspiracy to
I
commit
mean,
murder.
you could charge Obama, and you could probably charge Eric.
No, you wouldn't charge.
Holder with murder.
You wouldn't charge either one. You would look at the intention behind the action. So Obama claims that
Ah.
he's doing Obama claims he's not just murdering somebody, he's doing a military action. Well, what were the actions that he took around the time? Did he try to hide this? Did he try to do things that he knew was illegal? No, he went to
Trump-
his Department of
Trump
Justice.
hasn't
He went
hid
to Eric
anything.
Holder. He saw
Trump didn't hide
his
anything.
legal advice. No, but Trump, the
It's
administration are
relatively-
openly.
He's
Trump and the
he's
administration,
refusing to
Trump and the
run-
administration, Trump and the administration are openly defiant of the law.
Fine.
They claim that all the judges are rigged. They don't try to
Ah.
figure out if the things they're doing in advance are legal
Okay.
or not legal. They're explicitly and openly
Hey,
saying,
they
like,
they
"Oh,
have a
I
white.
don't- I
They
don't
just
really know.
came
I'm
up
not
with a
gonna follow."
bullshit DOJ memo, right? That's saying, oh, it's all legal. No worries, military, right? The things that you're doing is fine. They can
that's what I was
find the
gonna say. So,
justification.
Do you think that-
That's
do you think that
don't
the- do you think that the
pretend.
memos that
Don't
are
fucking
coming from the-
don't
do you think
don't
the memos
do
that
not
are coming
pretend
from
that the
the-
dividing line here is that
do you-
some sort of legality, right? Or some sort of legal justification, because all of them, all presidents say they have legal justifications to do everything they do.
So do you think that all presidents seek the same, they are, in good faith, are seeking the same level
It doesn't matter
of
if it's a good
affirmation?
faith or not. When they're presenting this, right?
It
And when
doesn't
we're
matter if
evaluating,
you're trying to figure out if your actions are legal or not. What do you think a crime is? What do you think a key element of committing a crime is? Is this the criminal state of mind?
so
Okay. So, Prime, please let me tag in just for a second, okay? The reason why Abdul Rahman Alawaki and Anwar Alawaki is in more gray area than you might want to concede it for is because they're United States citizens, and there's a huge argument about geography and also whether or not, like, assisting a terrorist organization precludes you from due process. There's actually an argument there. And Eric
That's
Holder,
fine, but the thing that you're,
No, I'm not done yet, though.
the thing.
I'm not done
oh
yet,
my
though.
God, I
Okay.
know, but everything you're about to say is irrelevant. But go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Let him say it.
No,
Hold
no,
on.
you
Let
go
him
ahead.
say it,
It's
and then
all
we'll.
it's all irrelevant.
Thank you.
so
Okay, I
you
will.
go
Thank
ahead.
you. The reason why it's irrelevant is because what you're about to give is an argument that challenges the legality of the U.S. president to assassinate essentially American citizens of other countries, which is a fair argument. But none of that gets you any closer to saying Obama committed murder.
Wait, hold on. Obama went to Eric Holder. Eric Holder said, "Yeah, we're probably good." That was it. And then they drone striked Anwar al-Awlaki, and they drone strike for Abdul Raham, by the way. They were drone striking somebody else, and then they just accidentally killed a 16-year-old U.S. citizen. So, like, that's fine. Like for me, I don't give a sorry, Prime. I'm gonna betray you a
Sorry.
little bit. I don't
Well,
give
no,
a fuck
yeah.
about Anwar al-Awlaki. I don't give
Yeah,
a fuck
great.
about Abdul Raham. What I'm trying to point out to you, though, is that once you open up this can of worms of, well, this admin was uniquely bad according to my perspective, therefore we're going to go after all you motherfuckers, then at that point you're opening
Is
up the
there
can
a
of worms,
fact of the
not just for
matter?
previous
Wait, wait,
administrations,
is
but
there-
for any
I understand,
future
yeah.
administrations.
Is there a fact of the matter that some administrations might be betraying the ideas or the laws of the U.S. Constitution more than other people, or is it all just like a whatever meme?
Of course, but one of the largest political scandals of the past 30 years is the fact that we have evidence for this. Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney knowingly exaggerated evidence in order to justify the case for the war in Iraq that resulted in hundreds of thousands of dead people, tens of thousands of American dead, $2 trillion spent. So if there's something worth investigating to see whether or not there was criminality involved in, I would say that deserves a second look.
Sure, I wouldn't disagree with you at all on that.
Yeah, of course, no, because of the Republican administration. Yeah, no, hold on.
What?
We can all say that yes, different administrations violate the law in different ways, right? I'm saying, hey, I'll be consistent. In any way that you violate the law, right, you'll be prosecuted. That's what I'm saying. Why can't
But
you
you're
say the
drawing
same
this
thing?
equivalence. You're drawing this equivalence
Hold on,
between.
I'm not
Let's
drawing
stack
any.
Let's stack
I'm
things
not.
get in here. Let's stack things get in here a second.
Hold on,
Whatever,
but
you're
he's
trying-
good.
Then you
Okay, sorry. Go
respond,
ahead,
Prime, I promise. Go ahead.
You're
stack
trying to point to Democratic politicians and Republican politicians like there's some sort of equivalence here, but we're talking about the Iraq War.
I am
And-
not okay. So Stack seems to know exactly what you're going to say already. That's why I didn't bother waiting to listen.
ahead.
No, I'm not drawing equivalents here.
Are you?
I literally just said, hey, there are differences. Just now, when you jumped in, I just said, hey, there are differences in how different administrations violate the law. Right? We take that into
Great,
account, and in any way that you violated the law, that's what you'll be prosecuted for. Right? So it doesn't matter. Right? So yes, in big ways in which you lied to the American people, you make up evidence, and you draw us into a massive forever war, yeah, you'll be prosecuted for that. And then smaller ways, assassinating American citizens without proper authorization, yeah, you'll be prosecuted for that too. I prosecute all of them for everything, right? So my position is that you terrify past presidents to keep future presidents in line, right? Destiny was trying to sniff at that argument, right? He was pointing at that argument, but he only meant for Democrats. That's the secret thing, right? They were saying under his breath, right? So when Democrats supported genocide, well, that's okay, right? When Democrats assassinate Americans abroad, well, that's okay, right? But when a Republican comes in office, oh, okay, well, that's the thing we have to be afraid of, right? That's when the lawyers get their subpoenas out.
Yeah, but there's several degrees of indirectness when it comes to Biden's involvement in Israel.
I'm
Even if
more
we're
so
saying-
great. I'm more lucky.
Even if we're saying
That's
like,
let's
I'm
stack
more
things
lucky.
finish, please. Let's
Sorry.
stack things finish.
okay, well, we can look at
argument.
Obama or Biden specifically, but Obama's in murky territory and Biden's in murky territory. But
Why is
Bush
Biden?
and Trump,
Why
it's
is
pretty
Obama?
clear-cut.
Why? No, hold
Why
on.
is Obama?
Well, you don't have to give me Bush and Trump. You don't have to bring that up because I am going to prosecute them in my utopia, right?
No, but I'm justifying
I'd
why
prosecute
I
them
am
too.
going to be harsher towards the Republicans.
Sure.
Okay,
So, hold on,
I want to draw
but-
this back. I want to draw this back to the matter at hand of what do Democrats do with
No, sorry.
MAGA
This
once they
is
get in
this
power. I
is
wanna
the
bring
hold on,
that
this
back to
is the matter at
Are
hand.
you
No,
trying to
this is
reframe
the
it
matter
as
at
a
hand.
genocide going on?
There
You
is this
fucking
is the
idiot.
matter at hand, right? So we're talking about, hey, like we're saying that there should be a legal process, the WIC, right? We're saying we're asking, should there be a legal process to deal with the crimes of the previous administration, right? Like, should we normalize that? I say yes. I've already agreed to that. Okay, great, right? Now, like, if this is
Yeah,
going to be a legal process, and if it's going to be something that is respected, right, and seen as legitimate, then you would have to do it on both sides, or else it doesn't count. Destiny says, "Hey, this process will get us to the capital T truth about what has happened in the past, right? It has to be a public spectacle to do that, right? Well, then part of that should be accounting for every administration, right?
Tell you what,
Because if
Ray,
not, then there is no
leftists in
truth.
Power, you can do that, but we're talking about realistic outcomes, and we're talking
No.
about Democrats and the Republicans.
So
Once
then
the
none
Democrats
of this
get
is
power,
realistic. All right, sorry,
the
none
leftists
of this
ever
is
get
realistic.
power, we can
This
have
whole
that
topic is
discussion.
not
Yeah, I think
realistic,
it
and you know
really
that.
don't work.
So we're already in fantasy, right? So if we're going to be in fantasy, and we're going to deal with Stephen's dumbass idea, right, of prosecuting the Republican Party all the way down to fucking dog catcher, right? We're already there. And so I'm asking for a bit of consistency. I'm trying to point out the vast hypocrisy that is Stephen's entire political platform.
Okay, if you're asking for consistency, if there's any Democrat who's lied to the UN in order to bring us to war in the Middle East, I would happily impeach them too.
King.
Okay, yeah, great. I would too. I don't know why you
Great,
keep saying
awesome,
Stacks.
fucking
You
awesome.
keep distracting. I don't know what you're doing here, right? I already agreed to that. I agree to that, right? I'm saying for lesser crimes that also do that too. Hold on. What is the minimum
But you
crime?
can't.
Let me ask Stack Sims here. Okay, Stack Sims, since
Okay.
you've been wanting to jump in and get some airtime. Stack Sims, what is the minimum the maximum amount of crime, right, that a president can do and not be charged? Democrat or Republican?
This feels like
Mogged. He just got mogged, dude. Mogged.
true. I don't need to explain when specifically night turns into day to explain where day is and where night is. I know that Trump crossed the line. I don't know where the line is.
Oh, I
Okay,
know.
can
Again, you
I-
keep trying to distract. One second. Come on. You had a lot of airtime here.
Okay,
Hey,
I don't know.
hey,
The answer is I don't know
yeah,
where
okay,
exactly the
great. So I
maximum
do know.
crime
So then
is.
I do know. Okay,
Okay.
great. Then I do know. I have
Okay,
I have an idea. So when I'm talking about murder, right? Yes, you've gone into the territory where you get charged, right? I've given the direct line. Nothing below murder. Okay, let's nothing below murder or conspiracy to commit murder, right? Nothing below that, right? So now that we've established that, great. Then I would say I would charge President Obama, right? And I would charge President Biden, right, for sending weapons to a country that his
We're
own State
gonna-
Department declared was
Okay.
committing war crimes.
I love you,
Yeah, but
buddy.
you're gonna need a piece
But we're gonna
together
move
with-
on, and we're gonna get to back
AI?
to the topic at hand.
Well, yeah, man.
Um,
Steven's been a coward there. No, look at Steven sitting there being a coward because he didn't actually want to engage with it because
No, it's just
he
a
knows there's nothing to
continuum
engage
ballot.
with.
I don't
Now,
need-
Stack Sims, I'm not talking to you. Stacks is not talking to you.
Crimes. We talk about people who are acting within what they believe their legal authority is. There's a difference between people acting within what they believe their legal authority is versus people who are acting with flagrant disregard for legal authority. This
Pete Hegseth
administration
believes he's
is
acting within his
provable.
political authority.
This is provable. The
Pete
Trump
Hegseth
administration
says that.
no, they don't. And you can look.
Pete
it's
Hegseth
pretextual, and it's
absolutely says
clearly-
he's
it's
acting
clearly
within his
pretext. That's
political
fine because
authority.
you don't understand the law and you don't follow what they say. Okay.
Okay,
They
well,
clearly say-
yeah,
Donald
yeah,
Trump,
you're
they clearly
bullshitting.
say that
Let
we
Destiny
don't
finish his
believe
point, please, Prime.
what the
Let
judges
Destiny
say. We don't think that the judges are correct on this. They're all activists. We don't care what the judge says. We're going to do whatever we want anyway. They very clearly know, or if anything, they should know that you can't just kill citizens in South America without cause, and that's a totally okay thing to do. That's plainly obvious.
Okay.
I want to give it to counterpoints, hopefully to re-rail us. If he does not re-rail us, I will re-rail us forcibly and non-consensually.
I'll do it again.
I
Wick, I'm letting you know.
You
I'll
gotta
do
put
it
these
again.
guardrails up to the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
because
will.
fuck you, Steven.
So reinforce them.
Okay, so yeah, I'm trying to re-rail us. I'm going to reject that this is even a possibility. If we can't impeach Trump now, if the best thing we can do is have Democrats stand up in Congress and ineffectually say, "Oh, I really disagree with this." If that's all we can achieve right now, we're not getting shit after Trump's gone. I think it's a waste of time. I think it inflames maybe it's a marketing strategy. Maybe this is a marketing strategy to get Democrats psyched for the midterms or some shit. If you said it was a marketing strategy, then I would be like, oh, okay, Steven's just using hyperbolic language in order to get, libtards excited for the midterms. And I'd be like, all right, fuck it. That's just what Steven's doing. But you said to take you literally and seriously. And at this point, I'm going to say literally and seriously, it's a stupid fucking idea.
Dumbass
The Democrats
idea.
cannot walk and chew gum. They need to focus on not Trump. They need to focus on the material circumstances that caused Trump, which once again, I will assert is rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, income inequality, and the dissolution of the social fabric. And if we don't deal with those,
so we
four
can't charge.
factors
We can't
as a
charge. We
society,
can't charge
are
Trump with
fucked.
crimes. We just need Democrats to solve fast technological change, solve demographic issues in the United States, solve the social fabric dissolving, and then solve whatever the other fourth existential problem is.
Yeah, if you weren't such a
why didn't they
twat-
just fix every single fucking
weren't
issue with
being a
society?
twat-
That's crazy. Why did I think of that? Fuck
if
me,
you
dude.
weren't being a twat, then you could realize that these are things that are affecting radicalism on both sides of the political binary.
Yeah, but we can agree
And
with
there
that.
are Republicans who are concerned about these things, who would be interested in coming up with solutions to these things.
Yeah, but I can point to a fucking.
Politics is supposed to be.
I can point to a crime and go, okay, but look at the poverty in the area. Look at all of these factors that go into the crime. We still prosecute individuals. Like, I don't understand this.
Yeah, but we've already acknowledged
this
that the
focus
chances of you prosecuting a criminal in this regard is a snowball's chance in hell.
Okay,
why
let
don't
me
we
ask
actually
you a
focus on
question.
I'm addressing your
solving
point
the
one at a
things
time.
that
Yeah,
cause
let me ask
crime.
you a question to Destiny and to Staxiums here. If
Mhm.
okay, if you knew that engaging in this would absolutely lead to Democrats losing in 2026 and 2028, if this running on this platform, if you had a crystal ball and you knew 100% that even advocating for what you think is right is going to fail and it's going to cost you the election, would you still do it?
No, I would not.
We know for a fact? No, you'd probably try to find some middle ground.
Okay. So what I'm telling you is we have a lot of evidence given the past and how it turned out when we tried to do this with Trump the first time and how that again was
we didn't do it with Trump the
pretty big
first time. What do you
factor in
mean?
leading to us losing, right?
You're talking about the
I don't know how
impeachments?
you could possibly say that, but also I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean we didn't try it with Trump? We never got any federal charges.
We never got any federal charges, but not for lack of trying and not for lack of people
Yeah, we didn't really try. We
investigating.
didn't try. It was 2 years before the special counsel was appointed. We didn't try that hard.
I
mean, like,
disagree with you, and I think that
I would agree. No, I would agree with Stephen here, right? That we don't. Well, I would agree that there was massive Democratic incompetence, right, by Joe Biden, by Merrick Garland. Absolutely, 100%. I would agree with that, right? I would agree that they were engaging in what Stephen is trying to engage, right? Like in protection of the powerful. So they didn't actually want to charge him with anything, right? Like if they did, then they could have done it immediately, right? There was clear reason to do so, but they waited for because until it was politically at least they thought it was politically expedient, right? They waited to the end, and it was a disaster, right? It was a disaster because they ran out of time. But yes, they were protecting the powerful. They were extremely reluctant to do that. That case, even when there was their opponent.
Hold on. Do you think if they had been successful in prosecuting Trump federally, right, and they had sent him to jail, even, right? Like Trump is now in jail, okay, for all the January 6th crimes, insurrection, all these things. Do you think that Republicans would have won more or less in 2024?
Far less.
Less.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that
do.
is absolutely wrong. I think this would have been.
I think he's the leader
seen
of a
as
cult.
feeding into their persecution narrative. It would have been given.
It's so
truth
great. Do you see how
to why that
cucked
makes
your
sense.
position is? That literally any time you try to hold somebody accountable, they're like, you're feeding into their narrative.
Not
So
any
we just
time
can't
and
hold
not-
anybody. So we
not
how,
in
okay,
any
so what is,
context.
wait, then can somebody give me another thing then? I'm not like 100% bought into this has to be the penalty, but give me what your proposed penalty is then. What should the accountability look like for how conservatives have acted over the past 10 years?
Well, I think that. Oh, go ahead.
you go first.
Oh,
Sorry.
sure. I'll go first. I think that they're getting their accountability. We saw it last Tuesday,
Never mind.
November
No,
4th.
never
I
mind.
saw
Yeah,
that.
I'm
Look,
not talking
hey,
about losing an
hold
election.
on.
I'm not
Do you
talking
think
about losing an
politicians
election.
don't want to win? Do you think that politicians don't want to win elections?
I think they do want to win elections. Yes.
So, yes. So, when the disincentive is, hey, if you behave in this manner, you won't win elections.
Do you
you
think
think
that they're
that's
losing
probably
because they're
effective?
behaving in a particular manner, or because everything is going to shit and they're failing to deliver on even the
Behaving in
most basic parts of their
These
agenda?
things are correlated.
They're not.
You don't think that them behaving in the manner that they do is leading everything to go to shit?
No, I think if Trump were more
Their inability
competent, they
to
would be
govern
then.
is
If Trump were more
absolutely
competent, no, it's
correlated
absolutely not.
with their level of corruption and malice.
You can argue that like the similar traits play into people that act,
Yeah.
in similar ways, but it's not like Republicans are like, you know what? Abrego Garcia, that was fucked up. No, that's not happening. And that's what you need them to think. Just because things are going to shit because the president is incompetent as fuck doesn't mean that conservatives are going to look at the future and go, wow, we definitely shouldn't support an evil person again.
They're not going to think when you again have these trials, these Nuremberg trials for MAGA, that these are the
Then what do you do to
crimes
get them to think
Trump
that way? What do you
committed,
do to
and
get them to
this is
think
why
that
they
way?
can't have power. They're going to think
I'm
that the
listening, go ahead.
Democrats. Oh, you're just gonna leave when
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. They're going to think that the Democrats are the ones who are persecuting their political enemies, and the voting base is going to vote accordingly. That's my point.
But then what do you
Counterpoint,
do?
you have a different?
Is it just lose the election? Then you have nothing. Then you can't do anything. They've insulated themselves
Of course,
perfectly.
again, there are things that you can do, but they should not be
Wait,
your
oh my
focus.
God,
Wait,
hold
but
on.
what if public?
No, I got it. I think that if they don't let us prosecute them, then that means that they're evil Hitlers. So now they have to let us prosecute them. Otherwise, Wick, you're going to be saying, well, Destiny said you guys are evil Hitlers if you guys do that thing, and now that you're doing that thing, you're proving him right. Is that? Can I just say that? All
Okay,
the
you
Democrats
can,
should
but
change that. Okay.
what
There
I
we go.
say has historical basis and
No, it
election
doesn't.
results backing
No,
it.
it
What
doesn't.
you say has
Wait, hold-
vibes and
What
is your
basis backing it.
What is your
The
basis?
November 4th election that just happened, where moderates
You
win
think
the
he won
fucking
that
board,
election?
and the guy who had the rhetoric like
Sure,
you
I-
got like he
Wick-
performed the least well out of every single Democrat who won.
The least well? You
Yeah,
mean the guy who was based
he
as
got
fuck and said
carried
he,
over
would,
the
he
finish
wanted his
line. Jay
opponent's
Jones is who
children
I'm
to be
talking
killed,
about.
still won his election? King, okay? Number one. Number two, what, in terms of the Trump election, where's the evidence that are you implying that the New York State convictions that helped Trump, or that all
Yes,
the
I think that
charges-
helped Trump.
You think
I
those
that
helped
his
Trump?
mugshot-
No, wait,
yes,
that's
I think
fine.
that
That's
helped
fine. But I
Trump
just want to be
politically.
clear then. What Wick, the rules that Wick are writing right now, Wick is saying that, like, yeah, president should always break the law because if you ever try to hold them accountable, it's going to help them win the next election, I guess. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that I would rather win than have some kind of weird, this is what I want to be justice, but not actually get those justice either. Like, in order to get justice, you have to win first. So my advocacy
Yeah, I agree.
is
We have to
about
win first.
winning first.
Yeah.
Once
and
we
then after
win,
I agree with you.
we get 'em.
okay?
I agree with you, but what if
But
what
when
if
you
we
come out and you say that, hey, if we win, we're going to take away
accountable.
every
So you're
single
fine. So then
Republican,
you're
So
fine
you
with
do it secretly?
you're
everything.
not going to
So-
win.
Wait,
Yeah,
we
so
should
you're
just do
fine
it
with
secretly.
Yeah. So Wick is saying he's fine with all of what Destiny is
That's not
saying,
what
right?
I said.
Just as long as we lie
know,
about
Wick.
it, right? And then we surprise Nuremberg trials, right? That's what
Look,
we do, and then you're good.
You're just
I'm fucking with you, bro. But you can't admit it
Again.
to your audience because then you're
No.
not saying
Yeah,
it
you can't say
silently.
you're
That's not what I'm
No, he
saying.
didn't
I'll
mean that.
message
He
you
didn't
later,
mean
dude.
You're
that.
gonna
Don't
find,
worry.
well, actually, couldn't we do that? Well, hold on. I'm trying to think. What are the chances that you could have like a massive agenda that everybody's accusing you of doing, but then you deny it the entire time? And then when you get into elected office in 2025, you have this big project that you're trying to carry out all the plans of, even though you said that you knew nothing about it. Maybe this would be kind of crazy. Never mind.
Okay, counterpoints you wanted to get in earlier. Go ahead.
Sorry. So somebody in my chat, I think a DGGer, brings up an interesting point, which is maybe state level crimes as a way to circumvent blanket pardons. But then I don't know what state level crimes you would be accusing people of, that let alone that you would have sufficient evidence in order to obtain a conviction. I also still think that that would avoid the insurrection issue. And once again, I'm just going to say this for like the fourth time. I don't think, I think y'all got a fistful of nothing. I think you have as a matter of fact, saying Republicans, if you don't let us prosecute you, you're gay, that probably would be more effective than what you
Let's
guys
do
are
it.
advocating
I'm okay
for.
with that.
Because then the Republicans would be like, no, I'm not gay. You can prosecute Donald Trump. You can prosecute Pete Hegseth. I'm not gay. Like that would actually, that almost makes more sense than what you're saying.
If it works, it works.
Yeah, I'll do that. Sure.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, we do realize that we are all 20 to 40-year-old adults here. The thing that you're arguing for.
What was
has a
Connor's answer
snowball
to
chance
why
in
won't
hell
Republicans
happening.
act? Why won't Republicans act even more unhinged in the future if there's no accountability for what's happening now?
But okay, but I'm asking you a different question, which is effectively like, you can't get the accountability that you're looking for.
You can try. You can get as close to it as possible.
Hold on. Trying and failing is worse than not trying. You understand that, right?
Well, I do understand
Not
that,
true.
but we're also talking about political.
I'm asking.
That
if
feels like a
Steven
truism.
understands that.
It
Destiny, do you
depends.
understand that? If you
Definitionally
try
not
and
true.
you
You
fail,
can
it's
charge.
worse than
You
not
can
trying, correct?
No.
You
can't
don't
let
think that's
keep
true?
You can get closer to perfect. Don't let perfection be the enemy of progress. There you go. See, I can do these two.
Okay, but
Okay,
here's the thing.
but-
The perfection that you want of prosecuting everyone who's ever done a crime for every single thing they do is the perfection that you're letting get in the way of actual progress here. So
Well, sure. Maybe we
again,
only convict half of
if
them.
you try to convict them
Mhm.
and you try this plan and then it doesn't work, what that does is that just sends an even stronger signal that
Yeah,
they
but-
can get away with it even if you try to fight them.
So you're
Well, we
saying
don't
that
fuck with
the
anything. Why wouldn't
Democrats
they
shouldn't
try
have
to do the same
impeached
thing?
Trump?
Again,
Are you
you're
saying that Democrats
already-
shouldn't have impeached Trump before? Because they failed.
Hold on.
That's a
I
great
think that
question, actually.
Impeaching Trump is different than what is being advocated for tonight.
hold on, but you're saying if you're
Hold on.
trying to
I'm okay with impeaching Trump, even if it doesn't work. That's different than
Why?
what's being advocating here
why,
Well,
hold on,
tonight.
but you're
trying
talking
and
about
failing is worse than not doing it.
Not
at
in
all.
every
yeah,
context.
yeah.
The context changes.
That was
calculation.
No, I know. I agree.
But we're
Okay.
yeah, sure,
So when you
hon.
try
Why
and
why
fail
why
to
is it
No,
different?
don't agree
someone,
with that.
so if you try and fail to win an election, that's a lot different than trying
Sure,
and
huh?
failing
We're
to
talking about
bar
taking
25% of the Republican Party from ever
yeah,
running
and
for
I'm trying
office.
to and hey, so these are apples to apples. Trump, right, or putting him through these trials, right, is a legal process, well, political / legal process for impeachment, in which like a formal process in which you present evidence and you get a group of individuals to decide if it was convincing enough to impose consequences. These are the same things, right? And they tried to do impeachment and they failed, right? And you're saying, well, that's okay. But like if you try to do a trial and they don't have the forethought to know that if it's going to work or not, then we shouldn't bother.
I think that you can look at the evidence that you would bring against, say, Marco Rubio, and that would be far, far weaker of a slate of evidence than you would have against someone like Trump.
That's not what you're
I don't think
saying.
anyone's
Now you're
disagreeing.
moving.
Wait,
Now
we
you're
haven't seen
changing.
these emails yet. We haven't gotten subpoenas yet. We haven't done an investigation.
You haven't done any of that.
Wait, then
Like, we
Trump
haven't actually
himself,
gone through the
obviously, it would be
process.
definitionally less, because the only
Well,
piece of evidence that you would look at is that
your
he's
argument
supporting
is that
Trump
you have
more.
less evidence against Trump than Marco Rubio.
That's not.
You're probably almost definition going to have less evidence because Trump is higher up in the organization and it was handing down orders, right? But that doesn't
Because
mean that
Trump is the dictator. Trump is the
even if you have less evidence, that doesn't mean you don't have enough evidence for a conviction, right? There might be a different quality or different crimes altogether
Do you think
that you
they
might
have
charge
enough
him with.
evidence to convict Marco Rubio of insurrection?
I think no.
If we want to play the
You can
14th
decide
Amendment game, if we want to look at the 14th Amendment, it doesn't even require a criminal conviction. It just requires a determination that somebody is committed or engaged in or aided somebody in an insurrection, and that is enough to bar them from ever
But the
holding a
14th
future office.
Amendment use of aid and comfort is different
Mhm.
than the colloquial use of aid and comfort. You understand this, right? Like, it doesn't mean
How?
anyone who said "I hope you feel better," Trump text was comforting Trump, right? There's specific criteria that you have to meet.
No,
to
it's
meet the
aid and
bar
comfort.
of
It's aid and
aiding
comfort
and
in them committing an insurrection.
Yeah, we know that. We all know that.
Okay, Marco Rubio participating in his government does not necessarily meet the criteria of aiding and abetting an insurrection.
Hold on,
Do you
he's
think
the
that Hitler's
Secretary of State?
vice president, vice chancellor, I don't know who it been. Do you think that guy was aiding Hitler just for participating in the government?
As
Yeah, but
again,
sorry,
as,
I would
no,
like
hold
to
on.
jump in
As
after
Saxium's
debating
mentioned,
that's
over
super
several of
Some
the
of them are
Nuremberg
innocent.
trial
Some of them
people
are
were
innocent.
found innocent.
It's the stupidest
So
shit.
no, it's not
And
necessary.
hold on, but they were put. Hold on, but they were put through a trial, right?
That's
You
what
would
I'm
say,
saying. We should put all
yeah,
of them
yeah,
on trial, but
yeah. You put,
but some of them will be innocent, which is
yeah,
why
you put,
I'm kind of the middle ground here. Yeah.
yeah, you put them on trial, and then that's how we found out they were
I
innocent.
recognize
right?
that
If that was the
Rubio.
case.
You guys keep pointing to Rubio because he is by far the only member of the administration who is maybe even kind of disagreeing with Trump. The rest of them are fucking lock in step. And
No, I mentioned Rubio just to be clear. I'm mentioning Rubio because he's the only one with really political like gravitas in that administration. He has Fox News
Gravitas?
contributors like Pam Bondi and fucking
Just to be
Hegstad.
clear, Rubio
know.
has no political gravity right now. Just I don't
Yeah,
think.
Gravitas.
Okay, hold on. I want to point this out though, because there's obviously a flaw in
The
this case.
Warren
You guys
Marco
are saying
Rubio.
charge them with insurrection in order to bar them from participating in politics in the future. My frustration with what you're saying is, as far as I know, the documented case of Donald Trump conducting insurrection or being a part of an insurrection or seditious conspiracy or whatever is January 6, 2021. Half of his administration wasn't even a part of his administration during January 6, 2021. And not only that, it's difficult to argue that them acting within their capacities as cabinet members is them aiding and abetting or providing comfort for insurrection when the person that you're charging with insurrection is not actively engaged in insurrection. So there's a fatal flaw to your case, even if we were to even entertain it, which we shouldn't.
Once an insurrectionist, always an insurrectionist. If you support him in the future and he's doing the same behavior, boom, you're still
Okay,
doing
same behavior. What's the same behavior as far as Trump is going on right now? How has he overthrown the government of the United States?
He's overthrown state governments by nationalizing the national guards of different states without getting approval from the governors first. That's a clear violation of the law. He is trying to use the military for purposes of law enforcement. That's also usurping the states' rights there to do their own law.
Except for that's already been to court, and the court said that they're allowed to protect federal buildings. They're not allowed to engage in law enforcement activities, and as far as we know, that's what's happened.
Well, so the ruling from a DC court today was that he's not allowed to send the National Guard to DC to go do law enforcement things. I don't know. I'm sure there are TROs and states that have been challenged, but these are challenging the president's lawful authority to do a thing. I want him challenged for insurrection.
But federalizing the National Guard is not a crime. Federalizing
it is if you do it in contravention. If the governors don't want it, it is.
I already let you psychically know my arguments earlier. I would like to finish a sentence. Thanks. I've been listening.
Oh, because you just started off by saying a thing that Trump didn't do. So
I can't build a premise.
I get it. You're the main character. Please shut the fuck up for 10 seconds.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Drinking water, not a crime either.
Federalizing the National Guard in and of itself is not a crime. Also, federalized National Guard are allowed to protect federal buildings, as is the military. That's what the courts have found so far.
We're not talking about either of those things, though, are we?
Yeah, you just said that a DC court prohibited federalized National Guard from participating in law enforcement action.
Yeah, but the first example I brought up, California, was federalizing the National Guard without the consent of the governor.
You're allowed to do that.
No, you're not. You have to have the consent of the governor to do it. No, in Trump 1, remember when Trump made a big deal about, was it the Minnesota, about the governor not asking him for help and not letting him use the National Guard or whatever? No, you need the consent of the governor. It's the state's National Guard.
I almost guarantee you. I can look it up.
Hold on.
I will look it up just for the sake of, I don't know, getting something productive out of this conversation.
During states of emergency, that can be overridden, and that's the argument.
Federalize the National Guard for like national emergencies.
Yeah, but see, if we had a court case on this publicly, we both know the answer. See how good it would be to get all this out.
We are having court cases.
We already have. I just have to research it.
It's going through the court right now. We understand this, right? That this is an open legal question that is going through the court.
It's not an open legal question.
I think it's already been found multiple times. I think there's already multiple states that have already gone through the process, and the process has been Trump can federalize National Guard. Trump can deploy National Guard and federal troops in order to protect federal buildings. They are not allowed to participate in law enforcement action. I think the lower court.
You have to, the only way that you can do this is I don't know if the law says in times of rebellion or insurrection. It might. I don't know if it's a national emergency thing, but it might be in times of insurrection or rebellion. But again, there's a reason why he didn't do. Why didn't he do this?
There's like half a dozen exceptions. It's not just one.
Why didn't he do this during BLM then?
Why didn't? Because they're not allowed to participate in law enforcement action without declaring the Insurrection Act.
He could protect federal buildings. What do you mean?
He didn't want to declare the Insurrection Act. He could have used federalized National Guard if he wanted to. He would just have to declare the Insurrection Act first.
Why was he complaining then about not being able to do it because the governors weren't asking him for it? Also, Trump was not allowed to deploy the National Guard.
Why are we even trying to figure out what Trump means? Like, Trump's a fucking dumbass. He doesn't understand any of this shit.
Being a dumbass doesn't mean that his behavior is random or unknowable. It's because he knew he didn't have the authority to do so.
I was saying that the president of the United States, throw Trump out of the window real quick. I will Google it. However, it is my understanding, based off of court cases that have already made it through the pipeline, that the president of the United States is allowed to federalize the National Guard under half a dozen to a dozen circumstances, and that he's also allowed to deploy federalized National Guard and military in order to protect federal buildings. However, those people are prohibited from enforcing laws because they're not law enforcement.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, well, I'll Google it. You guys have fun jerking each other raw about shit that's not going to happen.
Jerking it raw, yes.
Jerking it raw. Okay. I'm going to read some super chats at this point, and then we will get into the final section of the show. And let's see how it goes. $5 from Darina. Wow, Wick. It's like you don't even care about America. You could have worn something a little more patriotic. Jeez, like a giant wiener costume. No wiener costume here, but I thought about I like my American hoodie. Okay. Thank you for $5. $5 from J-Ray N7 to say, isn't Rubio a main champion of the Venezuela plan? And he has enacted the plan to strip the First Amendment rights of immigrants? He has. I'm not saying that Rubio's a good guy. $5 to Trib1. Can we stop virtue signaling here? LOL. Trump is a traitor. All in power who support him should absolutely get treated as traitors as well. It's that simple. Okay, $5 from the Trib1. Do you remember how many Republicans quit or were fired during and after his first term? The Rhino Group. Like, where are your balls at? This is easy. $5 from Psycher Games. I don't want to get political, but I think butter goes well on toast. Sorry if that offends anyone. $10 from not rusted Halo Wick. Ask Destiny to explain why this won't fail, like when we banned the Ba'ath Party members from holding power in Iraq post 2003.
Well, I've done that. Hey, why not?
Yeah, why won't this fail? Did he answer your question? I don't remember.
No, he sat
The
there like a
Ba'ath Party
fucking
was a
idiot.
single party rule. The Ba'ath Party was literally the entirety of the Iraqi government. There's a difference.
I don't know enough about.
Yeah,
the
Tom,
Iraq.
you're clearing out. You're clearing out the entirety of the active Republican Party, right? First of all, they do have single party rule in some areas, right? That it's just Republican, and so you actually are just clearing all that
The
out as
United
well,
States
right?
of America is a democracy. They voted for and they supported willingly a dictator. You didn't really have much of a choice with Saddam Hussein. He would fucking kill you if you didn't support his regime. And it was a single party rule. So you had to be part of that if you were going to be part of the government any way, size, shape, or form.
But what we're talking about is the failure here, right? You're
No, it's okay.
sending
I
us
understand
to.
because you care about Palestine. You know nothing about the Middle East. Obviously, that logically follows.
Okay, well, hold on. Stop trying to know. Hey, Steven, it won't work with me.
Okay.
You're not gonna distract me with that. Whatever, right? So, Steven, right, we're talking about a failure state here, right? We're trying a point in which you take a political action, right? And it's and the consequences are so huge that it has massive unintended blowback. That's what we're referring to, right? Not the exact sequence of events that happened in Iraq, okay? So why wouldn't this fail, right? So you're saying that we take down the entire active Republican Party, right? We take away the voice, essentially, for half of the voting public, and there won't be any sort of reaction. This instead will shine light down, open all their eyes to the crimes, right? Rather than entrench them.
Let a new wave of Republicans come up and run for office.
And what do you think they'll? What do you think they'll do? Right? What do you think the lesson will be? What do you think the lessons will be? Or maybe the same thing would be just to
and destroy the country because we're going to get held accountable for it.
Hold on, just real quick. I see tons of Republicans. I'm not talking politicians here. I'm talking normal. I won't say them. They're normal, but average Republicans who vote, and they are complaining because they worried that the Democrats are going to do exactly what you do, and they are urging Trump to be more extreme because they're saying if you don't Trump, then the Democrats are going to do this. So once you get in power and you do this, what do you think these voters that are saying this now are going to vote for in the future?
They won't do it again. They should be worried. There should be worried that if you break the law, if you do bad things will happen to you. You should be worried about that. Yeah.
Except if you're a Democrat. Except if you're a Democrat.
Can't I flip that immediately and say, because I see Republicans all the time who are terrified of Trump and think that they're bringing democracy down to the toilet and America is exploding, and they're like, where's the party of Dick Cheney? Where's the party of?
So why would we ever cede that ground because we're winning? Why would we ever cede that ground?
No, we're inviting them in. We're inviting them in. We're saying we're fucking getting rid of all of that old administration. Old Republicans, come on in. You're welcome at the table. We'll fight you politically, but we're certainly not gonna. We'll let you run for office. That's an extreme. That's Steven's position.
Do you hear yourself now?
No. But certainly speaking, Pam Bondi should not be able to.
Are you an only child?
No, I have two sisters.
You ever play a video game against somebody who's way better than you or older than you, and you're trying to set some fucking attack? And you're like, oh, I bet you won't even let me get this. I bet you won't even let me loot this completely. I bet you won't even let me. I bet you're trying to kill me early. I bet you're trying to do this, right? And you say this shit so the other person doesn't do it. So you can get some fucking god gun or some fucking blue shell or some bullshit so that you can finally beat him. The fact that the Republicans are saying, wow, I bet that the Democrats are going to try to hold us accountable for fucking destroying this fucking country. And then you're like, okay, well, let's hold them accountable. And you're like, oh my God, you've fallen right into their trap. No, the trap is what you've fallen into, which is no accountability because the Republicans are scared of accountability. Meanwhile, what did the Republicans say on their side? What did the Republicans say? We better not be fucking crazy because that would set a really bad precedent.
No, they're saying we need to be as crazy as possible because the Democrats are going to kill us all. That's what they're saying.
They say the Democrats have already done it. The same thing that you use as excuses for restraint on the left, the Republicans use as excuses, as reasons to act on the right. They say,
and that's why they're losing and I'm winning. Yes.
They're not.
They're not. We're not winning.
They won the second election. What are you talking about?
Were you here a year ago? Like, fuck.
They won a fluke
octogenarian with
election
his
where we
brain
pushed
leaking out
out
of his
our
fucking
candidate.
You
ears.
can't
3
call it a
months before the
fluke election when they won
where
the presidency,
every
they won the House,
incumbent
they won the
lost
Senate, they have the
worldwide.
fucking Supreme
You're
Court.
acting and you're extrapolating. It's like people extrapolating the win Mamdani got against Cuomo as what the Democratic Party should do as a whole. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking retarded. Okay, there are various factors in that election that does not mean that makes it silly to extrapolate out further from that. Again,
We don't have to extrapolate. We have to look at the guy who won in 2024 was the guy who said the 2020 election was rigged, among 50 other horrible fucking things.
Because he ran a uniquely bad campaign.
Who,
But it's
Biden
also because
or
he
Kamala?
felt like he was,
Kamala
but it's
did.
also because he
No, I
felt like he
understand.
was protected from all the consequences of his actions.
But like, come on. Like, I understand Kamala run a substandard campaign, but
It's not
if
just
you're
that.
did.
if
I don't
you're
even blame her.
against Trump, it should be a landslide. That is
But-
the state of the country. That is the state of the country, is that we can't accept. We have to accept the fact that it wasn't
You
a
can
landslide.
talk about
I
what
agree
should
with Wick.
be
I
all
don't
the
think
all
Kamala
the
should have
day.
ran.
I'll
I
talk
think
about
Biden should have
is.
ran again because he's my god, he's my king. But
Yeah, I know
But
you're Biden a dick rider, right? His little incompetent or not impotent
I got
dick.
more. I got more super
Impotent
chats.
dick,
We can-
excuse me.
I'm
The
sure
biggest-
this will continue. $5 from Old School to say the next party to take the White House and not use the government to go after their political enemies will govern for the next 2 decades. Okay, I'm out. Thank you
no.
for the dollars.
What did Biden do to go after his political enemies? Look at that fucking
Just
retard.
fucking. Just
I
fucking
disagree with
tap on
that.
the
I disagree
keyboard.
with that.
Just please,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, 100%. That's bad body.
Like, it's fucking.
To say this is gay, Destiny is gay. Thank you for the
That guy's
$2.
gay. The guy who just donated before, I'm going to do this more sibling analogy. It's like when you hit your sibling over and over again, you go, oh, no. When they go to hit you back, you're like, no, don't do it. It's so stupid. It's like somebody breaking into my house and I go to break into somebody's house I go to break into somebody's house and I tell my friend, watch this. I bet when I go in here and try to take all the shit, I bet he's going to fucking hit me because he's a fucking lunatic. And then you go in and steal all his shit and he fucking hits you and you're like, oh, what did I tell you? But he wouldn't hit me. He would sit there and watch me steal his shit like a cuck because Wick would be like, don't hit him because you're going to prove him exactly right.
No, I would call the cops and get you arrested. That's what I would do.
Oh,
I knew he was going to call the cops.
No, yeah, I knew he was gonna call the
What if
cops.
No, wait, that's fine. What if the cops are the one robbing you, Wick?
Well, what if the cops are the ones robbing me? Then you're gonna get robbed. Actually, funny story. My
No,
my mom.
stop. No,
the
no,
cops
funny story.
didn't
Answer
steal
the
my
question.
laptop.
Because Donald Trump is the head of the executive branch, which has the DOJ and the FBI. He is the cops. He's the executive. So what do you do when the cops are robbing you? It's a serious question because it's a one-to-one analogy with where Trump occupies the
Sure.
government.
If you think that the cops are being run by a corrupt sheriff, I'm not sure how cops and that works. Counterpoints could probably
Yeah,
speak to
sure,
this more.
fine, sure.
What you do is you elect a different sheriff. That's how you fix the fucking problem.
I'm all for electing a different sheriff.
Okay, great. Let me keep reading these.
But
$10
what
from
if
Trip
what
One.
if everyone's like, no, I'm kind of on board with Wick getting stolen from all this time.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then you have a bigger problem, don't you?
And that's
We do
democracy.
have a bigger problem. I agree with you.
What if the sheriff's already stolen a ton of shit from you and then he loses the next election and you're like, can I get my shit back? And people are like, you can't go and rob him now. That would set a bad precedent.
Hold on. If they said, hey, if we go after this, there's a 99% chance this guy's going to win again or someone like him's going to win again. You
No,
know
but
what?
that's-
I'm going to take the loss.
Then you
No,
know
but it's
what?
just some
I
fucking
value
random bum.
my future
It's just a
more
guy
than my
saying
past.
99%. It's
Hold
not
on, I
any
value my
like
future
political
more than my past.
analysis.
I'd rather
value my
die on
life
my feet
more than my
than
sentences.
live on my knees. Okay, that's how it works. We're America. The
Well,
tree
you
of
ain't going
liberty
to live
is
at all.
is
You're going to be in the
mercy,
ground,
okay?
brother.
Okay, yeah. As opposed to right now, the slow path we're descending into chaos for the
I'm
past 3
giving you
decades.
a solution to get out of that path.
What
What
is
you're
the solution?
giving us
It's different than what
is
we got
a
before. What's the solution?
recipe
Wait, what's the
for
solution?
that
What's the solution? What's the
slow
solution? Wait, what was the
dissolution of the
solution?
country.
What was the solution?
What is the solution? Is to be fucking normal, win elections, and then we don't have to worry about a future
Normal.
Trump.
Obama was
Ignore
normal.
the
Was
fact-
it-
Done
wait,
is
was
we've
Obama normal?
showcased
Was
the-
Obama normal? Was Obama normal?
Yeah, pretty much.
How the fuck did we get Trump after Obama?
That's
Because-
holy
black.
shit. Holy shit.
Because he was black, obviously.
That's a great
No.
question.
We got that because of the Iraq War, because of
That
all
Obama
the-
started?
Is this thing on?
2000
Obama was normal, but he was black, obviously.
No, we all agree, but
Yeah.
then
Okay.
but what's the
But
suggestion?
there's a
then?
whole host of factors.
How do we prevent
there.
Trumps in the future?
Okay, how do
don't
we-
elect black
Not,
people.
not elect
Don't
black
run a
presidents.
Don't elect,
That's
90-year-old who's
don't
on the
elect
verge of death.
radicals like Obama, not radical communists. I spent 8 years of my life listening to these subhuman, degenerate demon fucks saying that Obama was a radical socialist communist. Okay, the guy who couldn't even get a public option passed for the fucking healthcare bill, a radical social communist, and we got Trump after that. Like, this is insane. It's insane. It's insanity. It doesn't get more normal than Obama was boringly normal. Okay.
It's true. And you know what? He
I
won
mean,
both terms.
for a
yeah, but
American
then
president,
he set up
for American
like,
president, right?
Trump-
Because you can just commit war crimes if you're American president. That's like the normal thing.
Crime.
That's like the baseline.
I'll deal with you later.
Hey, yo, deal with me now because,
$10.
like, yeah, that's what American
10.
presidents fucking do.
Obama shouldn't be
$10.
committing war crimes. He should be based like Hamas and go rape a bunch of people and then have people like Prime in the West defended. Behave.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, well,
King,
whatever.
King
Again,
rapist.
yeah. Don't worry. Keep trying to distract, right? You have to change the subject because you know you can't.
I'm not
That
changing
what
the
you're
subject. I'm talking about Hamas.
And
I
no,
was
it's
saying.
what you're doing, right? You're not advocating for justice here. Like Steve is not looking for justice because if he was, then he would simply
be
said
more just
yes.
than rape
He would
Israelis.
simply said
Those are
yes,
you love.
Prime. He would said yes, Prime. Of course, like any president, right? With a D or R in front of their name, of course we'd prosecute them. Of course we'd go back and look at whatever crimes they're doing, right? But no, he had to obfuscate. He had to distract. He had to do everything he can, right, to move the subject off his partisans' daddies, right? Like he is here for the Democrats. That's all he's here for, right? So he's not actually looking for a system that would actually hold a party to account, right? Because that system would only
Okay,
work
can I re-rail
if they
us?
understood
In a second,
understood
I'm
that
gonna-
it was
I'm gonna-
that it was legal, justifiable, and blind. But it's not blind for Stephen, right? He only wants to
I'm
attack
gonna read my
Republicans,
super
not
chat.
his daddy.
I'm
Okay.
gonna read my super chats and you can re-rail us if all you like, Staxiums.
Great,
$10
thank
from the Trib One to say thinking the liberal Dems wouldn't have more people and munitions behind them is insane. The Civil War wouldn't just be fought by Americans. Neighboring countries would also join. It's Trump versus USA and its allies. Thank you for the $10. $5 from the Darwina. Do you think these crusty ass conservatives are going to do anything in a civil war? They get asked their pronouns and they piss themselves crying. $2 from Psychor to say yes, but Obama wore a tan suit. Thank you. $20 from Mr. Wise Guys. Wick, you deserve this $20 for putting on display how unhinged the Trump derangement and Trump deranged Destiny's position on politics, specifically on Trump administration is. I love you, counterpoints, for not falling for Destiny's gaslighting.
Who donated that? What was that guy's name?
Mr. Wise Guys plays.
What's his address and full name and social security number? I'm coming after that guy.
That's we disavow. Okay. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships from Isaac's text and Trib One. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Trib One says I got candy and someone else got a candy bar from the store. I went to the register to buy it and the other person didn't. Is it the same Prime?
Sorry, what?
$5. It's only $5, so you don't have to answer. Is anyone even questioned how these speedboats are being identified? Like, what makes a drug speedboat any different than a family outing speedboat?
Probably a bunch of 55-gallon drums lined up horizontally 4 abreast across the entirety of the ship.
Damn, if only we could have arrested the boats and then found out what was on them.
No, we
Yeah.
did.
Probably
well,
We did
shitloads of
detain them,
drugs.
then we
Listen,
released
That was
I
a
don't think
bad
drug
faith.
trafficking should have a death sentence, but I also
Yeah.
think that those.
Also,
Yeah,
Trump
probably.
did provide evidence. I think he said that when they blew the boats up, you could see the fent dust, I think.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
some soldiers a few miles away, right? Like when a seizure, right? When a fentanyl seizure.
Real serious for 100 ARS says, I feel like there's a fundamental disagreement on whether the U.S. should be able to unalive people on foreign soil for purposes of national security. That's true. $5 from Cameraman 502 to say, is a vote for Trump in 2024 support for an insurrection that started and ended in 2021? Is support for executive orders in 2025 support for actions in 2021?
I think the obvious answer there is no. And just giving you guys a heads up, I do have a hard out at 8.
Okay, then I
Heard.
will read these after we get through closings then. But yeah, let's kind of at this point, I don't know how this isn't a serious conversation, unfortunately. I don't think these are serious proposals, but we'll we'll get to closing statements and we'll see.
I just quick thing. I just want to say very quickly. Fuck you, Wick. These are not serious proposals. The president of the United States is engaged in like 20 different scam schemes, things that are like unprecedented in all of fucking U.S. history. Okay. Number two, the president of the United States is literally tweeting out, "You guys all fucking rake me over the coals for saying I think that we shouldn't disavow violence." Blah, blah, blah. And then the president of the United States this morning is retweeting people saying we should execute congressmen. So if you think that my rhetoric is extreme or the actions I'm suggesting are extreme, they are extreme. You know what else is extreme? The fucking Civil War, and it was started for arguably less shit than this. It's fucking crazy. This guy is killing people in foreign countries. He's scamming all of fucking America. He's engaged in global trade policy. The whole fucking Congress on the Republican side has advocated all their responsibilities. He's arguably protecting himself as a fucking child rapist, and he's rigging the whole fucking DOJ and Congress against everything else in order to do it. The idea that like, well, I think it's actually kind of crazy that you're saying that, like, you know, they shouldn't be allowed to, like, hold on.
Look,
That's fucking wild. If this was on the Republican side, they would never have this conversation. They would say, how do we make it happen? How many of these motherfuckers can we bar from running again? They're using the term seditious conspiracy, which would bar you from ever running for office again. And they've said seditious conspiracy for like 2 years, in my opinion.
Yeah, and they're going to lose. I think that when it comes to what Trump is saying, this kind of rhetoric is why he's going to lose in 2026. If we want
I
him
said the same
not
thing
to
in
lose,
2021.
if we want him not
I
to
said the
lose,
same thing in
you just
2016.
keep doing what you're doing,
That's
and you will
crazy.
give him all the ammo he needs to stay
He already
in
has
power.
the ammo. Who comes next?
Yeah.
Who's
He's
after
got
that?
the
yeah.
whole
Why do we
fucking
get-
Senate, House of
Let's give it to Prime. Let's give it to Prime, and then we'll give it to Counterpoints, and then we'll give it to Staxiums. Go ahead, Prime.
Oh, is this an outro or is this like me
Yeah,
yelling
it's
at
an
you?
outro.
Oh, okay. Well, wait, it was dumb shit. Like, his, like, Trump's actual extremist rhetoric got him into office the first time, right? And then got him to office the second time, and has like increased his popularity all along the way. So no, like him saying, "Hey, well, we should hang politicians," right? No, it's just another pebble, right? Another stone down the path to hell. But like, it doesn't matter. Like, it'll end up in the same place. So whatever. Anyway, which way? I think Stephen was bullshitting us. I think that even if he thinks this is a serious proposition, right? There's parts of it I can agree with, certainly, right? But I simply had the reasonable ask of saying, hey, why don't we apply this to all presidents, right? No matter what their crime. It's true, right? Because Stephen will try to distract you. That's what he does, right? That maybe Trump's crimes are greater than other crimes, right? That Biden did or Obama did or down the line, or maybe Clinton as well, right? His crimes may be greater, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have crimes or trials for the other ones, right? If they committed a crime, then they should do the time, correct? Right? Like, if we are saying that we're trying to create a system of justice, that justice has to be blind. It has to be blind to political parties. But Stephen isn't, right? This is a partisan witch hunt from his end. Now, Staxiums, from what little we heard of him, right? Staxiums seems to be, no, it's not an insult.
Just go.
Staxium seems to be trying to actually put something forward that might be useful. Yeah, we should have accountability, right, for office holders. That should be the case. Clearing out half of the politicians, right? Because we said, like, well, at a certain point in time, you hadn't reprimanded, right? You hadn't separated yourself from the previous dictator, right? Setting such an arbitrary example, right? Doesn't mean that sorry, I've lost my train of thought here. This is all bullshit, right? Steve, I lost my train of thought. Sorry, I apologize.
I was about to say,
case,
I need to jump in a second anyway, so do you mind if I just hit it?
Yeah, counterpoints. Yeah, I know you need to go, so just real
I
quick.
want to finish my thing, though.
Yeah.
Okay. So effectively, like, listen, again, in an ideal world, I would load Donald Trump up into a trebuchet, fire him in the Atlantic Ocean without a life preserver. That's not going to happen. So failing that, we're kind of talking about like political pragmatism. When it comes to being politically pragmatic, I think this is the antithesis of pragmatism. If you want it to be a marketing strategy in which you rally the Democrats to get excited about justice and this, that, the other, that way you get them excited for midterms so we can throw this guy out on his ass, awesome. If this is legitimately a perspective, I think it's kind of dumb as fuck. I think that it stands a snowball's chance in hell. I don't think that it's going to really do anything. And I'm actually with Wick with the fact that you're effectively giving these people some martyrs complex. I don't agree with your analogies. I think that when it comes to people, so for instance, you're saying, oh, you want me to get cuckolded? You want me to just steal somebody's shit? Well, guess what? He can steal your shit. He's the fucking president of the United States. He has some degree of executive authority. And unless you have the ability to overcome the pardon, or if you have the ability to overcome the impeachment process, or if you have the ability to overcome the criminal process, you're fucked. So the question is, once somebody steals your bike and it's already stolen and you can't get it back, do you worry about getting justice for your bike, even though it's not going to do shit? Or do you focus on working so you can get another bike? And that's what I would say. It's politically unproductive. It's kind of dumb, but it was fun. So parasocial love, you guys. I think I'm going to see Steven next week. So parasocial love. Mwah. Bye to all you guys. See you in a bit.
Love you.
Love you too, friend.
Love you too.
Be careful.
Just to finish
up your point.
Yeah, just to finish up. I disagree with Counterpoints just said. You can do both, right? You can get justice for your bike. Of course, you can put the individual in jail, right, who stole the bike, and then you can try to create a world in which bikes aren't stolen, because everyone has a bike or some shit. I don't know. You can do both at the same time. In any case, I do appreciate the conversation. It was nice meeting you, Staxiums. Thank you, Wick, for inviting me. Steven,
We've
go
met
fuck yourself.
before. This
Whatever. It doesn't matter.
We've met, like,
Steven,
Where can
Yeah,
people find you, Prime?
yeah, thank you. Steven, go fuck yourself. But you can find me at youtube.com or twitch.tv/PrimeKai, PrimeCeyes. We'd love to have you. We're always streaming, and we're putting on political panels. A lot of fun. So come on down. I'm streaming right now. I'll stay a little while longer. So if people had something they want to say to me, come over to my channel, youtube.com, and I'll deal from there.
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Destiny, do you have anything else for us?
Republicans are dreamers, okay? I'm tired of being told that we have to be pragmatic, while the other side has messianic hallucinations of power and manages to enact them time and time and time again. Gavin Newsom is the only person in the Democratic Party that seems to be willing to fight over anything. He came in with Prop 50 at like 35%, and people said it was crazy. Donald Trump came into the primaries at like 1% and managed to capture basically the entire Republican Party. And if we allow the Republicans to act with impunity, to steal Supreme Court picks from us, to steal elections from us using the Supreme Court, to commit crimes, to scam the American public, to openly and blatantly break laws that we don't even talk about anymore, like the fucking Hatch Act. We're past even beginning to care about these things. If they're allowed to break these things over and over again with impunity, with no consequences, then all you're doing is setting up the next elected Republican to break the exact same laws in a more unhinged manner. Just like Trump 1 or Trump 2 has been more unhinged than Trump 1. I don't know why we wouldn't expect Trump's successor to be even more unhinged. It doesn't make any sense. So I think that it would be
What
good
about
to
Democrats?
have like some.
Let
I think
him
it'd be
finish.
good to have a strict. Watch this. Do you want to see a magic trick? Hey, Prime. Can you give me a single official that was elected to federal office that agrees with your political positions over the past decade?
What is my political? What
Exactly. So
position are you?
what
What position are you? No, what position are you talking about? Sorry, what position are you talking about? I have lots of political positions. I have lots of political positions. What position are you talking about? No, you just say some vague bullshit, right? AOC agrees with my positions, right? If that's the position you're talking about, you're a bullshitter. You're a fucking bullshitter.
If I look at your Twitter, have you been roasting AOC ever for?
No, you won't see anything. You won't see anything because I don't post on Twitter. Look at it right now. I don't post on Twitter.
How would you
Okay.
avoid this question like that? Why would you avoid it like that? Why don't post on Twitter? Implying that if you were posting on Twitter, you would be roasting AOC.
I have been roasting. I literally do roast AOC. I say AOC.
Oh, yeah,
You're
bullshit.
bullshit.
Why would you even admit that?
That was the point, dude.
Hold on,
Exactly, that was
because
the point.
I'm not a
AOC
dick
was
writer
more
like
than
you.
AOC
Because
was
I'm not a
more
dick
than
writer
AOC,
like you
so
are.
it doesn't
Because
matter.
I don't have to worship
GG.
my political
Okay.
heroes, right?
GG.
I can
Okay,
say they're a
matter.
politician and I can
Okay.
criticize them.
Okay. It's
Bullshit.
closing statements, gang. For fuck's sake.
In Inception, when that guy pulls out the rocket launcher, he says, "Dare to dream a little bigger." What, Tom Hardy? That's what we needed. We need to dream bigger and pull out a rocket launcher. Okay.
Gang, if you like this content for whatever.
What the
reason-
fuck?
How about Staxiums?
You don't give Staxon a
Staxium?
bottle
Didn't you have the first
Unbelievable.
one?
After all I've been through, you fucker.
No.
Staxiums, didn't you have the first?
No.
No, you didn't give him shit.
Unbelievable.
Damn,
You
it is
Jackson,
unbelievable.
go ahead.
motherfucker.
Jackson, close us out.
Yeah, sorry. Just,
I
something
defend
I
white
wanted to talk-
men. Okay, I defend white men. I'm an ally. I want you to know
Thank you.
that.
I feel so supported right now. All right, so
Because like 99% of his political movement are white men. So
something I wanted to talk to Connor about, but he left. A similar historical example that I think we should have been talking a little bit more about is Nixon being able to move on from his crimes. Ford pardoned Nixon, and the Republicans lost all political capital, and their approval ratings were dog water, and lost in the next election. And my conclusion is that it's not always politically advantageous to just ask the country to move on. I'm Staxiums. You can call me Hunter. I make political TikToks. I do debates every Friday, and I'm probably going to do more debates. I'm on Wick all the time, and thanks for having me, Wick.
Anytime. We appreciate you having coming on. Now, I'm gonna stay on a little longer. You guys can stay with me, and I can bring in callers, or you guys can fuck off. I don't care. But that's what we're gonna do.
I'm probably going to fuck off.
Yeah. See you later, buddy.
I'll stay a little longer.
Okay, we're gonna bring in a couple people.
I'm for sure fucking off then.
jeez, what do you mean by that? Oh my god.
I'm
I
just
don't know.
joking. Prime, we're good, right? We're good.
No, we're definitely good, right? No, I said fuck Steven, not fuck Stacks. But yeah, thank you so much.
true.
They all
True.
sound the same. All white people look the same to me. Okay.
True.
So we got North here, and we got Short Fat Otaku. And we're gonna try like 2 at a time here. What do you guys got? What are you've been watching this? What are your thoughts? Go ahead.
Yemeni pirates. I don't think Biden had the proper authority to bomb the Yemeni pirates. I mean, yeah.
Would you
Would-
charge
would,
him for that? Would you charge him?
Yeah,
for the
would
crime?
you charge Biden for that? Because you claimed that what was it, that one act that was passed after 9/11 in like 2001 to basically kill anyone involved with the destruction of the Twin Towers, but I don't think the Yemeni pirates were involved with that. I think it's a major stretch at all to even consider them within that authority. So is Biden striking Yemeni pirates? Is that something that we should bring him to trial for?
Sorry, you might have to remind me. Weren't they attacking American ships?
Well, yeah, they were attacking American ships.
Okay, that feels like in a completely different category. I was mostly comparing it to Trump's attacks on the Venezuelans. I don't know exactly where my line sits. Yeah, maybe I would think that that's abhorrent. I think that's fair. I think that's fair, and it's certainly a category above or a category below what Trump is doing right now.
Well, yeah, I guess you could consider it like a category below, but I'm saying it's still a president operating outside of the purview of the powers given to them by Congress.
Just real quick, counterpoints. I thought you had to go.
That was called right here.
I did. So the
And now he's
guy
back.
sent me a DM that said 8 p.m. EST, but that's when his show normally is. But Andrew Wilson and I agreed to 9 p.m. EST, so I was just incorrect on the time. My apologies. But SFO said that he had a question for me, so I wanted to answer his question.
Okay. Well, go ahead, SFO.
Oh, I thought North, you were still doing your thing.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying.
Look, I'm happy to apply an equivalence here, and if we want to if we want to go through the political process of charging Biden and opening an investigation to see if he worked through the presidential powers, I'm happy to do so. I think that it's going to be miles below what Trump is doing and not indictable. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't know. I leave that to a grand jury to decide.
The difference when we're talking about charging with crimes are things that you do generally in your country, and it requires the knowledge that you are committing a crime. Generally speaking, depending on what time or what type of crime we're talking about. So, if the president of the United States is acting within what he believes his perceived authority is to a particular action, then it's hard to say that somebody should be charged with a crime there. That's like a checks and balance question of should the Congress revoke some power from the president. Now, if we want to say that the interpretation of the authorization of use of military force has been stretched too broadly, I think it's been pretty well accepted that presidents have been happy to interpret the authorization for the use of military force to give them broad discretion to do acts, especially in the Middle East. And it seems like Congress hasn't tried to intervene to stop that. I don't think there have been challenges that I'm aware of that have gone to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has ruled against the president in terms of their interpretation of that. So it would seem that the president does have the legal authority to function in that manner. I don't believe that Trump cites the authorization for the use of military force for like his attacks in Venezuela. I don't know if it's been used outside of the Middle East.
If President
The way that I
JD
understand
Vance,
it is-
hold on, if President JD Vance believes that in the unitary executive theory, right, he believes he has the authority to do whatever it is he wants to do, right? Then would that inoculate him? I was like, that's my
Because
theory,
of
right?
he's
You
not
can,
emperor,
there's
he
two
can
things.
do whatever he
One,
wants.
there's two things. One, there is going to be some reasonableness standard that we can talk about. But two, I don't even think he believes that. I think he knows that he's breaking the law. And I would prove it with his past statements, because he's made statements saying that he thinks that Donald Trump could be the next Hitler, or that he's had completely different opinions on what the powers of the president should be.
Sorry,
There's-
whatever.
we can ask questions about his state of mind.
Hold on, but even then, he could say he could change his mind, though, right? Like even with his past statements, he could change his mind. Saying now, I
You
believe
could.
in unitary executive theory, right?
Sure, but I mean, we could look at all of his statements collectively. We could subpoena him, see what he says behind closed doors. It wasn't a question about the Trump administration. They knew, all of them knew, relating to the 2020 election. They knew they were breaking the law. All of them knew it. It wasn't a mystery. It wasn't, what's going on here. And with Vance saying statements like, "Well, let the judges enforce their rulings" or whatever, or "We don't agree with what the judges are saying," that's clearly like in violation of the law. You can't do that. It's a clear abuse of checks and balances. You're not allowed to do that.
I think another issue that I have is like you're wanting to push this to the Supreme Court in order to figure this out. There are certain things that the Supreme Court can't really do, right? So let's say Trump is bombing Venezuelan ships in the Caribbean without the purview of Congress. Can the Supreme Court even do anything about it? I mean, they might say like, "Oh, you're being a naughty boy," but it's not like the Supreme Court has the power to order ships to like stop bombing Venezuelan craft.
Well, the
So
government
what's
could, the Supreme Court could find that the president is exceeding his authority, and then now the issue you run into.
the Supreme Court doesn't have any purview to follow through with that.
Yeah, I was
Um,
about to say,
they-
don't they have to have
I'm-
a
I'm-
case to be
I'm-
put in
I'm-
front of them
That's
first?
Hold on. This is called a constitutional crisis for that reason, right? Technically, it's up to the executive to enforce it. But in the past, most presidents have generally followed what's come from Congress and come from the Supreme Court. It's only the Trump administration that seems to clearly just not give a fuck. That's
I would agree
exceptional. It's a new
with,
thing.
But that isn't even necessarily descriptively true, because we've had them push it to the limit. For instance, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, we had them push them to the limit of obstruction. Then before
This
the
is
lower
bullshit.
court
I'm not even going to entertain
before
this.
the lower
Like,
court
if
judge-
my
before the lower
wife
court judge-
tells me
I
I'm not
didn't
allowed to
come
fuck
here
another
just to
girl,
listen.
and I put a
I didn't
condom
come
on,
here
and I
just
say,
to
"Well, my
listen.
dick didn't technically touch
I
her,"
didn't come
and
here just
Donna's
to
like, "Well,
listen.
actually, it
I didn't
really
come here
did
just to
actually technically touch her." So
I
this
didn't
that's
come here just to
the
listen.
argument you're giving. It's
I
bullshit.
didn't
It's a
come here
bullshit
just to
argument.
listen. I didn't come here just to listen. Okay, I didn't come here just to listen to you. This isn't just the Destiny show. This is the panel.
Nobody said it's just a Destiny show. You're just giving a
People
bullshit
got
argument.
8
You don't
hours
believe
to
this.
listen to
This
you,
is
little
the
girl.
Wick
You got 8
show,
hours
to
to
be
listen to you.
clear.
Okay, this is the Connor
Okay,
show.
we're on the
too.
Connor show now. Let's go.
So on the Connor show, okay. So they pushed it to the limit as far as obstruction goes, but the lower court didn't find them in contempt of court and didn't charge Trump admin officials and incarcerate them, which technically they probably ran right up to the limit to. And now Kilmar Abrego Garcia was brought back. So you can say, "Oh, the Supreme Court can do this, can do that." No, they need a court case to be appealed up to their level first in order for them to do it.
Bullshit.
You
Okay,
bullshit.
hold on.
So,
This
What, there's
brings
They
me
knew they were
into
breaking the
another
law.
point
They
in
knew
front
they
of
were
them?
breaking the law with
But-
Abrego Garcia. A court finally ruled on it. Like, "Oh, okay, we'll come back." The precedent you're setting there is you can break the law infinite times as long as you eventually listen to the court afterwards. It's
No,
fucking
somebody has
retarded.
to sue first, and the people who
No,
should probably
That's
sue
not how
should
the law
probably be
works,
the United
motherfucker.
States.
You're not only held
So,
accountable by the law if you break
can
it,
we-
and then the court corrects you on it. The court is not there to keep you from breaking the law. The court is there to punish you for breaking the law.
Wait, hold on.
Um,
Are you even
Court is there to
arguing
adjudicate
against my
the law, but
position?
anyway.
My position is that somebody would need to bring a court case that the Supreme Court would need to review. Are you even arguing against it, or are you just yelling?
You're arguing that the court needs to tell you if you can do a thing or not. That's not what the court is for. The court is there to punish you when you break the law. That's what the court is for. You're saying that the Trump admin can do whatever the fuck they want as long as they listen to the court afterwards?
Well, hold on. Number one, I think we actually both agree descriptively. You have to violate the law or be accused of violating the law before somebody can hit you with a civil or a criminal infraction. I think we both agree on that. So, yeah, Trump has to violate the law, and then somebody has to sue him for violating the law. And then that needs to go to a
Yes.
lower court, and then the lower court needs to send it up to the higher court. I don't even know what we
Yes.
disagree on. I think you're just
The
yelling.
thing is, because you're saying that the process is working, I'm saying that them saying you can't do it and then Trump stopping it, that's not the solution. It should be you couldn't do that and now you're convicted of a crime. That should be what's happening, but it's not.
Well, okay,
So
so
Trump's
I'm
saying,
sorry.
"Oh, I didn't know I couldn't do
okay,
that."
Sorry.
I'm with you here. So
Hold
the
on, no,
lower
wait.
court
No,
judge
hold on.
could have
So when
charged Trump
Biden
admin
tried, no,
officials
stop.
with obstruction.
Stop. When Biden tried through the to make a law to or executive order to forgive student loan debts, and then the Supreme Court said no, you're breaking the law. That's not something we should do. And then he stopped it. Should Biden be charged with a crime even though he stopped it?
I'm
No,
gonna
because
interrupt
you
real
can
quick.
look-
Sorry, I'm gonna peace
Okay.
out. Bye. Love you guys.
Okay, see
Love
you
you.
later.
Okay,
No, because you
bye.
can look at the actions of the presidents to see if they genuinely believe they have the authority to do so. President Biden could make a good faith argument stemming from an earlier law passed by Congress that gave the Department of Education relatively wide discretion on forgiving debt in times of emergency or whatever. Now, the Supreme Court ultimately decided, no, it doesn't apply here. It's too big of a thing. And then he wasn't able to do it. But there was an articulatable reason why he thought he had the authority to do that. Donald Trump doesn't even give the pretense of that. Like, there are
Sorry.
times when the president might act outside their authority. And you say, okay, well, the court needs to check this, and the court checks it. It's like, oh, okay, then it's not okay, right? And I'm not saying,
Wait,
like,
I
oh
think
my
that-
God, the president needs to be charged with a crime.
So-
Do they have the state of mind of, like, I know I'm breaking the law. I don't give a fuck. Let the court come and fuck me. I don't give a fuck. That's
Okay,
the difference. Trump is doing that.
I think that when
I'm-
they've gone to court, though, as an example, with like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, they've said, "Oh, well, we thought he was acting within his, I don't even know if plenary is an appropriate word, but he was acting within his XYZ ABC authority in order to
Nah.
carry out the duties
I
of
don't
the
think they
presidency
did.
and reference to
They
national
said-
security." No.
No.
You said that they didn't even have the pretense of an argument.
They didn't.
They have the
That's why when they went to the
pretense of an
court, they didn't. That's why the Solicitor General said, okay,
What do you think the word
you
pretense
can, you think
means?
you they what? They
What
when
do you
the
think
when
the
the
word
Solicitor General went to the
pretense
Supreme
means?
Court,
You
and
said
he
they
argued,
didn't
the
have the pretense of an
the
argument.
Supreme Court said, hey, they're suing you to enjoin the government from being able to deport people for no reason. And what is your argument? And their argument is, well, we don't think you should be able to have universal injunctions against us. That was their argument. It was a procedural argument. They didn't defend the substance of it at all. And even when they won on the procedural argument, they still brought him back because they knew it was fucking bullshit and they should have deported him in the first place. So no, they don't even try to argue the substance of half the shit that they take to the Supreme Court. They just
Sorry,
bring up the fucking
Stephen.
stupid
Could you help
procedural
me
one.
out? Stephen, could you help me out? Because I was a little confused before. So your complaint against our friend Counterpoints was that like the judiciary is reactive, right? And then you, in response, said like instead we need to limit a president, right, in the first place, so they don't actually commit the crime in the first place. So if that's the case, one, tell me, how do we actually stop a president from doing an action, right? We can make a law, but they can still just break that law. And in the end, like, isn't it up to the Supreme Court to be or the judiciary to be the corrector of bad actions, right? So like once that action is taken place, then the only power that we have is really the courts to say, hey, that was wrong.
If I want to play Monopoly with you and I bring a knife to stab you if you start beating me, what rule can you put in Monopoly to keep me from stabbing you to death over Monopoly game?
No
Nothing,
stabbing,
right? So
although
like
you still got
so
free
legislator
There's
can't actually
nothing.
restrain the executive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Correct. The executive has to want to be restrained. That's why George Washington leaving after 2 terms was such a big deal. That's why we put term limits after fucking Roosevelt or where the fuck when he had fucking 20 terms in office. The reason why the executive is so important is because the executive is supposed to be the one to enforce the laws. So if the executive decides not to, that's why it's called a constitutional crisis, because there's nothing you can do about
Yeah.
it. Courts are not
Yeah.
here to stop bad things from happening. Courts are here to make
Exactly.
people whole or to enforce justice after bad things happen. You have to
So-
hope that the executive is playing in good faith.
So okay. So then you're saying that we need to reestablish norms, and the way we reestablish those norms is through these trials, right? These like public trials where there's like a significant punishment for perpetrators. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to establish that. That's all.
I wanna get. I know Short Fat Otaku had some question he wanted to ask. So go ahead, Dev.
Well, this debate's made me pro-genocide, that's for sure. Counterpoints. So you said earlier, if we can't get the Republicans now, it's not going to happen. Why do you think that again?
Because
As in not waiting until 2028.
Because right now you have the egregious violations that we're talking about. We're talking about like the civilian drone bombings. We're talking about the resistance to court orders. We're talking about all that kind of stuff. If we don't have the will within Congress in order to do something before 2028, I don't think that you're going to get anything in 2028.
Why though?
Because there's not enough Republicans who are willing to go with the Democrats in order to hold Republicans accountable.
Well, no, but if you have a blue sweep, then you'll have enough people in Congress then, right?
Well, I mean, I would be happy to take a look at it in 26, but also then we open up the can of worms of holding previous presidents accountable for criminal behavior. And then we also have to read this within the realm of like, you're going to have to impeach, then you're going to have to criminally charge, and you're going to have to balance that against the new Supreme Court ruling while still having a conservative Supreme Court.
I mean, yeah.
Why
I
don't
mean,
you impeach
this is
him
what
in first? You just fucking charge him. Fuck him.
Okay, but you understand that you're going to be spending a lot of political capital on this venture that I do not think is ultimately going to be successful.
I think we have a high investment in the United States to have it so that our chief executive doesn't believe that he can commit crimes. I think that's a principle worth fighting for. Even
Okay, which
kings were
crime?
more limited in their
Yeah, and counterpoints. Like, what difference does it make, like, to you, really, that like an administration burns its political capital on this project?
Because I actually think the reason why, so for me, I think that things, I don't think it's just nostalgia. I think things have gotten materially worse for Americans over the past 2 or 3 decades. And
Mhm.
so as a result, I see us like socioeconomically sliding into a position where radicalism is becoming increasingly normal. And I think that if Americans' lives were better, they wouldn't be as attracted to radicalism. And so for me, I would actually rather focus on the things that I think are driving radicalism rather than getting into we must punish Trump. Once again, I'll say it again. I think Trump is a symptom, not the disease.
I mean, I agree. I perfectly agree with you. But one, I think political capital, we look at it the wrong way, right? Like political capital, you actually gain it from doing things, right? Like getting wins, right, gives you more political capital. And so, if you could put these people on trial, right? Not all of them, like Steven says, it's a dumbass idea. Don't listen to him. But if you put like Pete Hegseth on
wants to
trial,
invade Israel,
and
by the way.
If you could,
yeah,
let's
yeah.
make a
Well,
scenario.
so if you put Pete Hegseth on trial and you succeeded, right? You brought him to justice. I think that gives you political capital. Look what I've accomplished, right? Rather than like burning it from trying to put it on trial, right? Success breeds more success.
I'll give you a hypothetical. Let's say that we find out that Pam Bondi knowingly hid incriminating evidence against Trump from the Epstein files under the color of law for DOJ investigations, and she was not pardoned. And that was revealed, and we had the midterm ability in order to, I don't even know if you'd impeach her, but you have the ability to criminally sanction her.
Okay.
100%. I'm all for it. But what I'm saying is, what I think is going to happen is that the Trump admin is going to use the Hunter Biden pardon, which I know is bullshit, but they're going to use that as a pretext to blanket pardon their own admin as they're on their way out the door.
Well, they're gonna do that
And
anyway,
then
right? Like, but they could
what's
just do
that?
that one way or the other. Like a blanket pardon. Like Bush did a
Yeah, on
blanket pardon on his way out.
themselves, their families, all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but they'll do
Okay,
that any
hold on.
which way.
This brings into a concern that I have: the constitutionality of this. How much of the Constitution are you willing to violate? Like, let's say Trump just pardons everyone, right? Or the Supreme Court says, like, no, you're not allowed to go through with this theoretical Nuremberg situation. How much of the Constitution are you willing to violate just to prosecute Trump and his
Every single
administration
prosecutor that works on this
those
case,
like associated?
every single prosecutor that works on this case and the judges that adjudicate these cases, I think should be legally required to wear giant shirts that have that Trump tweet printed on them that says, "He who saves his nation violates no law." And there you go, boom.
Yeah, but
That's
see, now we're just
that's a
getting into the
non-answer right there.
popular.
That's just a meme
So-
answer.
Like, it
So,
don't
so
matter.
counterpoints. The disagreement that we have is that I think even if you did get Trump in 2026, you kicked him out of office, Vance will pardon him immediately. I think the only way to actually get justice for any of this, and I think Americans should get justice for this, is to wait until 2028. I think there's no path to prosecuting Trump that doesn't begin in 2028.
But then what we're talking about, because I did bring this up, I'll bring it up again. So we're in let's say Gavin Newsom. Okay, we're in the first 2 years of a Newsom presidency or 4 years of a Newsom presidency. So what you're saying is, instead of focusing on a domestic agenda that should actually be helping Americans, survive and thrive in an increasingly difficult economy, what they should do is they should instead spend 2 to 3 years going after a popular with his own base political opponent who already has pardon. And what is your circumventing capacity? Well, what is your capacity to go after Trump? What is your capacity to go after Hegseth? What is your capacity to go after Bondi? Because I think
For
you
Trump,
have
I think it's actually pretty easy. I think it's actually really easy for Trump. On January
How so?
21st, on January 21st, you put Trump in handcuffs, and then you bring
Based.
back the Epstein, not Epstein, Jesus, the Eastman scheme, that related set of lawsuits, because that was dropped, but it can still be brought back up.
Okay, but
was it Jack
Oh,
Smith?
hold on. Was it ever determined if
considered
those
how
lawsuits
Republicans work
were
for them?
under the what is it, the presidential immunity with official actions? Was that ever determined?
We can get by that
Sorry,
by
what?
appointing 12 more Supreme Court justices and overturning that decision. Easy.
Okay, then this brings back to violating
No,
the
because
Constitution.
I-
or
I- I
Well,
don't
it's
think
not a
it's about
violation of the
Democratic
Constitution.
Like, okay, okay.
That's not.
So if you appointed like
that's-
12 Supreme Court justices that just said like, okay, we're just gonna do whatever the Democratic Party says, are they really?
Yep.
But it's not a violation of the
hold on,
Constitution.
Hey,
That's
you're
not a
talking about
violation.
the immunity ruling, right? Because in the immunity ruling, they even some of the conservative justices in the immunity ruling said that some of the things that Trump did with regard to the Eastman scheme and all the false electors, that wouldn't be covered by immunity. So you can bring that case back and you can immediately throw him in prison. And I hope Americans do in 2028. But I don't think you can get there if you allow Vance to become president by indicting Trump first.
Well, okay, but hold on. So somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but with the pardon power, it's been argued that the pardon power is so vague and so unspecific within the the constitutional construction or whatever, that it is believed that the president actually does have the ability to pardon himself.
Hasn't been tested before. I don't think anyone.
But
Really
there's a
knows
loophole to that as well. Trump could just step down like the day before he leaves office, appoint JD Vance, and JD Vance could pardon him. I mean,
Right. So
You
so
know
at
what?
that
If you
point,
got, you know what? I agree. Actually, if we're going to be creative with loopholes. When Abrego Garcia was out of the country, the Trump admin ruled that once it's out of the country, this is out of the jurisdiction of any court to rule. So we should just throw Trump onto a fucking plane, and we should fly him out of the country. Now we can do whatever the fuck we want, and he's beyond any court apparently, according to what he's.
well, technically,
argued,
it's not us; it's whoever the fuck we're sending him to. But yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
right. Yeah,
My
technically.
trebuchet idea comes back, but
Oh.
okay. But
Send him to
while-
Venezuela.
Like, no, do
Sorry.
you guys understand how kind of fucked up this is to talk about? Like,
No,
how
it's
we're going
100%
Yes.
fucked up.
Hey, no, I'm
And
sorry. Wait. What's fucked up? What's fucked up?
fucked up. Like, do we think
What's
that
fucked up?
it was good that they sent Abrego Garcia, even if he was guilty of every single thing that he's been accused of, to
Yeah.
foreign soil so we could do whatever the fuck they wanted to him? No, it was obviously not good. So it's obviously not good, even if Trump is and he is guilty of every single thing, right? That is still something we should not do because it is wrong to do so. It is
Why was it
immoral.
wrong to do so? What's the difference between killing and murder?
You
Lack of
shouldn't kill Trump
justification.
either.
I'm not saying we should kill him, but I'm just saying that you're saying that when you
Lack of-
do the same action in like physical time and space, then it's of the same moral equivalence. It's just
I
stupid.
think in this
It's not
case it
true.
would be to try to get around laws and civil protections that even Trump is protected by sending him to foreign soil, even if he did it himself. If
Well,
he
that's real
violated these laws
unfortunate then.
himself,
He shouldn't
which
have
he
argued
did.
that.
Your whole thing is
I
basically
think
saying
that is
fuck the
wrong to do.
Constitution. We're just gonna ignore it entirely and try to just prosecute him in like
Why not?
fucking Holland or something.
Who's saying
like
fuck the Constitution?
Like-
We're going by prior rulings. This is all legal according to the Trump admin, right?
Okay,
No,
but
but-
Dev, I
But
actually,
you would
because
disagree with
But-
them.
Hold on, but he's actually Stephen's point isn't not to say fuck the Constitution though, right? Like he's actually trying to work within the judiciary, right? You're saying you're trying to block all these avenues. He's saying like we
that's
could just
not what he's saying. He's saying he wants to subvert it by going outside of the country, just like what the Trump
no, he
administration
didn't. No. That came afterwards, though. Like, and your objection to him before, you were saying the same thing previously, before you even mentioned that, right? But like having these trials wouldn't be a subversion of the Constitution. Even packing the courts wouldn't be a subversion of the Constitution. You can stretch the rules the way the Trump administration has stretched the rules, right, and still be perfectly within the bounds of the Constitution.
There we
Well,
go.
I
Okay,
would still
so
like to
if-
know how Dev is going to overcome the pardon.
But fuck
power,
Steven,
because-
but fuck
because Dev
Steven.
actually seems to be trying to like laser in on if this was possible, it would be good. You think that the midterms could give Democrats or never Trump Republicans or enough people enough political capital in order to do this, and it would be good for the country if we do so. However, how do you circumvent the pardon?
Well, and when
Well,
it
they're
comes
trying to
to
do it right now
people,
with AutoPen, so you just do the same thing, measure the signatures. Somebody accused them
Trump's
apparently using
AutoPen.
AutoPen, so there you go.
So,
easy.
when it comes to Trump, I do think you just have to let him be in office and then get him on the way out. Because if Vance gets into the seat, he will pardon Trump. In terms of other people, I honestly don't know.
But
you might have
we already
you might
brought
have
up, we
to.
already brought up the self pardon. He can either self pardon or he can step down if he really thinks. Like let's say that Destiny is appointed like head of the DNC, and he's like, this is the Democratic priority. We will be prosecuting Trump on January 8th, 2020, what, 8, right? So, or 2029. So if Steven says that, then why wouldn't Trump step down day before? Like he could probably self-pardon, but if he can't self-pardon, why wouldn't you just have JD step down for a day, have JD Vance sign the pardon, call it a day?
I mean, either way, like you are entering into constitutional crisis territory where
I
you
don't
have
think so
to.
because I don't think that's not a crisis of the pardon. The pardon thing
that
is like
doesn't
overly
violate any
vague.
constitutional.
Okay, no, it doesn't violate the Constitution, but it certainly violates the spirit of the Constitution because you're allowing this guy to
We're
basically
not
get
throwing
away
away a
with
Does it?
everything
republic for
he's done.
violations of spirit of the Constitution.
Yeah.
No, nonetheless, though, this is the moment where now you have to start talking about political violence. I think, like this is
Okay,
Why?
so,
the
like, what is
yes,
the point of a
this is the
constitution
political
if
violence
the entire
threshold.
goal is basically
Prosecute a
just to
man who
subvert
was
it
no longer
in order to
power.
achieve like your
What a
political
great
norms?
question. What is the point of the
Yes.
Constitution if all you try to do is constantly subvert it to accomplish your political ends? That's a really good question.
Well, I don't know. I'm asking you that because that's what it feels like you're advocating for, Stephen.
You
No,
say that
no,
I'm
no, no, no.
advocating for
The
that, and what I'm trying
Republicans
to make you
do
guys
that.
understand is we're already there. That's already what's happening every single fucking day. Every single day, that's
So
what's
why
happening
would
right
you do
now.
it too? You're
Then
accelerating
basically just
the
say
death
fuck
of
the
the republic.
It's
Constitution.
already
Then just
happening. What do
admit
you
it.
mean?
Just admit it that you're just saying fuck the Constitution. We're just gonna
No.
We're just trying to
I like
achieve
the
ends.
Constitution,
Who
but the Constitution
don't
will
give a
get
shit about the
shredded.
means?
Do you acknowledge right now that we live in unconstitutional times?
Well, yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
then the
kind
Constitution
of,
doesn't
sort
apply.
of,
What do you mean? There's
sort
no
of.
sort of.
No.
What do you mean by
There's
sort of?
there's testings of the Constitution. The Constitution is still in
What?
place. Like we haven't. I don't think we've gotten to like a full blown constitutional crisis.
Sorry.
Or we've basically
Really?
thrown
How
everything
many
away and we're in the
articles
middle of a
have to
fucking
be
civil
broken?
war or
How many
anything like
amendments have to
that.
be broken?
Like-
How many parts of the Constitution have to be broken before we're in unconstitutional? Is it every single word? Is it every single sentence? Is it all the section? What, like, how many parts of the Constitution have to be broken before we say that we're in
You're
unconstitutional
acting
times?
like there aren't active cases. Like, so for instance, with the citizens who are
Other
being detained,
cases.
hold on, with the citizens who are being detained by the Trump administration due to just being Hispanic, those cases are making it through the courts. And I actually would be surprised if they don't find a sympathetic judge eventually and have to award Hispanic citizens who have been detained merely for the element of being Hispanic millions of dollars.
Okay.
So
Here,
acting like that's not the
counterpoints.
court
How about
system
this?
playing out is bullshit.
Here, how about this? Okay, let's say these cases go through. They get to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court comes down against Trump, and then Trump and his administration say, "Fuck you, we're going to do what we want." Is it time for violence then?
Yeah, then it's time for violence. Yeah.
Okay.
Jesus.
I think that you are closer to that point than you want to admit.
I think that Donald Trump. I think that there are plenty of people, particularly within law enforcement. I understand like ICE got blown up with like a huge budget and they're all Trump sycophants and loyalists and all that kind of stuff. I still think there's plenty of people who have joined the National Guard, who have joined federal law enforcement, who have joined the federal military, who take their oaths to the Constitution very seriously. So I don't think that Trump snaps his fingers and then all of a sudden we have, 2 or 3 million security personnel who all are automatons for the Trump agenda. I think that's bullshit.
Wow.
I hope so.
Okay, we got some new people. I want to give
I
them a
hope
chance.
that's the case.
Yeah.
I was going to yell at you, Wick, for a minute, but okay, go ahead.
Okay, you can yell at me later, buddy. Okay, we're gonna get some of the new people in. I know Kalinda and Purple Base Politics. I don't know how to say your name.
You almost got it, Wig. You could just say
Riddell.
Riddell.
Well,
It's
Riddell,
fine.
Riddell. Okay,
Yeah,
let's give it to you guys. What do you guys got for us?
You can go first, Riddell.
All right. I mean, this is in regards to the super chat that I sent, and I kind of have smoke for you too, Wake. So, my thing is, you brought up the consequence of the Republicans in terms of everything that they're doing, and we can imagine scenarios of it getting worse. Of course, is them losing the election. So,
Losing political power, losing influence, losing their ability to affect their will. Yes.
I like how he said losing
Right.
the election, and you said losing the election like 3 different ways. That was base,
Yeah.
by the way.
yeah. But my thing is, Wick, though, in the situation we're talking about, where the only thing that is kind of keeping them at bay is losing the election, but then there's going to be an incentive later on, considering they won 2 elections with Trump being a historically terrible president. And of course, I'm sure you guys heard the murmurs, whether or not this is legally possible, of Steve Bannon talking about, we'll try to figure out if Trump can get a 3rd term. There is going to be that underlying
If he
incentive
gets
that
a 3rd
they're
term,
going
like
to try
population
another
change, it's okay.
strategy later on
Sure.
to
Again,
reacquire power.
my mind changes as soon as certain lines are crossed. And if he is if he runs for a 3rd term, a line has been crossed, and my calculation.
Wait a
Have
minute.
you ever driven?
What?
You ever do interstate driving? You know how like when the road is like really far in front of you and it's like sunny outside, you know, there's that weird like like thing, the blurry thing above the
Wait,
road? You know
yeah,
what I'm talking
heat.
about?
Yeah, the heat.
Yeah, heat,
okay.
like heat.
Yeah, that's the
distortion.
line. And every time you drive, it's weird because it never seems to get any closer.
What do you
Could you
mean? It
imagine
never
5
seems to
years
get any
ago?
closer?
Could you
Mike
imagine
Johnson
5
has
years
already
ago?
said
Could you
he's
imagine
not gonna
5
back
years
a
ago?
third Trump
So-
term. You guys are being
Could you imagine?
fucking
Could you imagine 5 years ago? Somebody's like, "What do you think about a president running for a third term?" You're like, "That's crazy. That's a deal breaker immediately." And you're like, "Well, if he said he was going to run for a third term, if he flirted with it, if he made his political opponents come into the Oval Office while he had hats saying Trump should be elected for a third term, and when his surrogates are arguing about running for a third term, that's all okay. But if he would actually run, I think that would be the line for me." Do you think you would have ever made that statement 5 years ago?
Yes.
5 years ago?
Because it's not. No. This is bullshit. Okay. And the reason why
It
it's
is.
bullshit is because Bannon is a uniquely large piece of shit. And
Nope.
Mike Johnson, who is in
No.
charge of the House of Representatives, has said that he's not going to back a third term. This shit is
What?
dead on the
I
wall.
mean, what-
Prohibited by the 12.
No, what you
Prohibited by
what?
the 22nd. Just because
Wait,
you're yelling doesn't mean that you're right about everything, Stephen. Oh, you
No.
fucking get really loud.
I want to see that. No, I'm curious. You mean Johnson committed to a opposing Trump position? He said, "I will not support Trump for a third term." He actually said that. That'd be curious. Number one.
Yes.
Number two, Bannon is not a random. You understand that Bannon was
I love the
chiefly
chaos.
involved with the Trump campaign in 2016
Yes.
and was literally the author of the creator of Breitbart and was whispering in Trump's ear through up through 2020 as well, right? So it's not like Bannon's
Yes.
a random dude.
And Steve Bannon is a fucking schizo who has lost a lot of his political capital. As a matter of fact, you can go ahead and find a clip fairly recently where he said, you know, we really need somebody like Trump in office in 2028 or else people like me are going to prison
Sorry,
or going to jail.
The
Steve Bannon has lost his cachet. compared
sorry,
to
the worst,
26
the
Hold on,
worst
I
insult.
found it.
The worst.
Just
Go
real
ahead.
quick, just real
You
quick, because
said
I did find the actual quotation. He said there is no path for a third Trump term. He doesn't see the path for such a move, and it is barred under the Constitution. And he just said, "Well, there's the 22nd Amendment. It's been a great run, but I think the president knows, and he and I have talked about the constrictions of the Constitution." That's what he said.
So-
He did not say he would not support him because he would support him. You do it lovingly.
So hold on,
And
like
Bannon
the,
did allude to
the
the fact
worst-
that they are looking
But
into legal
just hold on.
means
Just
to
let
attack
let Randall finish his point. Right? Did I
Sorry,
answer your
okay.
question, by the way, Randall? Randall?
I mean,
Radell,
you said
sorry.
you're the threat. Riddell, yeah, it's fine. You're good. It's not a big deal. So, I mean, you kind of did in terms of you said there is a line, and the line is
Yes.
him running a third term.
Well,
but
there are
I'm
other
kinda
lines too,
weird-
but that's the one that comes to mind, right?
But that's where I have to question how is the accumulation of so much of the things that MAGA has alluded to that they plan to do, as well as things that they've already done, not already flirting with the idea that there should be some type of consequence. That's my
We are both
confusion here.
wanting consequences. We both just want different scale of consequences, right? Do you agree with Destiny that we should bar 25% of elected Republican officials from office if we win?
In my world, it'd be like 80%.
50%, 75%, whatever fucking crazy number he's dreaming out. Do you agree
No,
with
no, I don't agree to that because you need something substantive to make such an
exactly?
assertion.
Okay.
But,
So you can convince me just real quick. You could convince me for some sort of other consequence. I'm open to that. I came into this conversation again in the context of the president of the United States, and let's be clear, calling for sitting Congress members to be hanged by the neck until they were dead. And I was like, oh shit, maybe I'm actually going to agree with Destiny today. And then didn't take long, and I was like, oh no, Destiny's fucking crazy again. And
I bet Destiny's going to be on board with the idea that, like, man, these guys need some consequences. What are the consequences? They're going to lose their elections. Wow,
That
that's
is
crazy. That's
you know,
crazy.
No,
Sorry.
Rick,
Oh my God.
my thing's related to this,
And
Rick.
on
My
top
thing
of
is
that,
related to this.
None of you, hold on, not all of you twats are super loud, yapping, including Destiny. None of you have explained how you're actually going to impose consequences. None of you have
I've already
actually
given the
explained it.
explanation. Use
Why-
the 14th Amendment.
Closest person. That
Use
is
the 14th
closest person to
Amendment.
take
The
question
14th Amendment
seriously,
says
and he
the-
doesn't have a way to circumvent the pardon.
The 14th Amendment doesn't require a criminal conviction. Boom, pardon circumvented. The 14th Amendment says that if you have been engaged in insurrection against the United States, you are a prior oath taker, you are no longer allowed to hold office. That's it. Easy.
How is
Boom.
it determined?
Well, Donald Trump isn't allowed
Stephen?
to hold office anyway.
How is it determined? It's somebody- whoever-
targeting are not engaged.
Like, okay, hold on.
It's
hold on.
adjudicated. You
I'll
allow
amend
the
my
states to
previous
adjudicate it.
I'll amend my
Allow the
previous
states to
statement.
adjudicate it.
I'll amend my previous statement. there
Good.
are specific politicians who were involved in January 6, 2021. I think that Josh Hawley.
But the states figured
perhaps-
out.
No. I think Josh Hawley might have actually been texting Stop the Steal representatives and Proud Boy members during the riots. So anybody who was engaged in January 6, 2021, I'll take that all day. Yeah, sure. Charge them with insurrection, bar them from office. I'm good with that. I don't think that you're going to get the entire MAGA base. That's an insane.
Yeah, but that was a good. Someone was asking a good question. How do you determine someone's done an insurrection? You have to get a conviction,
It's up to the
correct?
states to determine that, however they want to do it.
So, like, could
Most
a
of the states
governor
don't want to
could a
In
governor
every court where
declare?
Trump, in every court where the question was asked, Trump was adjudicated as having engaged in insurrection. It happened in Colorado. It happened when there was a politician that was barred for running for office, I believe, in New Mexico. And it happened in the Senate when they voted by a majority to convict Trump of insurrection. They didn't get enough to get the actual conviction, which I think is 60. And in the House, they voted overwhelmingly that he had engaged in insurrection. So in every forum where it's been adjudicated, they've said he has engaged in insurrection. So I don't know. Leave it up to the states to figure it out. There's not a specific mechanism laid out.
Wasn't
What?
Wait,
Colorado
okay,
overturned?
Stephen, I want you to answer
Colorado was
this
overturned
honestly
because the
for me.
Supreme Court
So,
said we think that the 14th Amendment is bullshit. Correct. So we would need to bring
okay,
the 14th
Stephen,
Amendment
if
back.
the state of Texas basically declared that Kamala Harris engaged in insurrection on whatever bullshit charge they want to make up, you would then support the state of Texas not allowing Kamala to like run on a Texas ticket.
They have the right to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I'm
just
guessing they would have to prove it.
I don't.
At the end of the
that's-
day, there has to be some level of proving that situation. But in
Like, just
terms
wait,
of
I'm sorry,
like,
real quick. I just want to cut you off. You guys think you're so clever when you're like, would you care if Republicans did this thing? And I'm like, yeah. Do you think they're just waiting for Democrats to do it first? Like, who are Democrats shipping off extrajudicially to other countries in order because they were too lazy to enforce immigration law properly? Like, how many crypto scams were Democrats running prior to Donald Trump running a crypto scam? How many different, like, you're acting like the Republicans are just waiting. Look at Donald Trump begging them to get rid of the filibuster. And the only reason they didn't do it is because they probably thought it wasn't politically tenable. You're acting like the Republicans are waiting for the Democrats to do it first. This is the game they play, and you've fallen for their tricks.
Yeah. So, I mean, I the thing I wanted to agree that I don't want to agree with Steve on anything. But this idea of like this endlessly moving mirage that he was the metaphor we were setting up there, right? This like moving mirage of like unconstitutionality when we've entered the point where like the Constitution has been burned, right? Like how much of the Constitution has to be violated? How many times it has to be violated until we have discovered, oh, we're in an authoritarian state or a fascist state? Like there is no point. Like we're waiting for for it to be like in the movies, right? For it to be black and white, and then you see like troops lined up on every corner, right? Well, asking people for papers. I guess we're already doing that, right? Like we are harassing citizens, right, and some non-citizens everywhere they go, just because for what they look like, and asking for the papers. We're already doing that part, so that's happening, right?
We've already got
but
bullshit
at what point?
indictments. We've got the DOJ charging people with crimes.
Yeah.
Comey, Letitia James. We already have that happening.
But you
Yeah,
understand
so
how every
all
hold
these
on,
things-
just real quick, every single thing that you are listing here, the Republicans, and I agree, this justification is bullshit, are pointing to past actions of other people on the Democratic
Yes,
side.
you
Yes.
said it, Wick,
It's
you
fake,
got
Wick.
it. It was
Those are
bullshit.
fake
It's all
actions.
bullshit anyway. Yes.
Yeah.
But you
justify
understand,
no matter
if we
what.
don't do these things, they have less justification, and it's less likely they.
But
will
they'll do it
succeed.
any which way.
Wick. Okay.
Yeah,
What
they,
are we gonna do?
No,
We're
no,
gonna
no,
do
no,
nothing?
Bullshit.
We just have to stop
That's
everything?
the
Wick,
flaw in
please.
your argument. Is
No.
that
no, it's not
the
a flaw.
success rate
No.
would be the exact same if we gave them ammo versus if we gave
It,
them.
it doesn't. None of this matter.
Well,
Hun.
It
They're
absolutely
gonna.
matters.
There's been a clear level of escalation, right? Like from the first Trump term, from the Bush administration, there's been a clear level of escalation, and there's been no correction mechanism. I agree. I would also apply that to Democrats, right? I would also say they've been pushing like the War Powers Act as far as they can get away with it too, right? I would say that they like build on to what Republicans are doing, but still, in any case, right? There's been no level of correction, and so if that's the case, we have to at some point introduce a correction. They're going to do it any which way. Next, the next Republican president is going to do something worse. It's guaranteed.
So
So
I'm
wait,
curious.
wait,
Wait.
So
Not
I have
Wait,
a
wait,
question
wait,
for you.
wait,
I
wait, I got a
question
question
for you, just
I got
real
it.
quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm done.
I got a question for you, Wick. Just so you said their punishment is that they lost the election. That's the punishment for the Republicans, right? Is that they lose the next
That's the
election?
main one, the major one. And now,
Okay,
again,
I understand.
Hold on, just real quick. I can be convinced for more. Like, I do think we should prosecute Trump specifically. I do
Okay.
think that. But
Oh,
I
when you're
understand.
talking
We're on
about
that.
prosecuting Marco Rubio for what?
Okay, so here's my question. Okay, if someone was raping you, is it an appropriate punishment that they have to pull their dick out of you?
No.
Yeah, you
No.
need something more than that, right? You need something
Yes.
more than just them pulling their dick out of you, right?
Yes.
Yes.
But you
Yeah,
know what?
them
Rape
losing the election is not
the
enough of a
same
punishment.
as holding
It's not enough
office,
of a punishment.
usually.
How are you? I've asked this before. I'll ask
I mean,
this again.
it would
It's
be
actually
part of the
genuinely
punishment.
pissing me off. How, when the presidency has the pardon power, how are you going to effectuate your alleged punishment?
Okay,
None
Because
if
of
your
state
political,
crime.
here,
State
I'll
crime.
answer that.
State crime.
I'll answer that. I will answer that
Coulda,
directly. Okay.
woulda. You will not.
I will
tell me
answer it.
how.
I will
State
answer it
crimes.
directly.
Boom.
If your political leaders are
Wait.
so morally degenerate that they're going to pardon themselves, you are outside of the bounds of the Constitution now. Now you are in violence time.
And
No-
what
no, you're
state
not.
crimes are you going to be
Hold on,
convicting
hold on,
Donald
just real
Trump
quick.
for?
No, I want to be very clear.
This
So,
is
Dev, if you
legitimately-
think that
yeah,
if
this
JD
is
Vance
one of the
pardons
dumbest things I've
Trump
ever
or
heard
if
you
Trump
say.
pardons
So you're
himself,
saying
that it
if
would be
the Trump
justified to do violence
administration
against the U.S.
walks away
government.
from power, we should start killing each
Let
other.
make
in
Dev,
the
no, hold
streets
on.
their
Make
behalf.
Dev answer that question. Dev,
Hmm?
if JD Vance pardons Trump or Trump pardons himself, do you think that we are now in a time where there would be justifiable violence against Trump and his administration?
Yes.
Damn.
That's crazy.
I
disagree-
posted. He just
disagree.
fed posted
See,
like crazy.
my issue with this is that I feel like there's also not a recognition. If we're going to use the cachet that what you're referring to in terms of the people being super dissatisfied with Trump, we can also use that in other ways as well as the growing sentiment from the people on the Democratic side. And now the Republicans can't go back in the past and use this as ammunition when it comes down to the pardon circumstance. Now there is actual justifiable reason why we probably should deal with it, especially if we're doing self-pardoning. The people are starting recognizing, oh yeah, sure, we have issues with the preemptive pardons from Biden. We have big issues with Donald Trump pardoning himself, pardoning the Jan Sixers, and pardoning all these corrupt politicians and these weird billionaires, the guy with the Binance. So now this is becoming more of a thing that is becoming recognized, and now there's heat on both directions. So in a circumstance like this, not only with the pardon system, but even something that I don't really care what you feel about it, but with the filibuster, another example where there's a lot of people on the left that were like, we want to get rid of the filibuster. Trump obviously wants to get rid of the filibuster because he wants to do whatever he wants as an executive authoritarian. But this is just another thing that's like, oh, we saw how it was used. It was used in a way that was super corrupt by the Trump administration. So now certain things that have been deliberated regarding the political landscape can now truly be challenged, not only from the sides that have dissatisfaction with it, but with the people now seeing how they can be used in a corrupt fascist way. So it's not just them losing elections, but now you can raise these issues in a way to not only use it against the authoritarian regime that is MAGA, but they can't even go back on it because they use these type of arguments to attack the Dems at the same time. So you have now a full picture of framing it very clearly on why we should attack these specific things.
Okay, the solution to I'm sorry if I'm not addressing what you just said, but the solution to pardon abuse would be legislation amending the Constitution to limit the power of the pardon. It wouldn't be for militias to enter into the streets, sparking off a civil war that kills tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of people. The fact that like that would
Oh,
be
yeah, I
the
agree with that.
constitutional crisis that I'm talking to Dev mostly. The fact that you think that would be the constitutional
is
crisis
right
that
now. He
America
can't hear a
should
word
die
you're
for
saying.
is fucking crazy.
I
You
mean,
understand he's deaf right now. He can't hear. You can't. He didn't hear a word.
Yeah,
I
it's fine.
don't give a fuck. I just
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
get on
no,
record
no
for
counterpoints.
do
I
wanna
hear
give,
you.
I do want to give. I do
Shit
want to give
ever heard
Kalinda a
him
chance
say.
because Kalinda hasn't said a word. And Kalinda, do you have anything for us?
Yeah, I do. Also, before I get into yelling at Prime, because that's what I came in here to do, but
Hooray.
the Trump the Georgia prosecution case, it's coming back. It's coming back, guys. It's here. It's they're bringing that back. Do you think that could mean or count for anything? Like the racketeering case in Georgia?
As a fellow, as not a fellow, as a fellow Coomer to the DA there, I cannot believe that they let that case get sunk on that retarded fucking shit. So fuck Georgia. Okay, that's all I got to say. We'll see what it comes back as, but I feel like at this point that it's so far removed from everything. I cannot believe they let something so stupid still that
They
case.
appointed a new prosecutor, but yes, I agree with you. It was very stupid. But they did
What did
appoint
you
a new
have for Prime?
prosecutor. So anyway, Prime, I'm very sorry that I'm about to derail this whole shit back into the thing that nobody wanted to talk about, but I'm going to do it.
Hold on. No, if you're no. If you're gonna bring up Palestine, I'm gonna veto this.
What?
Just say you're not going to do it.
Yes, okay, I'm not going to bring up Israel Palestine.
Okay.
Prime, do you
have anything else
understand?
other than Israel Palestine?
No, that's not what I was going to bring up. Prime, do you understand the difference between the ships and Biden's alleged crimes? Between like Trump bombing drug boats and Biden's alleged crimes. Can you think
No,
for
I
me for
don't.
just a
No, I
second
don't. No,
and-
I don't understand them. No, I don't understand them. Like, these aren't the same things? Please help me out. Like, draw the distinction. Please go ahead.
What crimes are you would you consider Biden to be like violating with the
Nothing. Don't answer that.
under,
He's convicted.
under Biden?
No, yeah, don't. I already know what the answer is that he's going to give, but I think it's bullshit. The thing is, here's the difference. The difference is that Trump is bombing civilian ships against a country that he is not at war with, violating the principle of distinction instead of arresting people for drug trafficking, which he could do, rather than like bombing people that they are not at war with. And Biden is sending weapons to a country that is fighting a war that is a very different kind of war than the one that would likely be fought in Venezuela, which would be a normal, regular war against another army. And he's sending those weapons to Israel so that Israel can fight against Hamas, which is a organization that hides behind civilians. But you probably don't.
It's an organization that hides behind civilians. Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, because you like
yeah,
to pretend that Hamas doesn't exist.
There was a Hamas. No, I'm not pretending Hamas doesn't exist. I brought Hamas up during the debate. Okay, but you weren't paying attention to that, right? You heard Palestine.
I was paying attention, but no,
you heard Palestine. You heard Palestine, and you went to a red rage, right? But I brought up Hamas, absolutely. Right, and so I guess Hamas was under every baby's cribs that they dropped that bomb on, right? Like every child, right? There was Hamas headquarters, right? And they were dropping bunker busters on those kids, right, to kill those Hamas agents. No, don't bullshit me. No, we get what Israel is doing. It's fine if you need to. It's fine if you. It's fine if you. It's fine if you. It's fine if you. Just like Steven, Steven's pretending there's not a genocide. But don't worry.
What is the answer? Wait, why are there no bomb shelters in Gaza?
Why aren't civilians allowed in the Hamas tunnels?
All right, so I don't know what you're talking about. So
I can feel Wick's blood pressure like rising slowly.
Wait, I'm just curious. What's the answer? Wait, are there really no bomb shelters in Gaza? Is that true?
No.
Wouldn't it be kind of crazy? Prime, is that true?
Yeah.
There's no way.
Wait, what's the consequence of them bringing up Israel Palestine?
I'm just curious. What's the answer to that? Wait, Prime, is she speaking truth there?
Prime exists, and then Israel Palestine.
So I'm confused as to like what's the point of this question. I'm very confused. So there's no bomb shelters in Palestine. There might be. No, what's the question? The question is
why
there
are
bomb
there
shelters
no bomb shelters in Gaza?
In Gaza,
why did Hamas
right? Like
build
recently,
no bomb shelters for their civilians.
If that's the case, that might be because of the embargo that's been there since, was it 2012? Yeah, they can't actually build. They can't actually
fucking tunnels.
Wait, yeah, I'm just curious.
Hamas tunnels that can fit a massive population of people. Like, was it 2 million individuals? Yeah, those tunnels. Everyone's going to fit in those tunnels. Is that what's going to happen? How many people fit in the tunnels?
How many miles of tunnel do they have again? Is it just half a mile? Is it 1 mile?
It's like
who knows?
It's like
it's
everyone was going to fit in those tunnels.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to build a wall. I'm going to build a very strong wall. Kalinda, thanks for coming in. I do appreciate
Thanks,
you.
Kalinda.
Thanks,
for nothing.
Thanks, North. We're gonna.
I will happily argue with you about this later, Prime, because you trigger me so fucking hard.
Oh, I'm going to trigger you so many more times. I'm going to trigger you so many more times. Come into my channel. I'll trigger you. Don't worry. Bye. Okay. Whatever.
We're gonna have more questions if you're okay with them. If you're all right with that.
Hello.
No, we're not okay with questions here. Fuck your questions. So go ahead.
Okay.
What's your question? Ask.
Yeah, I have I guess my question's for Connor. I mean, I have two, but I'll start with the bigger one. What do we do to ensure that like Republicans don't, or like anyone doesn't do what Trump has been doing, if not some level of atonement, right? Like if we don't have some level of atonement, what's to just stop this from happening again?
Yeah, so I think that this is the way that I would like to spend political capital. Number one, so somebody's arguing with me in chat, so I'll try to answer it real quick. Congress can't, let's say in 2026, we actually get a Democrat majority Congress. You can impeach Trump. You could also even indict him. I know that people have saying that through the unitary executive ruling, he can't be indicted. No, he can. The Constitution clearly says so. So that's number one. Number two, what do? You would have to pass legislation in order to reform the pardon. So
wait, just a quick thing. We would impeach Trump after he's done with his second term in office. That's the. That's the
No,
penalty.
you would impeach him in 26 when you hit the midterms. He's still in office. He's just a lame
We're not going to
duck.
have a majority. We won't have a majority in the Senate to do it.
Well, then I guess you're fucked.
Also, it doesn't this seem a bit Trump exclusive? Again, like what's to stop someone from just coming in the next presidency and doing a bunch of fucked up shit and like rigging elections so they don't have the majority, for example.
They will
So there needs to be some
anyway, is
kind
the
of, like,
point.
This
The
is where I
Republicans
don't
will do this
real
anyway.
quick, he's asking me the question, and I actually do have limited time again because now my debate is coming up again.
Is this for real?
So hold on. So this time for real. So when it comes to like what can we do in the future, we're a republic, which is the rule of law, which means we have to pass legislation. So if you don't like the pardon, you got to pass the pardon. And one of the things that's been pissing me off about this conversation is people are saying, oh, well, they're ignoring the court orders or whatever. I don't think so. As far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure that a shitload of court orders have come down that have limited the power of the presidency and have been followed by the executive administration.
So you can
But
break
this
the
is the
law
other
as
thing
long
I
as you
wanted to
listen to the
push back
court
on.
when they
Wait,
do.
this
Stop
is
breaking
the other thing I wanted to
Where's
push back
the
on
dick
too.
analogy? The dick analogy. That's right.
Wait, this is the other thing I want to push back on.
just
the
gotta pull
National
out.
Guard stuff.
Is angry by the concept of time that you have to violate a law in order to be held accountable
Wait,
for.
this is the other thing that I want to
That's
push back
how
on.
law
with the
Wait,
works.
just to be
National Guard.
clear,
That's how
Connor's
time
mad
works.
because he doesn't know what courts are for. He thinks that you're allowed to break the law as long as you stop breaking the law when the court tells you to stop breaking the law. That's not how that works.
Or the court can hold you criminally accountable if you violated the law intentionally and knowingly.
Which they've done how many times to Trump?
They've done
With
it
the National
0
Guard,
times.
especially,
Which
is
is
Yeah,
like
how?
all
Hold
the
on.
judges are
What
fans
do you
of the
think your
Trump
strongest
administration,
argument
Destiny?
is here
Sorry,
for
Stormwolf had a
Trump
second
during his
question, so I
second
wanna
term?
address it.
Is Trump during his second term? When do you think he has most clearly, knowingly used his executive power in a way that he knew he didn't have the authority to do so?
the National Guard, right? I mean, like it's blatantly illegal to send the National Guard no matter
Well,
what.
okay, what's your
without,
evidence that he did not know that he did not have
well,
the
first of all,
authority
Destiny
to...
brought up earlier the Black Lives Matter stuff where he wasn't
Yep.
able to deploy the National Guard without the state's
True.
consensus. By the way, this is established in Title 32, which explains the exemptions, none of which is met because Trump originally said he's going to do it for domestic law enforcement, which is legal according to the Posse Committees Act, which means that
True.
Trump knowingly was violating this stuff. That's the thing I want to bring up. You cannot deploy the National Guard without the federal government, without the state government's consent.
Actually, I have a question for you regarding that.
That's
Then,
already
because
wrong.
I see a lot of right wingers talk about how Eisenhower federalized the National Guard to enforce desegregation against the will
Yes,
of the
and-
Arkansas governor. So what was the
So
what
the
was
reason
loophole
that
there?
is because so yeah, I had a debate in my college around this, so I was doing research on this. So you can do it. There's three conditions. You can do it if the U.S. is being invaded, there's a rebellion or danger of rebellion, or if the president is unable to enforce federal law. The issue is none of these apply because why
Hold on.
Trump deployed the National Guard to blue cities is because of
Is
law
it- is
enforcement.
because
which
he's
is
unable to
explicitly illegal.
enforce the federal law in sanctuary cities, right? Because sanctuary cities...
No, that's not why he
right.
deployed it.
No,
He deployed it
nope.
because he cited crime as the primary reason. Then he hasn't even retroactively changed it. He's still been talking about crime rates in DC, Chicago, LA. That's why he said he deployed the National Guard.
But here's the thing though. All of the courts have come back effectively saying exactly what you said.
Which
He
states?
can hold on. He can federalize the National Guard. He has used rebellion as a pretense.
Wait,
by
why
the
do you
way,
keep saying that?
Destiny.
He's lost like every time there's
By
been a
the
challenge. He lost in
Destiny,
California. He
you
lost
should
in
Google
DC.
the word pretense because you've used it incorrectly multiple times. So, anyways, so
Wait,
he's
what do you
used the
think? Wait, how
pretense-
about?
He's used the pretense of rebellion, and then the courts have come back and said the only way that you can use federalized National Guard, you can't use them for local law enforcement. You can only use them to protect federal buildings. That's how
Why
it's
did
been
he
ruled.
say he was
Wait.
sending them to DC?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Because
The
it
reason he said he was
doesn't
sending
matter.
these,
In court.
it
he's
does
used
matter
a
because that would be
pretense.
the justification for deploying
court,
the National Guard. The
Used
reason.
pretense of rebellion.
That's not what he
you
said.
can't
He
change
said he
your
was doing it
argument
for
in
law
court.
enforcement.
You can't just go to court and say.
Hold on. Wait. Where did I hear? What large political streamer did I hear say, I don't care what people say in public. I only care what people say in court.
Because
Wait,
in
no,
court,
but the
you
issue
have
is-
to-
the issue is-
stop. Hold on.
There's a
No,
really
shut the fuck up.
famous liberal streamer who said that
Yes.
probably a dozen times.
That's when you're the plaintiff. It's a totally different thing. When Donald Trump goes to
No.
court, when Donald
Also-
Trump goes to court, hold on. When Donald Trump goes to court to defend a thing, I've never said that you can't look at a person's public statements to determine the things that the state of mind of the person at the time. That's a lot different than me
Yeah.
saying, like, I think Connor has
This is
defamed me
why
a
you need to
million times
Google
over every single
pretense
statement he's made. And then when I sue you and I go to court, I say, well, I don't think he's defamed me, but I think he inflicted emotional harm, right? Okay, well, I'm going to get your court statements here. That's what you're charging him with. That's what you're suing him for. That's a lot different than me going to court and saying, oh, I only did this for reasons A, ABC. That's really crazy because when we consult the public record, you were saying X, 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 Y, 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 Z, 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 Z. So it seems like it doesn't work there. It's not even
It's
remotely
like if,
comparable.
it's like
Nice try,
if,
though.
it's like if you stab someone. It's like if you stab someone and then say,
So hold on.
it's like if
Trump,
you, oh,
if
sure.
Trump makes a public statement that we all agree is in the legal purpose in violation of the Posse Comitatus Act, I agree with you. But
Yes.
he uses in
No, he
court
doesn't.
the pretense of rebellion. You should Google the word pretense.
That's not how that works.
Google
You
what
can't
that works.
retroactively say this is
And
why
then
I'm
the
deploying the
court
National Guard.
and then the court orders the Trump administration to behave in a certain way, and then they comply with said order. That's the system working.
Connor, if
When
I
you say
stab
comply
Connor, if
with the
I
order, you mean
stab
comply
you,
with the
wait,
law.
if Connor, if I stab you and then retroactively say, oh well, it's because I was scared of you attacking me, that doesn't change the fact that I stabbed you because I wanted to kill you. Your
Yeah,
state
but
of mind when you do the action is what matters.
No. You're
But-
wrong because
holds
that's
you
the
to
defense
account.
people use. Like, I thought I was going to be killed.
But it's
so I
about the state
stabbed
of
you.
mind when you
Said
did
at
the
time, no,
action.
If at the
No,
time,
it's about the state of the
okay,
mind when
if I
you do
say-
the action.
Yes, exactly. If I say at the time, I'm going to stab Wick because I fucking hate Wick and I think he's too much of a centrist cuck on these panels, and then we go to court and I say, well, I was actually afraid of my life. What do you think the prosecution's going to say? They're going to say, well, really? Let's look at the statements that you made at the time. Oh, it looks like you said you were going to kill him because you thought he was too mean to you on panels.
But when the
Well,
court
that's not
comes
the
around
definition
and
of
says
court.
you can only stab Wick when he's being like,
When it's
That's
not
not
I
the
don't know,
point
when
of
he's threatening
court.
your life,
I don't even
and then
know.
from now on you only stab me when I threaten your life. You're complying
And
with
by the
order.
way, hold
You're
on.
fine.
Yeah,
Wait,
we would
no,
be
but this was
charged with a
established
crime
before.
for stabbing
This is
you.
already established. This is already
Okay,
established.
sorry,
No,
guys.
this
I
is
got-
a precedent. This isn't like a
I gotta
precedent
go.
thing.
If you guys want to
This is
continue this
already
another time,
established.
we can. However, what I would point out to you guys is that the courts are the ones that are supposed to hold you to account. So if you have beef with the way that our system is working, take a beef with the judges, take a beef with the legislature.
No,
Those are the
no,
people who are supposed to be
no,
holding
no.
Donald Trump
The
to
way that it
account
works
right
in the
now.
United
Or
States
just
is-
follow the law.
The way that it
Maybe.
works in the
Or
United
you
States
just
is-
follow the law.
Just follow the law.
Follow the law.
Just follow the law.
Follow the
Grand.
fucking
You're not
law.
supposed to wait. You're not supposed to wait for the court to say, by the way, you're breaking the law. This isn't Dave Chappelle where you can go, I didn't know you couldn't do that, and you're scot-free the first time.
Sorry,
This is
then
already,
Like,
wait,
why are
this
we
has already been
treating-
established
why
as
are we
my
treating the
issue.
fucking- Why are we treating the
One at a time,
Constitution
one
like
at a
a
time, one
fucking
at a time.
daily
No,
word
one at a
jumble?
time. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Alex.
I was
Wait,
I wanted to come in. Hey, it's Kafka. Hey, I wanted to come in. I want to defend the Nuremberg trials as being constitutional real quick. There's a lot of people talking about how we have to come in and do a bunch of unconstitutional shit to hold Trump and them accountable. And there's plenty of room within the Constitution to do exactly what Destiny's calling for. All right. That's all I wanted to come in to say. You can go the Congress, if we had 67% of the Congress, they could come in, they could establish courts, they could establish laws that allow us to go after these people. So it's not, and we'd actually do it in a way where we're not breaking the Constitution, tearing it to ribbons like all these people are talking about. That's all I came in really to say, is that there's nothing in here. You guys all are acting like doing it would be somehow the same as what the Republicans are doing, and it's not. We'd be able to do it within the law easily.
Do you think
I
that what
agree.
Destiny's
I agree with
advocating
you.
for- hold on, just real quick. Do you think what Destiny's advocating for, where we bar 50 to 75% of sitting Republican people, current office holders, from ever holding office again, is that a constitutional thing to do?
Yep.
Sure. So here's what you would do.
Yep.
You would have
Yes,
the
we
Congress
can.
go in.
Right.
Yes.
Take 'em out.
As we should.
You would get the Congress to come in, and you would have them write a law that says that they can't, that these people, if they did these things, they can't hold office.
So
And then they would-
you want the Republican controlled Congress right now to write a law saying that they can't hold power? Or do you think that's
What's
Well,
that?
you would say the
I'm
Demo-
sorry. Are we talking about right now? I'm sorry, I thought we were talking
Yeah,
about
it
a world
doesn't
in
have
which
to be
we're
right
trying
now.
to hold
Okay,
these people
we
accountable.
get to a world where the Democrats win the election and we blue sweep. We got 60 seats in the Congress and things like that. Do you think that there's any political will for them to write this law?
Hold on, but you're
Yeah.
asking different things.
Yes.
though.
I,
of
I
course,
think
yes. What are you
you're-
talking about? Yes.
that is
But-
crazy talk. I don't
You
think
Well,
think
I-
that,
n-
you think that in 4 years, you think that, remember, it hasn't even been a year yet. You think in 3 plus a few months, years, by the time we get to that point with Donald Trump in there that long, you don't think there's going to be the political will to do that. You think people are going to go, you know
No,
what?
I don't
Sorry.
think
Why
there's
don't
going
we
to
get
be
it
a
to the other side?
political will to bar Republicans.
Wait a minute,
75%
hon.
Republicans.
Let's
never
sep-
voted
real-
we're
well,
mixing
wait,
messing.
wait, the only-
We're
the only
mixing.
real
We're
problem
mixing a
here
whole
is-
list of things. Hold on. Wait a
Okay.
minute.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, go
whether
ahead, go
it's
ahead.
whether you can do this, right? Of whether it's constitutional or not, right? It's not unconstitutional. I agree, right? But like then it's like, well, will there be political will to do this? Well, that's a completely different animal, right?
Well,
And should we do this? Which is another
Yes,
different
you
animal,
should do
right?
it.
Like,
Yes, absolutely.
I-
Unequivocally, you should fucking do it.
Which,
I
The only
don't
real
think we should
issue,
do
in my
what I
opinion,
don't think we should
is
do
where you
what
draw the line.
I don't think
I
we
don't
should.
know how you do that.
I don't think we should do what Steven is proposing. But if we're talking about like holding the top line Trump administration accountable, absolutely.
Well, I mean,
I mean,
My-
I
No,
would-
we're
They're
not
not
down.
just talking. Hold on, no, they're not just talking about the like Trump and JD Vance and the immediate thing. What they're advocating for is people who run like our state senator who happened to tweet out Trump is great one time, right?
Easy. That's an easy.
Yeah.
You're giving me easy ones. That's an
Yeah,
easy. Get 'em
I'm
outta
sorry.
here.
We
Wait, I
need,
get
we
it.
need,
I don't-
Get him out of here.
generally-
we
generally-
need
Get him
McCarthyism
down.
for
Get him
MAGA.
down.
Wait,
All right,
I'm
bring
generally on Destiny's
McCarthyism back
side
and
here.
target
I'm
MAGA. That's what we
generally
need
on
to
Destiny's
do.
side here. I think that's a bit unhinged just because I feel like supporting Trump isn't the same thing as actively having power to do it. But I would say that, look, Vic, again, and I asked the same question to Prime Case and Vic, what do we do to prevent like this happening again? It seems like absent some kind of atonement, which means if it's a
Continue here,
decision
they
between
lost-
like
they lose the election.
You asking me?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Well, that's like that's my
Stay
point. Like,
consistent.
Sorry.
Pull out. They gotta pull out, guys.
Sorry, hun.
Well, wait, if
sorry.
they lose the election, what do we do then to hold them to it? If you show, hey, look, you lost, and that's it. That's all we do. We say, haha, you lost, and that'll show them to
Exactly.
never do it
Yeah,
again.
remember
Like,
when-
what's
Yeah.
remember when
the
Trump- remember
what's
when
the
Trump
next
lost
step,
first
Wick?
time and then they stopped?
You
Glasses
remember
guy,
that
we
they-
are
had,
you-
we had
first time
January
that we
6th.
continued
Wait,
to
this is so true.
prosecute them
We had
over and
January
over and over
6th. We
again,
win the
looking at
election.
investigating it over and over and over again, and how that obviously worked, and they never held power again. Wait, that
okay,
didn't
Gla-
happen.
but look, that's the question. Wait,
Wait, so we just stand here with our dick in our hand?
You were advocating for
Wick,
doing
they have to
what
go
led
harder.
to Trump getting elected in 2024 all over again, and thinking, oh,
Okay.
somehow,
Well, the
somehow we're
That-
going
well,
to
the mistake was not
That
doing
didn't get
enough.
Trump
The mistake
elected.
was not
I
doing
appreciate
enough.
the
Talking
internal
about.
critique. You can't replace
Wait, the mistake was
something
not
with
doing it
nothing,
fast
Wick.
enough.
Give me something
Yeah.
else to do then, because I'm not going to sit there with nothing. You're telling me to not do this thing. Okay, great. Instead, what? I
Instead-
wag
okay,
my
just
finger
to be
at
clear,
them and
instead
say,
of-
well, you know what? We're just going
barring
to keep
Democrat
winning
or Republican
elections.
from office, what I'm advocating for is for us to be fucking normal, and then suddenly
Biden
was
win
normal.
elections,
Hey, what could
beat
Biden
them
have
at
done
the
differently?
ballot box,
Wait,
and
what
keep
could
this
Biden-
from ever
Biden
happening
was
again.
normal.
If
From-
we-
differently?
hold
What
on,
could Biden have
if
done
we
differently? What could
engage
Biden have done
in this-
differently? What could Biden have done differently? That he wasn't normal enough.
Well, first of all, Biden
Don't
couldn't
support
have
the
dropped out.
genocide.
Like,
That would have been
if he'd
helpful.
Stayed in, I think we would have won. But
Wait, Prime
that
Case, sorry,
said,
this
oh,
genocide thing is
King.
insane.
King.
What law
King.
did what law did
Uh,
Biden break?
so-
What law did Biden break?
Biden didn't
Wait,
break
yeah.
any laws.
No, I'm asking Prime Case because he brought the genocide.
Sure,
What
Act,
law
right?
did
So his
Biden
own
break?
his
Oh,
own State
don't you
Department
dare fucking
determined.
bring this back to this fucking bullshit again. Jesus.
His
I
own.
can, okay, if you don't want to do it, we don't have to do it.
Okay,
I know we
yeah,
know what law
sorry.
Biden broke.
Any which way you asked me
Yeah, okay,
previously,
we
right?
won't do that. We won't do that. It's fine.
Sure,
I don't wanna-
sure.
I don't wanna
I know,
disagree.
I know. Sure, shut up, glasses guy. Before you asked me previously, hey, like, oh, like you were asking me, like, do I agree with Wick basically, right? Am I against something? You asked me something previously.
I think I asked you probably the same question I asked Connor about like what do we do to prevent this from happening again, which is how we got to this whole conversation.
Okay, yeah. So, like I'm saying, I am for accountability for our elected officials. Absolutely. My disagreement with Destiny purely is within scale, right? Not that we shouldn't hold elected officials accountable. I'm saying I want to hold more, right? But I'm talking about more of the C-suite of our political class, right? I'm talking about the president,
Right.
and I'm talking about
I don't fully disagree.
Every
with
single
that.
one of these every single one of these people are using Trump to push their own insane agendas. Like, why are we in 2025 talking about putting like the what is it called, the Bible thing in the classrooms? Why are we putting
Ten
Bibles in
Commandments?
classrooms? Yeah, there you go, 10
Yeah,
Commandments.
that's
whatever.
not new.
Why are we putting
This
the 10
is something
Commandments?
they've been doing for all my fucking
It,
life.
it,
Okay.
it doesn't matter. They're still they're using this opportunity to pass insane laws. Like we just saw what the Department of Education saying that like being a nursing student is no longer like a valid degree. Like what is like why are we at this point?
Wait,
Like
and
how do we get here?
You're bringing up a good point too, in that these people are abusing their positions, and yes, we're going to hold them to account as elected officials, get them out of there. But also, we should hold them account as citizens and as people who are clearly breaking the law and clearly acting in a way against what their responsibilities are. If you are a lawyer, if you're a fiduciary of people, you can be held accountable for not just breaking that fiduciary duty, but doing crimes beyond that. And that's what we're seeing here. These people
Okay,
are
well,
elected,
let me ask
they're
you
doing something
directly. Let
wrong.
me ask you, Kafka.
Yeah.
Let me ask you directly.
Yeah.
Do you
ask
think
them
that
directly.
if a lawyer comes on a YouTube channel, right, or starts a YouTube channel and advocates that Trump is breaking no laws, he's doing fine, he's not going against the courts, do you think anything should happen? How should they be held accountable?
If he defends Trump, yeah, he should get out of there.
They
Like,
should
as
be
in, like, if
prevented.
he-
They should be prevented from holding office.
So
They
you
should be
think
prevented
that
from
a
holding
lawyer
public
who
office.
comes on and starts let's just call him
I don't know. I don't agree with that. I'm saying if he actively
Ryan
defends Trump in court.
One second.
Mulally, right, comes on and starts a YouTube channel, you would
Yeah, I know that
advocate
guy.
for his disbarment?
Wait,
I
which
never
guy?
said that.
Wait,
I
wait,
would
wait,
not
wait,
advocate
which
for their
guy? Wait.
disbarment.
Well,
Let's
no,
just
I
call
also
him
wouldn't. I
Brian
also wouldn't.
Mullally. Some
Absolutely,
I never said I would-
1,000,000,000,000%.
Hey, I know that guy.
Oh
No.
my God, 1,000 million trillion
I
quadrillion
would.
percent.
I
Oh
would.
my God,
No.
so
Wait,
much.
wait. Can I ask you a question?
This Barman,
Can I ask you a question?
I would advocate for him to not hold a public office. That's fine with
Okay,
me.
so you
This
hold on.
Barman
You
is a
would
different
ban him
matter.
from running for office because he went and he defended Trump on some of these things that you think he shouldn't be defended.
Look, this is my starting position. If you want to go negotiate down lower at some point, that's fine. But I'm starting with MAGA supporter out. All right, that's where we're at. And then you know what? If we need to see what the political will is at in the country to see what we can get done, that's fine. But I'm starting at the strongest possible
insane,
position.
dude. You understand?
What?
That's
Wait. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a
It's
question?
not. It's not insane.
They're
It's not
calling for the
actually
death of
insane.
my representatives. The president is calling for the death of my representative.
True.
Okay.
The president
Also, wait,
is.
The guy that's in charge of the government is calling for the death of my representative, and it's insane.
You think that everybody that supports him in Congress calling for the death of people should be held accountable? How stupid are you? Oh my God.
Wait. In question. 'Cause, okay, you said just be normal. Biden was normal, and Biden won after Trump's whole thing in the first term, and after January 6th, we've had Biden. What did Trump suffer from that? He came right back into office. What does being normal get us? Because Trump came back after doing the worst thing in his
Hold
political
on.
career.
Hold on. You
an
keep. This
actual
is
insurrection.
such a fucking dishonest thing to say, as if there was no other circumstances that were happening during the 2024 election, which made it an outlier. There wasn't massive inflation where every single incumbency across the world lost. You weren't asking like.
No, I
we didn't
agree with
push
you
out.
why
Hold
we
on.
lost.
In unprecedented. Let me
So they're
finish.
held
In
accountable.
unprecedented,
There's no
we
inflation.
pushed
How
out.
is that any
We
inflation?
pushed
There's
out
no
our major,
accountability.
our major candidate as if like it was just a normal election and Trump won because they were doing normal things. What are you on about? There was
No,
nothing
okay.
normal.
So wait, it's okay for insurrectionists to be voted back in because there's inflation. Is
What
that
do
your
you think?
argument?
I think this
that
is
is his argument.
okay. It's not
Yep.
okay. But
It is.
my
Well, that's
whole argument
we're
is that
advocating
your
for what we should do to
argument
stop
here,
this from happening in
what
the
you're advocating
future.
for is going to lose. And I don't want to lose. I want to win. And you can be all high and mighty. I don't know. Where are you from? India? I don't
We're
care,
not being
right?
high and mighty.
Like,
We're saying
not
closer to
America,
the standard that
right?
they've
And you don't
set.
have to suffer the consequences that we
That seemed
do.
pretty racist.
Okay.
That seemed pretty
Well, yeah, we
racist.
want to win.
basis.
You got
Hey,
Storm
buddy,
in the
are
name,
you
you
from?
assume.
Hey, Stormwolf, are you
If
from
we
India?
wanna
Is that where you're
win-
from?
If we want to win, shouldn't we copy the people who are
I'm
winning? Shouldn't we
born
copy their strategy?
in London. I
Hey,
live
they're
in
not
India. I
winning,
am Indian.
though.
Though,
They
yeah.
have the lowest approval.
You're
rating
Indian, but are
they've
you
ever
like?
seen.
Are you Indian? You're
They
in
won
London.
the second election.
Like, where are you
I'm
from?
American. I'm an
Okay,
American.
but wait.
He's
Wait,
an
you said we need to be
American.
normal. Do you think that Kamala Harris's campaign was not overwhelmingly normal? They
No,
they were
it was
aggressive.
not. You
You
know
don't think
why? It's
she?
because
Why?
she
She was
wasn't
a
the
black woman?
candidate initially. We pushed out that candidate,
Oh my god!
and then we got her in 3 months
okay.
before
So
the election.
normal-
There was nothing
so-
normal
wait,
about
so-
it.
Does it not count as her being the candidate by being the
No,
VP?
Abnormal appointment processes, it doesn't count. Like basically, if anything goes wrong, so not only does it
Yeah.
have to be that they have to be super normal, there can't be any like irregularities.
Wait,
Also, by the way,
wait,
imagine
you
how the
kinda-
rest of the world looks at the United States. If anything is going wrong in the United States, they're gonna elect a fucking schizo to office. It's like dealing with a drunk cop at a traffic stop.
Wait,
You make
also-
one wrong fucking move, the guy's gonna execute you. Are you crazy with?
It's not a
Also,
one.
Wick kind of
fucking
deflected from my
wrong
original
move or
point.
one
Wick,
little
Wick.
inconsistency. These were major issues.
So I agree,
Wick,
Wick. My
Wick.
point is nothing held Trump accountable. My point is, despite doing January 6th and losing because of his handling of COVID and all that, nothing held him accountable because he still managed to come back under the right conditions. My point is, he shouldn't be able to come back with the right conditions.
Okay,
He was
My,
an
my argument here
insurrectionist,
is that
traitor.
your advocacy creates the conditions of which we
I'm
have
not as
another
extreme
Trump.
as Destiny. I don't know what you mean by my advocacy. I think that Trump
Okay,
and
Wick,
the like
Wick, listen to
cabinet
me.
and
So Wick, you're acting like this hasn't been done before, right? But it has been done before because 1954 they passed
Yep,
the Communist
54.
Control Act. You
Yep.
cannot be a member of the Communist Party of the USA.
Famously,
They-
communism died in America.
wait. Also,
Are they
after
currently
the Civil
controlling
War,
the government,
after
Wick?
the Civil War,
And
should we have
no,
barred
hold
people from
on.
office or no?
Say it one more time. One.
Hold
After
on,
the Civil
what
War,
are we
should we have
asking
barred people
for?
from office or no? Because that'll just mean the South will get even more mad at us.
Hold on. We're talking
What?
about after a civil war versus after this. These are not the same.
But my point is the principle stands that the idea
The
that we
principle does
shouldn't
not
hold people
stand. The
accountable for
context changes
doing
how
stuff that
effective the
insurrects the
principle is.
government is insane.
Sorry,
The context
but
of the event changes how effective a punishment accountability is. Correct?
sorry.
Reconstruction was one of the most unpopular things in the South and risked alienating the South further and leading to a further conflict. The only reason it didn't is because the South was fractured. I
Hold
think
on,
we
hold
would
on.
be coming out of
Red
the
shirt-
retro, the
re-
Republican
red
Party
shirt
all
guy,
that.
wait a minute.
The
The
other
red
reason it
shirt-
did
hold
is
on, one
because
second.
we stopped
Red
doing
shirt
it
guy,
because it was too
like,
burdensome
are you
on the South, and the
advocating
South
for
based on what it
banning
ran
the-
off.
Red shirt guy, are you advocating for banning the Republican Party? Is that why you brought up the
Cover your
Communist
mouse over
Party?
his name,
look-
over his
I'm-
face, and it'll show you his
By the way,
name.
Yeah,
I
whatever. I
really
don't
just call
care.
me Rish.
Hey,
Just call
red
me
shirt
Rish.
guy.
Just
I'll
call
call
me
him red
Rish.
shirt guy. So, hey, hey, are you advocating for banning the Republican Party? Is that what you're saying? I wasn't
Well,
sure.
no, but I would be banning. I would be
The MAGA
advocating.
No,
wing.
not you, not you. You're
Prime,
not red
Prime,
shirt
I'm-
guy. You're not red shirt guy.
Prime,
Red shirt guy.
Technically, he is. Technically, he is. But also,
He's wearing a
I'm,
red shirt.
I'm
He's wearing-
I'm advocating.
I am
He
in
can talk for
favor
himself.
of
Not
banning
talking to
the
you, sir.
MAGA
I'm
wing
sorry.
of the Republican
Sorry.
Party. Yes.
You're advocating
I'm
for banning
advocating
the
more for,
Republican
like,
Party.
So, Prime,
So
the
do
MAGA
you
wing
think
of it.
that'll Stormwolf? I'm not talking to you. I'm not asking for your opinion here. I'm asking for his opinion. That's the person.
The
Oh,
MAGA
sorry.
wing of the Republican
I
Party.
think
Yes.
you're Stormwolf. I think you're great. I like you a lot. But so you're banning the Republican
you.
Party. Do you think
No.
that will
The
lead
MAGA
to
wing of the Republican Party. Fuck.
just
For
the
the tenth time.
just the MAGA wing of it? That's
Gee,
the Republican
yes.
Party. There is no other. There's
No, it's not.
barely anything else that like
You know
there's
what?
like
Whatever percentage it happens
I-
to be, get rid of them.
okay, so just banning anyone and anyone who expresses anything MAGA like in the future, you would say you're ineligible for office. Is that you think that's a good state of affairs?
MAGA like in the future. What are we talking about?
No, I mean
I,
like
I,
he's saying
I have a great opinion on this. We should treat them like Nazis. Push them down in history. Anytime anyone asks you about your historical family lineage, you say, "Oh, I don't know, we were German." And when they look at you and ask you if you were a Nazi, you just say, "Oh, I don't know." We should treat MAGA like that, right? Anytime someone says, "Am I MAGA?" we should all look the other way and try to like
okay, so
brush
are
it
you
away
saying
out of the.
so? But hold on, it's one thing to not elect them, right? Like fuck MAGA. I don't want to elect them in office. They're awful, right? But should we have political tests to say that this person agrees with the MAGA movement, right? The historical MAGA movement, and so they're ineligible to
Yeah.
run for office.
Bring
You know what,
McCarthyism
it's
We're
back.
gonna
I'll-
see
I'll
like
answer-
the
Hold on,
MAGA.
hold on,
correctly, okay? I'll
yeah,
answer
Red Shirt.
correctly. So if let's say someone is running for office and someone digs up their 10-year-old tweets and it turns out they were pro MAGA back in the day and now they're like, listen, I'm not pro MAGA anymore. All right, all you have to do is publicly piss on a picture of Trump and you can run again. All right, that's the threshold to come back.
Okay, all right.
I mean,
like,
we
I'm not
hold
for
people
political
accountable.
tests.
Okay, Wick,
Guys,
Wick,
I'm gonna
Wick, let me just do a quick olive branch to you. Would you accept?
before you do,
Okay.
okay, I gotta use the restroom right back. I'll be right back.
Oh,
Gotcha. All right,
Back in a second.
go ahead.
BRB.
he ran.
Yeah. So, but
Wait,
Destiny.
Is it true? Wait, yeah, just real quick. Weren't they shipping in like hundreds of thousands of pounds of concrete and stuff into the Gaza Strip? Why couldn't they make any bomb shelters? What was going on with that?
I don't know if they were shipping. I know that
How'd they
the
build
Gaza
tunnels?
Strip.
How'd they build the tunnels?
Yeah,
Well,
they built
a lot of the tunnels were pre-built. They weren't. They didn't. A lot of those tunnels were
Pre-built?
already
Who
there.
built them?
How do you-
Yeah, actually,
how do you-
Israel,
no,
Israel,
material.
Israel
How do
built
you-
tunnels.
like,
Yeah,
a lot of the
Israel built
tunnels-
tunnels there.
Oh,
Yeah,
Israel-
actually did.
Israel
Like,
Yeah,
moles
they
down
literally
there?
did.
Like what happened?
Israel went and
Sorry, what are you
pre-built all those
talking about?
tunnels?
Sorry, what? Sorry, Israel. Some of those tunnels were pre-built. They weren't. Hamas
When you
didn't
say,
build all
when
those
you
tunnels.
say
in
some
any
of those
case,
tunnels, are
but
you
hold on,
referring
wait,
to the
wait,
single
I
set of
had-
tunnels underneath El Shifa Hospital that you're conflating with every
I'm
single
not
tunnel that's
talking
been
about.
built in
I'm
that- in
saying.
that
I'm saying
entire Gaza Strip?
some tunnels were
You're talking about one- You're
pre-built.
talking about the one. I know exactly the
I'm
story,
not
because
talking
Leslie's
about the
not
one. There are
about
other
that
tunnels
story.
underneath Gaza. But in any case, right? So,
So
like,
how many? What? I'm just curious. What?
I
percentage
have
of them were
no.
built by
I have
Israel?
fucking no
If you
idea.
had to guess,
I didn't
the
state
difference- if
that.
you said
I
2%
didn't
or
state. Hold on. I
90%,
didn't
what do you
state.
think
I
it's
didn't say
like,
they were
2% or
all.
90%?
I didn't say they were all. So don't even have to
Yeah,
put that
I'm
on
just
me.
curious, so where-
I said,
where-
hey,
what's the
I have
part? You think
no
2% or
fucking clue.
90%?
I have no fucking
Oh,
clue,
okay.
right? And in any case,
Okay.
right, the thing that was presented is that they have all these tunnels, right? Let's say there's a whole beehive of tunnels that they somehow built, right? They built all this beehive of tunnels.
Yep.
Is the solution here to put the entire Gaza population underneath while they're bombing?
No, we're saying
That's
they should
what.
have built bomb shelters instead of tunnels. They should have built bomb
Yeah.
shelters instead of
There's
tunnels.
like a couple. There's
Yeah,
a few.
like it's actually
The
insane.
shelter,
It's actually insane.
the tunnels act like bomb shelters any which way, right? Like
Well,
you
they
would
would
go
use them as a bomb
underneath,
shelter.
you would go
And-
underneath, but they can't fit the entire population under there.
Guys.
They can't fit the entire population under there. Don't
That
even
is
try that.
fact.
Like obviously can't fit the entire population under there. And like
Yeah,
what?
and-
For how many years?
How much of the
How many
population
years
is
will they
allowed
do
to
that?
fit in the
Like,
tunnels
is this
then?
supposed to be? Is this supposed to be a
I'm
solution?
sorry.
No,
Anyway,
Stormwolf. No, Stormwolf. Is that a solution that you would put the entire population under there, right? Or maybe
I would
parts.
build bomb
How many people? You tell me. No, tell me, huh? Oh, okay.
I'm
Oh,
not
sure.
saying- I'm
Oh,
saying
no.
they should
Okay.
build
No, I'll
tunnels.
get you. No, no worries. I'll go with you.
Wick,
Right?
you
Hey,
did this by
how
going to the
many?
bathroom, by
How
the
many
way.
bomb shelters, right? Could fit the
Immediately
entire
I leave
population.
and they do this. Wow.
At least one. No,
They-
I would give them
At least
so much
one.
credit.
At least
Start with
one.
one and we-
Sure.
let's
Okay.
start with one and we go
Whatever.
from there.
But like, what does that mean, hon? Does a bomb shelter stop
Okay,
you
can I explain? Wait,
stop an
Prime,
invading army?
Can I just explain? There is no. So to be clear, the law of like why you there's no reason why you're supposed to build bomb shelters, which you are if you're in a humanitarian crisis like this or not in a war like this, is because you want to avoid human shields. Because technically speaking, international law is supposed to balance a country's ability to do warfare and a protection of civilians. That's why Hamas has the responsibility for why civilians are getting bombed, because they made no effort to protect their civilians. If Hamas
No,
was
that's
able to get away
ridiculous.
with
That
no
is ridiculous.
responsibility
No,
for
under
protecting
international law, that is
civilians,
the
Israel
you
would be
don't
unable-
understand international law at all. No, it's the attacker has responsibilities. No, it doesn't matter if they're all in fucking huts, right? If they literally all are in straw huts, that doesn't mean you can do anything to them. That's nonsense. That's bullshit.
Wait. The defender has a responsibility too. You acknowledge it. It's a war crime to allow your own civilian population to die and provide no cover for them. That is a war crime as well. Equally as much as attacking a population, you have an obligation to your civilian population.
And by the way, I think
So hold on.
Israel wouldn't be responsible.
But hold
if the
on, even
country
if that's
fails
hold on,
to
but
do
no,
it.
no,
The
no, no,
attacker
no,
isn't responsible
Storm,
if the country fails.
stop for a second. Hold on. Destiny, even that's the case, right? You would say, okay, I'll take exactly what you said. Then Hamas would have committed a war crime, but then Israel would have done the war crime of bombing the civilians too, correct? Right? Because there's the war crime for attacking as well, correct? Correct? Yeah, but not necessarily, but it has, and there's been.
Someone needs to go to Hamas.
Israel Palestine right now. Okay.
They asked
I want
me.
to give the mic to Kafka, who had some questions for me.
Kafka.
Okay. First, if someone just go and tell Hamas they could build the bomb shelters above the tunnels, the people would still be human shields, and the bomb shelters would be there. So everybody wins if they did that. But Wick, I'm going to extend an olive branch to you. What if we only ban the MAGA wing of the Republican Party for 10 years from office? What about that? What if we just say, hey, we're 10 years, let those old fuckers die off. Get rid of the older MAGA people at the very least. Give us 10 years
it's
to
the younger ones
fix
that are
things
the
up.
problem.
Well, sure, but we're still keeping it on for 10 years. We fix the system so when they come in, you know,
and I'll tell you what.
Not even that. You wouldn't do that.
No, I am okay with limited targeted
I don't want it either.
prosecution of Trump, of maybe Vance, maybe Hegseth, maybe a couple.
Maybe Hegseth?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
Hegseth,
That's
right?
insane.
Maybe.
Hegseth deserves it.
We'd have to investigate to find out, right? I assume.
What? I don't know. I saw that signal
Do you
chat.
think
I don't know how much more investigation we need.
Hegseth? We should just charge him with whatever.
Yeah, he's
Yes, there's enough right now in the records to
Okay,
charge
what would
Hegseth.
you charge him?
Yeah.
He did it.
I mean, we can investigate him for more, but I mean, we've already got enough, in my opinion.
Do you know? Do you actually know that the DoD has to like implicitly
DOW?
agree with every? Sorry, my bad. The DOW has to implicitly agree with every single one of his memorandums without. They have to, or else that they lose their job.
Yeah,
right?
he's been
Every single
purging
one of his
so many top
memorandums.
staff.
Yeah, I think that's
So many black men, black women, white women, other
No,
minorities.
it's not illegal, but it's
not
absolutely
illegal.
insane.
Not the white
It's
women.
not illegal, but it's
Absolutely
absolutely insane. He's
insane.
complicit.
It's
He's
incompetent.
absolutely complicit.
It's
to
malicious.
Trump.
I don't think it's chargeable. I don't think this is one of those things we can charge them with.
I
Let's
think
make
being
it something we
complicit
can
to Trump
charge
is
him with.
enough. I think it's conspiracy. I think it's racketeering, murder. It doesn't matter. It's everything. It's every single one of them. He's complicit to Trump. Just as I think that Kristi Noem should be charged with every single human rights violation that came out of ICE.
Wait, do you think it's a crime that they killed those people off the coast of Venezuela? Do you think that was a crime?
Probably.
Do you think Hegseth at all could be implicated in that crime?
Probably, but we'd have to investigate it because one of the problems with it is they're not giving us any. Hold on, stop. One of the problems is neither I nor you know whether or not it was legal because they refuse to release their reasoning and the evidence. So we'd have to look.
Well, okay, Wick. How about things they've already investigated then?
I think it's okay to reopen those investigations that they already have on Trump and some of those other people. I think that's okay to do, but that's
so in
not
2028
what has been advocated for tonight.
Let's say Blue Wave 2028. Should whoever it is that wins, bring Trump back into court for all those old cases in 2020.
We got King Newsom.
Hoorah,
but
right?
are you sure that's not going to make the Republicans feel worse and galvanize them more against you and all that shit?
Okay, not to the level banning 75% of them from office would.
Well, I don't know. They got really mad. Didn't you say that part of the reason why Trump won was because of the New York convictions the first time? Wouldn't you make them even more crimes? Yeah. So why should we give them even more crimes?
Okay. Because
and then
again,
the fake
changes,
assassination.
Circumstances change as we go, and what Trump is doing right now, and the things that he is engaging right now has made him far less popular. And so I think it's okay to charge
Oh wait,
him
so we can only
now.
charge crimes based on how popular they are.
Hold on. When you talk about like
Oh.
what you could actually do, kind of yes. Kind of yes.
Imagine if
Wait, also,
imagine if
wait,
Hitler had
didn't
your
Wick make the
limitations,
argument
dude, if they were
earlier?
the great leader of Germany that he was,
Wait.
if he had all the same constraints that you're thinking of right
Man,
now.
he
this is a
voted
cut.
on how to off
Also,
himself.
didn't
okay?
Wick make the argument earlier
Hitler
about how
decided what to do with
prosecuting
Hitler.
people? Wait, Wick, didn't you make the argument earlier about how prosecuting Trump was what led to his popularity? So it doesn't matter if it's unpopular because it'll just make him more
Hold on,
popular.
no. You're doing this game, right? Where you aren't understanding
A
the
game,
context.
checkers.
Yes,
Yeah, the
different action or the
context.
same action taken at different periods of time can lead to different results. If I jumped 3 feet now, I would just hit the wall. That'd be fine. But if I jumped 3 feet and there was a cliff, I would fucking die. You understand how different contexts can make the same action have different
Sure.
results. Yes, this is
But what's the
grade
difference here?
A. like
What's the
grade
difference
A
here then?
stuff.
Wait, don't just use the
Different
analogy.
stuff, right?
Explain how it's
Different
actually different.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Okay, the difference is the political realities on the ground. When Trump was in office in when Biden was in office, and everything was going to shit. We had all sorts of problems, right? And that was mostly due to COVID and the inflation and the things like that. And even though we did a lot of good recovery for that, right? We could not effectively use our political will because the people weren't behind us. And so trying in that environment to prosecute Trump was not viable. It didn't work. If those circumstances change,
except
then
the
it will.
They ran out
the
of time.
Republicans don't.
Few of them.
The Republicans don't exist in a world of the political reality on the ground. They do not exist in a political reality that we can say, guys, we got to look at what's really going on right now. No, instead we have to look at whatever schizophrenic like shit they're believing from their news media and their top-down stuff. That's what we have to apparently deal with and like kind of read the bones over there to make sure we're not going to set them off too much. How about instead of that, we hold the people accountable, have an actual system of law that we implement without worrying about what half of the insane country that we have are going to act and actually hold people accountable. Why do we do that?
Because it won't.
How do we know
work.
if we don't try? We got to try.
Why wouldn't it work if you actually get the guilty verdicts and they go to jail?
That's the logic Tank uses for why we should try left-wing populism.
Why wouldn't it
though,
work?
right?
Of course, it
Well,
would
because
work.
we've seen that tried and it doesn't work.
Yes, obviously,
True.
you're correct.
True.
You're correct, Dev. If it worked and they go to jail and get convicted, it would work. Yes, but my argument is, again, if you try to do that with 75% of the Republican Party to bar them from ever holding office again, you are not going to win. And in fact, what you're going to do is you're going to feed an insurgent movement and showcase to the public that's going to think you're insane, right?
Crush them,
Wow,
Will.
these guys are just as insane.
If they're going to
Wait,
insert
can
you,
I ask a big
crush them.
question? Wick, how do we make it so that there are more of you in the conservative movement? How can we get that to happen?
I'm not in the
How can we make
conservative
it,
movement.
How can we? No. But I'm asking, how do we get it so that when conservatives are thinking about doing
Wimps.
crazy unhinged shit, they're having these panels where they're like, guys, if we start like doing all this crazy shit, Democrats are going to come back on us. They're going to get us. How do we
That'd
make it
be
so
a
that more
win.
Republicans are thinking like that? Because they don't think about that
Absolutely.
at all ever.
Hey, well, hold on.
Tell them
They're
they're
having a whole
retarded,
civil war on the
honestly.
right now about whether or not like they should go the Fuentes route or the Shapiro route. Right? They're having a whole
Hold on.
big
That's not
argument on the
talking
right
about actions,
now.
though,
They're
right?
having
Like,
a whole big argument of whether or not they should stay with MAGA populism, which is borderline fascist, or go full neo-Nazi. Wow. Well, my bad. I guess they are having these debates just in a different way. Thank you.
yeah.
What-
So hold on, Kefka, right? I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. You had said a comment earlier. I just want to, so would you be in favor of creating a law? Let's say there's nothing we can charge Republicans for, right? Currently, right? Would you be in favor of creating a law now and then charging them in the past with that law?
I would have a problem with that.
You wouldn't
Oh,
have a
that's
problem
major
with that.
violation of a Latin term that I don't remember the name of, but
Yeah.
Okay.
You wouldn't
Then
have it.
impeach
That's
all the Supreme Court justices that don't agree with it. Put in ones that do. And
I
then
mean, that's
boom,
like
have them say it's
within the
fine.
Constitution. That like you.
That's
and
all
I
within
also-
the Constitution.
No. What you just said is a specific violation of the Constitution. I also forget the Latin term. Maybe you can look it up
Not
first.
according to the Supreme
Destiny.
Court that I'm going to put into place because I control Congress. And the
Modus
president.
operandi.
Never backfire.
I can impeach any Supreme Court justice that disagrees with me, and then my president is going to go in and put people in place that agree with me.
So
and then
you-
whenever any Republican brings it to court, the Supreme Court's going to go, no, actually,
Okay,
this doesn't apply
so-
to the Constitution.
So
here."
the country you want to create, right, is one that puts laws in
that
place from the
succeeds in every
president.
way possible.
and-
Yes.
So like just a different sort of authoritarianism. All right, so you would put a law in place now, right, and say, hey, you group of people, you actually violated that law in the past. You didn't know it, but you did, right? And we'll put you in jail. And that's a country, that's the United States worth preserving. That's what you want?
Yes.
mean,
Yes,
isn't the
that
14th
is worth
Amendment
preserving
that
over
violent?
living in
That's-
the country that I'm in right now.
That's
If I
brilliant.
was living in Biden's America
Yeah.
and someone suggested this, I'd be like, that's insane. Where
Isn't
I'm living
that
right now,
something
I would way rather live in that than
Sure,
where I'm at right
I-
now. Yes.
Yeah, but
Those are
so
the
this
alternatives.
person,
Also,
so
quick
this,
question,
so
prime time
audience
case,
representation
quick
didn't know this person actually wants to torch the Constitution. Like Destiny wasn't actually talking about
Bro,
destroying the Constitution.
everything I said is within
This
the Constitution,
guy,
to be clear.
no, you no, it
As
literally,
an
hold on,
attorney, I
literally,
understand the
that's a
Constitution.
specific
Everything I
violation
just
of the
said is within it.
Constitution.
Constitution
What you
right now.
Prime,
Sorry,
you know
what'd you say,
it's
Destiny?
better to live in like a liberal authoritarian government than a MAGA one. Like it's just
Sorry,
obvious.
Destiny, what'd you say before?
Wait, also, I think the 14th Amendment kind of applies retroactively too, technically, because it came in 1866 when it's ratified, and that's what that was cited oftentimes to prevent people from holding office for things they did in the Civil War. I understand the Civil War is analogous completely. Wait before you come at me. My point is though that like that was an sedition and conspiracy and like insurrection. We were able to say like, hey, you guys did this. The 14th Amendment just made more clear why they were able to be held underneath that. So I don't think I'm not a lawyer.
It's
I'm
acting. Hold on,
it's
I'll
also
find the
undergrad, but
part in
yeah.
the Constitution. Did you find Destiny? There's a part within the Constitution that said, I don't know the exact.
Which part? Yes, Article 2, Section 4. It literally authorizes the legislature to do post facto Bill of Attenders.
Wasn't the original
Article 2
Nuremberg
is the
trials
president.
done after anyway, right? Like that was the
After
original
the war,
thing.
yes.
That's where, like that's the
Yeah,
whole
wait,
thing
also 'cause-
is that they went
yeah.
back.
So, hon,
So like, why are we questioning? Why are we
Destiny.
questioning whether or not we can or can't? Because like
It's
that's
a Destiny.
we already
It's like the hypothetical is that, like, let's say there's some any law, and I'm saying, well, we let the Congress make up on we care people. I don't know, but I can't think of one.
it'd be so easy. We
Sorry.
just make 50,000 EOs, and then we use them to charge everyone, right?
You
Because
can't do
that's
national
what EOs
justice
are
on
for.
EOs, by the way.
I would
Yeah,
rather
yeah,
do
yeah,
that
yeah,
than live in a
hold on,
world
hold
where,
on,
where
hold
MAGA
on,
people
hold on,
have
yeah.
access to political power. Yes.
Please. Pondering Politics wants to know whether or not Destiny and Dev specifically support Democrats expanding the Supreme Court with sympathetic justices before they do these investigations, prosecutions, etc., to maximize the chance.
Impeach and replace is better than packing, but
I'm in favor of expanding it.
I mean, I think it should, it should
I
be
think there are strong
expanded.
arguments to expand the Supreme Court. I think we should have enough to have at least 2 justices per each circuit. And I think that packing the court is just a horrible crime, and I don't think you should ever have to do that. But unfortunately, if we're going to expand the court, I guess those first 10 picks would all be liberal ones, which just
We should
unfortunate. But
expand
after
the
that,
court.
Every president will get 2 picks.
I think it's probably 1 per circuit, but yeah.
We should
Yeah,
actually.
maybe 2 per circuit. Why
So
not? Fuck
just
it.
to be clear, you both would
Why don't we
support
just
this?
deny them? Why don't we just deny them Supreme Court picks like we did in the past and just keep installing our own? That's what we just keep. That's what Republicans did. They've set this precedent, right? Like this is the issue. Like I think this is the issue that like Destiny keeps raising up. And I've seen him raise it up before on like Pierce and stuff. We're just constantly held to a different standard. Republicans break the law and they're extended as much grace as they want, and then Democrats are like, well, we can't pack the courts. We can't do this. We can't do that. Why? Like Republicans need to be
Republicans
held
are
accountable.
losing and we are winning. That's the reason.
Sure, but
Republicans
Trump
control
is
every
destroying our
aspect of the federal
country.
government.
They won the last election. They have
Trump
5
is
Supreme Court
destroying-
justices.
Oh, no, they lost the last election, November 4th, 2025.
They did
They
lose
got
that one.
tracked at a level
Where is
that
this?
we haven't seen
Where
in a
is
long,
Thornwolf?
long
Where
time.
do you live?
See,
Where are you
a
from?
district that
Where's this
haven't
guy?
elected
I'm from
a
Jersey.
Democrat
I'm from
in
Jersey.
100
You're from
years.
Wick said it was India.
A
If
fucking
Trump was-
century.
Not from
This guy
India.
right here, there is at least one person on this panel that ICE could literally walk up to and demand their papers if he was
Wait, no,
doing
so
the
at my
wrong
school,
job.
I'm at a
That's
school
where
that
we're at
had
right
like
now.
a huge
That's
case.
where we're at right now.
Wait, I'm at.
Thank
I don't
God
understand
he's
my school.
pro-Israel.
I'm at a school. Wait. I'm at a school that had a huge case of like someone getting detained by ICE. I have to carry my global entry card with me all the time just in case because ICE is on our campus yesterday. Like this is a
That is
real fear
so
for me.
fucked up.
Well, like it's fine because I'm a citizen, but it's a real fear for me that I could just be detained randomly, right?
It's
Trump.
fine.
It doesn't matter that Trump.
They detain
that we're
citizens all the
winning
time.
It's
2020.
fine. That's the problem. It's not
It's
fucking
not
fine.
fine.
No,
He agrees.
I
He
come from
agrees.
a-
It's
I come from a rich family. I come from a
Yeah,
rich
this is
family.
suddenly
I'll be
fine.
He-
fine.
but he
So I come
agrees
from
it's
a
a-
upper middle class
No,
family, as
he
I
agree-
said earlier.
no. He agrees it's a problem.
No.
No, he agrees. He agrees it's a problem. He does agree it's a
But-
problem.
but my
Right? He's
point is-
saying
but my
it's fine.
point- my
He'll
point is-
survive.
How did
because
we
I
get
also
here?
come
We're like,
from,
oh no, it's
I
fine.
come
I'm a
from,
citizen. No, it's not fucking
no,
fine.
I come
No.
No, we understand that.
I
We,
agree,
everyone
it's not
agrees.
fine.
Everyone
Yeah,
agrees.
yeah, okay.
Let him
Okay.
finish his point.
What I'm
Let him
saying is-
finish his point.
What I'm
Finish
saying
his
is,
point.
Sorry,
what I'm saying
sorry.
is,
Go ahead.
yes, we won the last election. The issue is that we lost the presidential election, and Trump is destroying this country. The reason I say I'm fine is only by virtue of the fact that I'm from. Well, Jesse was making this joke earlier about being an upper middle class. I'm from a rich family. I'm from a rich town. This was like earlier in his stream.
Look at
If
this
you
guy
want to write
flexing
down,
us.
prove it right now by donating a bunch of money to me. Go ahead, prove it.
Look,
That's true.
Wick, you
point
said it
is-
right though.
my
We
point is-
won the last election, and
Ah,
it
he's a
might be
poor
the last
kid. Look,
election
he's
we
a poor
have.
kid.
So who
Yeah,
cares
exactly.
about
I don't
anything
know
forward?
midterms. They're trying to gerrymander midterms. That's why, like, Gavin Newsom, I don't know if he's like the candidate I want the most in terms of policy perspective, but he's the only one who understands that if Republicans are going to play like this, then we better spit it right back in their face and show them, fuck no, get out of here. If you want to gerrymander,
You're
we'll
losing.
gerrymander.
They are losing because they're playing like this. They are losing because they're playing this explicitly.
No,
because
they're
doing
losing
this.
because the economy's still bad
Republicans
because
turning
Trump's
against
tariffs
them
are awful.
and
But
kicking
Trump
them
is
out
just
of
trying to
office.
rig elections.
And you
Wait,
want
what
to do
about
the
the Save
exact
Act?
same thing
How much you know about
as
the Save
making
Act?
them lose.
How much you know about the Save Act?
Did you know
How
that
much
two
you know about
different
the Save
things are
Act?
the exact same thing? Did you know that?
I'm
didn't
gonna-
know
I'm
that.
Wait,
gonna-
also,
I learned
did you
it on
know
a Wick
Trump?
panel today.
Did you know Trump
I'm
is
gonna-
torching an election verification
panel.
committee? He started this at the beginning of his term.
Yep.
He literally already went and tried to destroy an election verification committee because he wants to like be able to control the outcome of elections more, or at least stop like. He wants to be able to claim rigged elections more so he can start doing it. Because at least then the election verification committee he could use, it was an independent committee. He started torching their power. He passed the Save Act to limit who all can vote. They're doing gerrymandering. They're already making encroachments on voting rights.
Wait,
They
do
are
you
going to
understand
do everything
how
in the-
this is going to be dummy mandering? They're going to try to gerrymander these things, but after the last election, and
Notice how you only look at the
they are
one thing, not the
realizing-
broader
hold
point
on,
I'm
there's a
talking about.
realizing
You focus on
Kentucky
one
first. I'll
specific
give you
thing,
an
not the
example.
broader point.
Kentucky, immediately after November 4th election, they dropped their bid to gerrymander because they realized this gerrymandering shit was going to be a dummy mander, right? Where they're going to actually lose seats because they watered down their margins by a lot.
He's living
So
out.
they could try, but they're
He's
going
I'm
to
glad
living
you
out
go to the
right now.
gerrymander thing. There was two other things I mentioned, which is supposed to be a broader point of how the elections are at risk. Winning elections isn't enough. You can't just look on one gerrymandering point. My point is that as a whole,
I would say
is they're
that
making
if, you're
several
gonna, if, we're to
encroachments.
be, if we're gonna like legitimately worry about this, we'd have to wait until like you would need like some kind of like Republican election official to buy up like all fucking Dominion or something before this is a huge problem. I think.
Oh wait.
Oh wait,
Destiny.
wait.
Yeah.
Destiny, someone did that.
No
Okay.
way, really? That would be crazy. Wouldn't that be crazy?
again
Yeah, well, that would be insane.
That would be pretty
if only someone
crazy.
did that.
in a situation where we can prove that they have rigged and actually rigged an election, then my advocacy changes.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Elon
We'd have
Musk,
to,
Starlink.
we'd have
Time
to
they
run a
ever
trial
did
to do that, right? We would have to go through the process to do that, to figure out if we can actually, if we have enough evidence, right? Like,
Yeah,
To be
obviously,
clear,
you'd have to
I
go
don't know
through a
how.
process to do
I
it.
don't know how.
okay,
obvious it is they're gonna
but
rig
hold on, but
elections.
we might lose that trial though, and if we
Wait.
lost that, then that'd be a problem, right?
Well, I
Rick?
mean, one second. I don't know if we need that trial because Donald Trump pardoned every single J6 false elector. So it seems like
True.
he really thinks that there was a possibility or some kind of time that they could have been charged and convicted of something. So it sure does seem like the people that tried it do think that they did do that. But maybe I don't know. Maybe there's some context. I'm not
Hold
saying.
on, Wick. Just his mind just went off. Go ahead, Wick. Hit him up with it. I know what you want to say. Do it.
I'll let you go.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
So
Anyway,
Wick,
I'm
Wick,
flirting.
Wick, just out of curiosity, when it comes time, what are you going to be writing on your bullet casings?
I'm gonna write. I'll write. I don't know.
Stop.
Liberal
Stop.
forever.
We're fed
Okay.
posting too close.
Hard R liberals. Stuff like that.
Hard
Should
R
put
liberals.
anti-ice.
Hard R liberals. Yeah. Okay, gang.
Anti-ice is the best.
It's been a peach. It's been fun.
Thanks for
I'm
letting me on.
tired. Okay. You guys,
You're
this
getting
has been a
impeached.
what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 versus 1, and I've come out winning. Okay, as I always do. Thank you all for coming to my show today. I do appreciate you all for being here. We're gonna have more of these conversations in the future. Trump's gonna do more insane shit, and it's very important that we stop him effectively. I think my way is more effective. That's it. Okay, thank you again. I'll see you guys later. Wait, bye,
Be for
everyone.
tomorrow, 12 o'clock.
It
Come
was
to
great
Zip
meeting
Zip
you,
stream.
Destiny. Huge fan.
Later
Bye,
on.
everybody. I love you.
Bye.
Hey,
No,
Destiny,
You too.
Destiny, Destiny.
That's my name.
Oh no.
What?
You
Oh,
support
fucking
war
no.
crimes. I just wanted to put that out there. Like,
Okay,
that's
I'll
what
let
you
you
do.
guys have fun.
Like, I think you're a partisan worm.
Wait, is your favorite
Um,
government? Is your favorite government on the list? Is it the Houthis? Is it Hamas? Or was it the Syrian Assad regime? Which one? If you had to choose your favorite one, what do you think? What's the one that you celebrate the most? Where you're like the most based?
The Houthis are pretty cool. The Houthis are pretty cool. They're pretty
Really?
Yeah, are
cool.
they?
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah, they're
I
pretty
trash, I guess,
fucking
'cause, like, minorities and
cool.
kinda hate gay people.
Yeah,
I'm
the
sorry, don't they do title
Houthis.
like in
Yeah, the
soldiers? Isn't that
Houthis.
bigger war crime than anything?
Yeah, the Houthis.
Hey,
And
we unclassified them as terrorists at some point so that we could give humanitarian aid. So yeah, I guess they are pretty cool, right?
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like we have
I like One
the
Piece.
U.S. Yeah, the U.S. is also just classified was it that gang in Venezuela as a terrorist, so as an excuse to start a war with them, right? So like whatever, right? I don't. Who cares if there's a
Wait, do you acknowledge
designation,
Houthis
right?
do
These
terrorist
designations
attacks?
are
You
political.
acknowledge they
Like
do
just
terrorist attacks,
just be,
right?
sorry,
The
what?
Houthis,
No.
Yeah.
the Houthis have never done anything.
Yeah,
to
the
warrant
Israel,
any
yeah,
sort of-
yeah, and
Wait,
IDF,
That's only
Wait,
the
no, no,
IDF are
prime case,
terrorists,
prime
and
case.
the IDF
You
are
acknowledge the
terrorists.
Houthis
Exactly.
have attacked, like ships
I
coming
agree.
from India
No,
or China, right?
they absolutely no, they absolutely have, right? I agree.
and
America
that's why they're
has
based,
slaughtered.
right?
I would agree. America has
Has
slaughtered
America
civilians.
targeted civilians?
I don't think.
Like
Yes.
targeted civilians.
Well, I mean,
Yes,
yeah, we
ones
have
in
in
the
this
middle-
administration.
in the middle of the ocean.
I
I
mean,
mean,
have any other administration other than Trump, who we all agree is like awful, has any other administration targeted
hold
civilians?
on, during the
way that,
Vietnam
like,
War,
Houthis-
we killed a lot of we targeted civilians. We
Wait,
went to
killing
we
civilians
cleared
is not
out.
the same
Yeah,
as targeting
no,
civilians.
no, no,
for
no,
one
no.
side
Yeah, no,
being
no. We
for
targeted. No, I said,
warfare. What are you talking
target.
about?
No, I said targeted civilians. Actually, yeah, we went to villages and we cleared them out to get the Viet
Wait,
Cong
do you know
out.
why we did that? Wait, do you know why
Hold
we did that?
Hold on, does it matter? Does it matter? Would it matter?
Yes, because they were engaging
Whatever.
in
Would it
guerrilla
matter?
warfare.
Would it matter? Would it matter? Would it matter to slaughter whole civilians? Hold on. Would it matter to slaughter whole villages? It matters.
Civilians.
It matters. Hold on. Yeah. They're pretending. Oh yes, and so that means you have to slaughter every man, woman, and child there. Yeah, 100%.
No, but
Yeah,
what it
you're a
means is
war
you
crime.
can't
You're
protect the
just like Destiny.
civilians.
You're just like Destiny. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
they might.
am.
Yes, they might have
Destiny's right
pretended,
about this
and so
stuff.
we gotta be sure. Yeah, we gotta be sure, right? And so we should firebomb
Wait,
them.
how do we?
We gotta.
Wait,
Yes,
wait,
we gotta be
okay,
sure.
Sorry.
We
Right.
gotta be
Can I ask
sure.
you a question?
No,
if
you
I go
can't
to
ask me a question.
village-
Hey,
One second.
no,
and
you
I
can't
don't-
ask
if
me
I
a
go to
question.
village,
No,
how
you
do I
can't
know
ask me a
who's combatant
question.
and all
No,
shit?
yeah, by slaughtering
Yeah.
them. By slaughtering
One
them.
second.
That's how you do it,
One
right?
second.
That's the
Real
use
quick,
for
real
it.
quick.
Hey.
Real quick.
No,
Can you-
no,
all right,
real
one
quick.
second.
No.
I gotta head out. It was great
Okay.
talking to everybody and meeting y'all. E-Court tomorrow. Come to Zip stream at 12 o'clock. Hope everybody's there.
Have a
Connor's
nice-
going to be there. Y'all have a good one. Also, ban appeals are going to be at 11:15 right before it. Love y'all. Destiny's great talking to you.
Have
Everybody
a
else,
good
bye.
one. Have a good one.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you
All
tell
I was
them?
gonna say is like if I go into an area where militants are dressed up as civilians and like, any of them can just turn around and shoot me at any point, how am I
Then
supposed
you
to deal
would-
with that situation?
Shoot them
How
back.
I'm going to ask you something. How are you not supposed to deal with that situation?
Oh, got you. He got you.
No,
You're
that's a
right,
serious question.
I would say that you. I don't know. It's a tough situation. I would say you. Like the thing is, it's kind of hard to. Like, what do you mean? Like, how would I not deal with that situation?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like,
What is
there's,
beyond the
million
pale?
things you don't do. I wouldn't nuke the village. Like that's like.
You would
probably
nuke
rely
the
on
village, but would you firebomb the
and
village?
two things I can't
Would you
do.
kill everyone in
Wait,
the
okay,
village
wait.
just in case?
What?
Would you kill everyone in the village just in case?
I don't know if I'd say it's like the best way to do it. I also wouldn't say it's the.
Oh, but
like,
hold
the
on,
worst
no,
way to do it
no,
either.
okay. You're
You
saying,
can do things that aren't, like,
okay. So then it's
objectively
in. So you're saying that's in the realm of possibility. Hey, if you kill everyone in the village, right?
Like,
that's like within the
It
realm.
would
Like,
dep- I
that's
would-
something
like, I
you
would
could do.
probably
That's
need
an
more
option.
context. I'm saying it. I would
You
probably avoid
you need more
killing kids.
context
I
as
would
to
probably
if
avoid
they're
killing
slaughtered.
kids.
Hey, okay,
Yes.
all right, okay. So the Russians come in,
Probably.
right? The
Not
Russians
definitely,
invade.
by the way.
They invade New Jersey, right? They
Well, I mean,
find
it
where
depends
this
on the context. If
faux
you're using,
rich
like,
kid
child
is,
soldiers,
right?
it's a bit
Because he
more
didn't actually
complicated.
get to a wick, right? So we don't know if he's actual rich kid, but a
Yeah,
faux rich
true.
kid.
I'm not rich.
I'm just messing with you there. But they
No,
they come to your house, right? And into your city, but they don't know who are American combatants, right? Some American soldiers have mixed into the population, and so you'd say an
I would say the American soldiers
acceptable
shouldn't be doing that
solution
because
here it would be to
that's like the
slaughter you
target.
all. It would be taking. It would take.
I think the
You would
American-
say.
I would
You would say, hey,
I can say
okay, what about this? What about this?
Well,
Hey, what about this? You
I
would say, hey,
don't
take
think the
every.
American soldiers should be dressing up as civilians, 'cause that
Would
puts a
you say,
target on every civilian's back.
Stormwolf? Would you say, hey, we will take just every person of fighting age, right? Fighting age meaning like 15 and up, right? And we'll every man and line up against the wall and shoot
Can I
them,
answer your
right? That would be because we
This
don't
question is
know.
Not that complicated. This question is not
We-
that complicated.
Oh, it's not
Um,
complicated
this
now.
question
Oh,
is-
now you're sure.
Well,
Okay.
well, if you let me
know.
answer, if you let me answer, sure.
Okay.
What I'll say is the Russians probably would be using a little bit too much force, but I would probably put primarily blame on the Americans who are dressing up as civilians, because you're not supposed to dress up as civilians if you're a militant.
What difference? No, guy. Sorry, stop trying to shift the blame. We're talking about the attackers here,
I'm
right?
not.
What?
That was where the blame would lie.
No, the Americans are the attackers, the defenders in this case, obviously. Follow the hypothetical.
It doesn't matter.
No,
Defenders
of
have
course it matters.
responsibilities in
Of course it matters.
international
Hold on.
law.
Both sides
Wait,
have
wait.
responsibilities.
Defenders have.
Both
What?
sides have responsibilities, correct? Defenders
Yes,
and
but in a situation
attackers.
where defenders have caused the
Defenders and
situation, the
attackers.
defenders
Do
would probably take the
attackers have
brunt of- the
responsibilities?
brunt of the blame.
Do attackers have responsibilities? Do attackers
What do you
have
think the
responsibilities in war?
responsibilities of the wait, hold on, wait. What do you think the attacker responsibilities are?
Not to needlessly slaughter civilians.
Wait, not to
Oh,
needless.
they
What does that mean?
responsibilities.
What does
No,
that mean?
To
because
be clear, the situation is America is like soldiers dressing up as civilians.
What does that mean? What does it mean to not needlessly slaughter civilians? What does that mean?
sure, right? When there is a possibility of one militant, right, or a military target within a crowd, right, of 100 people, not to drop a bomb to kill that one individual.
Okay. I mean, you could argue if it's a military commander, maybe, but so then some civilian death is allowed in the rules of war, right? Even if you know you're gonna
Yes,
kill civilians
obviously.
by bombing a target, right?
Yes,
Okay.
obviously.
So what is our strongest point of evidence that we feel like Israel is not engaging in proportionality or distinction when it comes to targeting enemy combatants in Gaza?
It would be dropping 2,000 pound bombs in the middle of refugee camps that were designated as safe zones, right, filled with tents of individuals, right,
They dropped a 2,000-pound bomb in the middle of a tented area. How many people were killed?
Is
by
he
it?
referencing
2,000?
Rafa?
there were
Is he
plenty.
referencing
Sorry, I
Rafa?
think
No,
there's
no,
a
no,
whole
wait,
list of these.
wait. He dropped it to that. So is there an attack? This killed what? 1,000 people? 10,000 people? There were 1 million people in the tented area south of Rafah before they did that. So they were dropping bombs that were killing 10,000, 1,000, thousands in a single strike, or
Dozens, sometimes 100. Like like in a strike
wait.
just the other
Wait,
day,
2,000-pound bomb?
there was
Wait, so
100
2,000
people died in that strike. So I don't like there was a certain number, right?
2,000-pound
And
bomb?
in the middle of
they
the
were-
tent
yeah,
city,
they were
a
dropping
2,000-pound
2,000
bomb only killed
pound-
100 people.
sorry, hold on. I don't have a specific incident with a casualty report right at hand, right? But I can, if you want me to go, if you want to sit down and go over those different casualty reports to those different attacks, we can do that, right? We have
Okay,
a
find
casualty reports with large numbers, but like
Yeah,
the
no,
point is,
find one.
but
Find me
it's
one.
it's a disproportionate.
It just seems weird. It just seems weird
Sorry.
that there have been so many bombs. I'm pretty sure there have been more bombs dropped than people killed. It seems weird that they're not doing any kind of distinction if that's the case. It's like you're gonna kill way more
There,
people. Why they
the
waste so many bombs?
analysis showed that we've dropped sorry, not we. Well, I guess
Wait, no,
U.S.
this
and
isn't the
Israel.
point. Wait, to be clear,
Hold on,
don't-
sorry,
I don't
sorry,
have the
sorry,
total bombs you drop.
sorry, Stormclap or Stormwolf. Sorry, shut up. The look in terms of bombs, right? They've dropped enough bombs that equals 6 Hiroshimas. 6 Hiroshima
Yeah,
nuclear bombs
I see, this is
across
exactly
that
what I
area.
projected.
I'm not,
Okay,
Stormwolf. I'm not
let's
talking to you.
Wait,
I'm not going.
wait, I care. You said 6 Hiroshimas, right?
Mhm.
Okay, how many people died in the Hiroshima bombing?
I have no idea.
The atomic bomb in Hiroshima killed about 140,000 people. The immediate blast killed 78,000 people. You said they've dropped 6 Hiroshimas worth of bombs, and they've killed about 1 Hiroshima's worth of people. How is that possible?
Because they've killed a lot more. They've killed a lot more. We don't actually have the full numbers.
So you think they killed more than? Wait. You think they killed 6 Hiroshimas? Also, all of Gaza is far more densely populated than Hiroshima as well, right? So you think they've killed what, twice as many as the reported figures, 3 times as many, 4 times as many?
I have no idea. Maybe 4 times
If
as
you
many.
have no
Like
idea, then how can you
there-
possibly have an
hold
opinion?
on.
How can you possibly have an opinion
I'm
if you
not
have no
making.
idea?
I'm not going to make a wild statement that I don't have evidence for. Right? I know
Okay,
there are
that's
more
fine, and I
people who
respect that.
died than there
Wait,
was
can I ask a question?
reported.
No,
Right?
no, wait,
You're asking me
wait,
how many
fine,
people
that's
died.
fine.
I don't know how many
I
people
know,
died.
I'm not-
Obviously,
no,
because we haven't
I'm
done the
not asking you
counting.
how many. I'm not asking
You want me to
how
make a
many
wild
people
a
died.
guess? I can do that.
I'm asking you how you
Okay.
justify that you think that they're not distinguishing between enemy combatants and civilians. And you gave the example of how many bombs they've dropped and ostensibly, I guess, how many people they've killed. I'm asking,
saying
well, how many people did they
dropping
actually
them
kill? You're
in
like, well, I have
10
no
cities
idea. But if you
with
have
in
no
the
idea,
safe
it means
with
they would have many more
within the
people.
hold on, within the safe zones. We have Israel established safe zones. They said, "Hey, go to these places, right, and you will be
Which
safe."
is, by the way,
These
not
are the safe
responsibility,
zones.
by the way.
Sorry, what?
Wait, hold on.
No,
Stop.
no,
You stop talking. Hold on. I think Israel had only ever agreed to a singular safe zone. I think it was around the time of the evacuation of Rafah. Okay, just to be clear,
There
you
were-
acknowledge that Hamas has never agreed with Israel mutually to a safe zone ever, and that they've failed their obligations to their civilian population by failing to do that, right?
What difference would that make if they agreed to it or not?
Well, you just said
That
they're
wouldn't make a
safe zones, and
difference.
only one has been
There-
officially
there would-
established.
I'm asking you.
There
I'm
were
asking
two
you-
bullet. Sorry.
No, that Hamas has never taken care to agree with Israel about a civilian safe zone. They've never done that.
I don't know if that's the case, but I don't know why it would matter.
Because you have because it would be a war crime. You have an obligation to your civilian population to do what you can to take care of them during times of war. And
Hamas has
two,
committed war
it would-
crimes.
Okay, but two, it
Done.
would also the goal of that would be to facilitate more civilian death, right?
Sorry, the goal of what would be
The goal of
say
not
more-
saying we agree that this area is off limits for bombing. We agree that we're not going to, conduct warfare from this area. That you would do this to protect our civilians. The only reason you wouldn't do this is because you hope to induce more civilian death or to fight from civilian areas. No?
Maybe not. No, I don't know what if. So if
Maybe not
that's the
conceivable
case,
reason.
hold on, sorry, hold on. If it's the case that Hamas never agreed to a safe, I don't know if that's the case, right? I know you're a liar, so I don't know if that's the case. But like,
I'm not.
if that's the case, that wouldn't necessarily mean that the reason would be to facilitate more deaths. There could be other reasons. I don't know.
Name one. What could another reason be?
I have no idea. You're
How the
putting out
fuck
this.
do you have-
wait,
You're
don't
putting.
make that
You're
claim.
putting out.
How
You're
do
putting
you
out.
have
You're putting
such
out this
strong
criteria,
this
right?
topic
And I have
not have any
and like
idea
well
about
justify
any-
my criteria. I have no idea. I don't know how.
Okay,
like, why
wait,
would they do
Brian,
that? I have no
Brian,
clue.
Brian,
I have no
Brian.
clue if it's
Wait,
the
then-
case.
Then why pretend to have strong opinions on it if you have no idea about it? Then who cares? Just think.
Hold on.
focus the issue. Come
How,
on.
why have
so-
strong opinions on a number of deaths there? No, I can have strong opinions,
got a
right?
question
Without
for you
having
about
to.
this, Prime,
But you
okay?
don't know-
I got a Prime. So here's my question. Okay, so I looked it up real quick. 67,000 is the official total since October 7th in Gaza.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, how many more do you think there are beyond 67,000?
I don't know.
I really didn't know.
Additional
Uh,
5,000, 20,000, 100,000?
Wait,
Sure. Let's. Hey, no, I'll pull a number. up.
600,000.
Yeah. I'll pull a number up my ass. Yeah, 500,000. Let's say 500,000.
That's insane.
What
by
is this
the
based
way.
off
Why,
of?
though?
I know absolutely nothing. I have no idea because
Why are
the
you just
bodies
making
haven't
up
been
numbers, bro?
counted.
Like-
Because the bodies haven't been counted. So you're saying, hey, like,
At least other pro-Palestinian
no.
forces have the audacity to like.
hold on, no, hold on. I'm saying I don't know if those numbers are accurate. Those are an estimation,
based
right?
on what?
I can use those
Based on what?
estimations. Like I've heard numbers 200,000 based on the studies. Yeah, based
What
on 200,000.
study?
But I'm saying, but we have multiple. There have been
So we have the
multiple
Lancet study, which has
estimations.
been
At those.
widely
Hold on,
debunked by every other person in the field.
Hold on.
What study are you referencing?
Hold on. I'm not referencing. Hold on, my guy, Stormwolf. I need you to shut up and listen for a second, right? Because you're trying to make a point here, but then like you're just running over me. So hey, listen.
You're saying they're not being counted,
I'm not
right?
putting
The
forth. Hold
bodies
on one
aren't being
second.
ca-
I'm
they
not.
haven't
Hold on one
counted
second.
yet?
Hold on, sorry. Shut up. I will answer your question in a second. Okay. Hey, I'm being asked. Hey, come up with a number. I'm saying no. I don't want to come up with a number because I don't have anything to base that on, right? And then you're saying, hey, there are other studies here, right? Why don't you base it on that study, right? Like the Lancet study. But then you immediately say, well, the Lancet study has already been debunked,
No, I
so you
said-
wouldn't want to base it on that
I
either,
didn't say you
right?
should base up the Lancet. I said at least other people have the audacity to have researched their lies and then say the Lancet. My point was
So
you
hold
don't
on.
even research
I'm
it,
not,
you have to wait
but I'm
for
not.
people
I'm
to-
not. Okay, so I'm not lying. Okay. Hey, how
you're
did
just
that?
wrong.
How did? One second. Hold on. 1 second. How did they come up with the number? The official number. How did they come up with that number?
So the Gaza health industry has a pretty good track record of being correct in these things. I believe they just
Okay.
count bodies based on reported deaths and stuff like that. I think they've had to revise numbers a couple times because of different like more information that comes out. But the Gaza health ministry is an on the ground, I believe, ministry that's like looking at the deaths. They've been fairly accurate. We have no reason to distrust their numbers because they've never really had inaccurate numbers in the past. But all of a sudden,
Sure.
the Gaza health
Sure. Hold on.
ministry,
But hold on.
by the way, is run by Hamas, so it's a massive incentive
Run by
to
Hamas. So
underestimate
no,
deaths.
yeah,
It's
I got it. Yeah,
so
sure. Hey,
underrated.
hey, hold on. So no, hey, hold on. No, I'm not gonna answer anyone's question. I'm gonna do one at a time. All right.
Okay.
I got Destiny here, so it's gonna be a problem if everyone jumps in at once. So, Stormwolf, right? I'm asking like the logistics of it all. Like, how do they actually count them?
I don't know their exact methodology.
Okay,
to be
no,
honest. I
and I'll
would have
tell you
to-
that's okay.
I would,
That-
I
so-
would imagine.
that-
I would imagine though. I would imagine
Storm
because
Wolf.
I have some understanding how this works. Wait,
Sure.
I wasn't done. I would imagine what they're doing is they're basing off reports, based on dead bodies found, based on the ground estimations, based on missing
Sure.
people's reports, and kind of engaging.
Storm
from
Wolf, I'll
there.
tell you.
But I would
Storm Wolf,
imagine
I'll
that's
tell you.
factored in.
I'll tell
the
you.
Lancet study does
Storm
not
Wolf,
do any of
this is not the gotcha. This is not the gotcha. Right? Calm down, Storm Wolf. Not everything I
I'm
say
not
is a
trying to
gotcha.
gotcha. I'm trying to answer your question.
I know. I'm saying I don't have a gotcha for you, so calm down.
I know,
Anyway,
but I'm
Troy.
answering your question.
Oh,
You asked
yes,
like,
I know,
how
I know,
did you
no.
do
Okay,
estimation?
I've heard you because you just repeated what you said previously. Anyway, Troy, it's fine. It's fine. Storm Wolf, I actually like you. Okay, all right. We're getting loud, but I actually
Thank
like
you.
you. I'll put that out there. Okay, so they count them to the hospitals. People bring bodies in. Right? They bring bodies
What
in.
hospitals?
What's the shelves of hospitals, the shelves of medical facilities are left after Israel's bombed those hospitals. But from those medical facilities, they bring in the family members or whoever, right? Emergency workers bring in bodies, and then they decide if they're going to count. Not all bodies count, right? So if you died from other reasons, right? Even if they were related, if you haven't died from an actual like a bullet or a bomb or something, they won't actually count those individuals, right? And so
But that's not
there's
true.
that.
Wait, so that's not
Hold
true.
on,
That's just not true.
yeah.
That's not true.
Yes, it
That's
is.
not how a
Yes,
health
there
country
is.
works.
We have.
Because they're not counting cause of death. They're just doing death. They're just
No,
doing this is how many people
you're
have died.
incorrect on this. We have doctors who've come, like American doctors who come from Doctors Without Borders. They've given testimony, they talked about exactly the way they do this, right? There are many bodies that come who aren't counted, but even then, there's still a problem because those bodies still have to
Why would you take
arrive.
a body to a
Well,
hospital? Why would you take a dead body to a hospital in the first
good
place?
good question, right? Why would you take a
Well,
dead
then
body to a
God's
hospital?
health
Hold on,
country isn't counting based on
listen, calm
Were they taking
down.
like arms and
Storm
legs?
Wolf, breathe. Storm Wolf, breathe. I got you. So I'm trying to explain this. So they take oftentimes there are individuals who come to the hospital and they're hurt and then they die, right? But then sometimes people are bringing bodies to the hospital or want to take care of those bodies, like in terms of a burial, right? Like that's where you would do that. However, there are individuals, one, who are underneath the rubble and who can't be extricated. Those people aren't counted. Two, there are bodies that are so mangled that, just like whoever said that just intimated, they don't even bother. There are people who died, blown to pieces. Their families don't bother taking them, and they don't count. Right? And then
So
there
none
are
of this
You're
is
making
true.
shit up.
I just
I'm gonna be honest.
I'm
with
not
you.
making. Sorry, why would I be making?
I
How's that
think you're
making shit up?
Wait,
Hold on.
first
Explain what I
You're
made
telling
this. What I made up.
fantastical story about like
Explain what I
bodies.
just
Okay,
made
fine,
up.
fine.
Explain
First
what I
Google
just
search.
made up. What
First
did I
Google
just
search.
make up?
First Google search. First Google search. You said that
So
it's
wait,
only
here's real quick,
hospitals.
before
That's
we
not
do
true.
this,
There's a
so
public.
here, real quick. So the way that they count bodies is a combination of people bringing bodies in, directly reported deaths that come from news articles, but they will also use, like, if families are reporting people missing after some period of time, they'll count those people's dead too. That's how they did it with 2014 and Protective Edge. I'm pretty sure that same practice carries through to today. There probably are some deaths that aren't counted, but that's probably on the scale of thousands, not on the scale of tens of thousands, certainly not on scales of hundreds of thousands.
That's why I
So-
say there's an online record that they pull numbers from. There's an online record that families can report dead bodies on that they will then
Prime,
use.
I just want to ask a question, Prime. Do you think
Ask
that
a
the death
question.
count that we have been provided, the what is it? I think it's 60
67,
something
7,000.
thousand right now.
67,000, yeah.
67,000, the official death count. Do you do you think that's all civilians?
No, they're probably actually Hamas fighters in there. Yeah.
So you recognize that Hamas does not publish the their civilian death count or their fighter
Purely
death count?
civilian death count. That
No,
might
their
be-
fighter
sorry.
death count. They don't tell you how many of their fighters have been killed.
Yeah, that's probably the case. Yeah. As far as I
That's
know, I haven't heard
probably
of
the
other.
case.
Yeah, I haven't heard of. I'm saying I haven't heard of a fighter death count myself, but specifically from Hamas.
Okay, does it maybe bother you a little bit that they hide these numbers? Does that not give you any thought whatsoever? Why do you think they do that? Why don't they tell people how many of their fighters have
It
died?
could be for propaganda purposes, right? Like you would want to make make it look as many civilians died in that situation within this war, right? It would be to
Okay.
their advantage.
So one of the things that people often like to lean on when they make all these claims about how it's a genocide and Israel is targeting civilians is they lean on the witness accounts of the people who have said, oh, they struck this area and there's no Hamas here. Do you believe those accounts? Do you think that that's what's happening? It seems like you think Israel is just wantonly targeting civilians for no reason because that they want to kill all Palestinians or something, because they're an evil mustache-twirling villain.
Some accounts are credible, some accounts aren't, as in within any battlefield.
Whether or not they saw fighters nearby a strike, or to not ever talk about whether or not there were people, whether or not people were firing stuff off from the like at any part of a populated area with civilians, because they do that. And I
Sorry.
very much
Sorry,
doubt
could you
the
repeat-
Gazan civilians.
Could
are
you
gonna say
repeat that? I
they
don't
did.
like you kind of, could you condense that? What are they
Wait,
saying?
what if I
at the
were to show
beginning?
you evidence that Hamas basically forces their civilians to not tell anybody that there were Hamas nearby at the site of a strike, and to just say that it was all innocent civilians that died? Because that's what they
I
do.
would say that I would say one, Hamas doesn't have complete control of the civilian population. I would say two, we do have third-party observers on the ground. So
That would be
yes, there'll be
subject to Hamas.
there'll be some credible points and some
They
within
are
any fight
subject
within
to Hamas,
within
by the way.
Ukraine, within subjects of Hamas. Yes, I'm a subject
not
of
subject
of Donald.
They're
I'm a
subject
subject
of,
of
like,
literally
I'm a
reporters who
subject.
have gone
I'm
to
a
Gaza
subject.
and
I'm a
then-
subject of Donald Trump, right? And yet
No,
I don't do
there are
everything he tells me
reporters
to
who
do.
have gone
No,
to
understood
fucking
that.
Gaza and
Yeah.
who have said, and then who have come back and said, we weren't allowed to say this, or that because the Hamas
Yes.
wouldn't let us.
Yes, governments put
They don't
restrictions
have
on
a free press.
I didn't say they did. I'm not even saying they did. They do. But governments put restrictions on individuals. That doesn't mean that that doesn't automatically mean that all information coming from that area is now untrustworthy. That within that area there is no either individuals who will tell the truth or those who are third-party outsiders who will do it any which way.
I'm just gonna say this: we've been having this conversation, and there's not been and Prime's point is there's genocide going on. There's not been a single positive argument from Prime other than they targeted refugee camps, which
The
safe zone, sorry. that he couldn't-
International
that he couldn't back up.
Association of
He's had
Genocide
one
Scholars,
positive account.
the
They had
International
one-
Association.
You
I don't-
realize that
I-
you can pay money to get on that thing and then vote in
The
favor
International
of it being a genocide,
Association
right?
of Genocide Scholars, right,
International
have
Association of
agreed.
Genocide
The-
Scholars. You
we
realize
have
that,
we have a
right?
whole list of third-party organizations. Take your pick, right? Amnesty
Yeah, and they're all
International
using the
has.
same bullshit
um,
evidence, the same
and the
out of context
UN
quotes
yes,
that were in the South
everyone's
Africa
bullshit, but
genocide
Israel.
case.
I know.
And
Only Israel. I get it. Only
no, I'm
Israel
not
is the
saying
one
Israel's
telling
never
the
done
truth.
any war crimes. I'm
Okay,
just saying
great.
you don't
Also,
have
they
enough
have. So they
evidence.
haven't. So they've done some crimes.
That's called
Okay.
an appeal to
What
authority.
crimes
You
have
haven't
they
argued the
committed?
actual facts. You're just saying,
What crimes have they
people
committed?
haven't
should
read
On
any of
Storm,
those
the
reports.
Storm, you had your chance. You had your chance. You're beautiful. I love you, but you had your chance. Sorry. What did you want?
I know.
Sorry, blue lady. Sorry, Ukraine lady.
Kalinda?
Helinda. Sorry, I'm sorry. Helinda. What was your?
Yeah,
what you
also
wanna say?
Ukraine is based, Slava Ukraini, etc. Listen, no, all of those reports are based on the same shit. Even the recent UN report that came out,
The
it's
same
all
shit.
the same
What's the
crap.
same shit?
It's all
What's
the
the same
same
shit?
500 trucks and like
No, they
reports
aren't.
that are out of
They have
context, where they're
extensive
all just
reports. They have
talking about
extensive reports.
Hamas.
They have extensive. They've written extensive reports, gathering evidence on the ground. These aren't like just a few
Yeah, they've
like media
talked to
reports.
people on the ground who told them there were no Hamas here, because if they do tell them there were Hamas there, then
Sorry,
Hamas is going to come
there-
and fucking kill
Okay,
them.
you say this, but like we have extensive reports from outside observers, who've gone, who reported back, right? Like for instance, people
really
from like
don't get
Doctors
it. You
Without
just wanna
Borders.
pretend that Hamas
You're just
doesn't
saying
exist
you're
so
all
that Israel
you're.
can be
I'm
a
not saying Hamas doesn't
mustache-twirling
exist.
villain.
I'm not saying Hamas doesn't exist. I don't say that they're good guys, right? I'm not saying that these individuals
though.
that
Just
there
to be clear,
can't
the
be some
Houthis
sort of
are.
coercive pressure being put on civilians to exaggerate. All that could be true, and Israel
then
could be
what's-
doing war crimes.
Wait,
Both of
can I
those
put
things
some
can be true.
positive arguments why I don't think?
Yeah,
Wait, wait, can I put some positive arguments why Israel isn't committing a genocide? I think there's a couple things I like to reference to talk about this. First of all, I don't think it's true that an attacker has any obligation to facilitate aid. Even though Israel has blocked aid, there's been
They
times
do
in the
under
past where
international law, so
they
you're incorrect.
facilitated aid.
They absolutely
no,
do.
They only
They
have to
absolutely
do is
do.
not
You don't understand,
block aid.
and you're just
No
you don't.
obligation
Then
to
what is
aid.
what is a what is
Hamas
what is a
doesn't
war
restrict
crime
us.
done by an attacker? What's a war crime done by an attacker? Is there a war crime that can be done by an attacker?
Yes, there could be. So blocking aid. So Israel did commit that war crime, but they've
Yeah,
also
for 3
facilitated
months they
aid,
blocked
which
aid. That
brings-
was a war
Look,
crime.
I do agree, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a genocide because Israel's also provided aid, which they
No.
don't have
I didn't say that was no.
Israel
Hold on.
distributed a
Hold
polio
on. I
vaccine.
didn't say
They
I
don't
didn't say
have
that was.
obligation to
Hold on.
distribute a
All I
polio
asked for a
vaccine.
war crime. I didn't say
Israel
that in
has
itself was a
always given
genocide.
warnings for
I
their
didn't say that.
bombings.
Hold on. I only asked you one thing. Calm down. Stormwolf, you're great.
Well, you interrupted
you're-
me, so I was just gonna finish my
Yeah,
point.
no, but Stormwolf, you're fantastic. But like, you're mixing things, right? All I asked you is, did they commit a war crime? Not necessarily did they commit a genocide.
Yeah, but
I
I'm
know
not
you
gonna
disagree
say
with that part.
Israel's committed war crimes.
Great,
I'm-
great.
I'm just
So,
you're
hold on,
saying
but that's not that.
genocide.
Even then, that's not really. I'm saying like an offensive war crime. I mean, like involving guns and bombs. Are there war
Yeah.
crimes?
Incidents we have, but like you can't like Primus seems to think that all of their bombings is just targeting civilians.
I don't think. No, I don't think. I
Because
don't
he
think
got
that.
used
I
the
don't think
scary
that. I didn't say
G
that.
word.
So you don't need to put those words in my mouth. I didn't say that. Of course they bombed just like legitimate targets before. Of course they have. Why would I deny that?
Yeah, but you think the majority of the
No,
okay,
you don't
how
know.
many
You
of your-
don't
how
know what
many-
I think. You don't know. You clearly
Wait,
don't
wait,
know
wait,
anything.
easy question.
And then tell
Prime,
us what you
Prime,
think
Prime,
because
Prime,
you think it's
Prime,
a
wait,
fucking
Prime.
genocide.
Wait,
So you
Prime.
either
Prime,
don't
prime,
know what
prime,
that
prime,
word
prime.
means
What
or
is
you
it, Stormwolf?
Easy question. How do we differentiate between Israel just bombing and civilians dying and Israel targeting civilians in your world? How do we do this?
How we determine, hey, were there sufficient military targets there, right? We would
But
say
Hamas lies about being a military.
we
being
would
present there,
say,
and
well,
they force
like
you
if
to lie
there,
about it.
hold on, if both sides will lie. Hold on, what
Yeah,
what about
but that's
Israel?
not
Would
all
Israel?
we
Hold on,
can
I'm asking
do.
Stormwolf. Would Israel ever have a reason to lie themselves? Would the idea of ever have a reason to lie?
I mean, sure, but we
Yeah,
don't have
they
any, like,
do.
Sure,
but
why-
they're
hold on,
also
why
a
would they?
democracy and
Why-
they're
why-
subject
in what cases would they lie?
They're a
In what cases
liberal
would they lie?
democracy with internal
Hey,
checks and
in what
balances
cases?
that are
Hey,
held
hey,
accountable to
here's
international
you want an
standards.
example
Hamas
where they
has
target?
none of these
Hold on.
criteria.
You want an example where they targeted civilians? No, I'll provide you. No problem, right? There was a
One
convoy.
explicit
Hold on. You want an example?
Oh, the
Hold on.
one we-
I'm
I
going to
know
tell you.
the
I'm going
convoy
to tell you an
you're
example. I'm going to tell you an example right now. Shut up. There was a convoy
I know it's
of ambulances
WCK.
that was going down
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
some darkened road. There was a whole line of IDF agents or soldiers there, right? The convoy was lit up, right? They were seen, and the Israeli soldiers fired on these ambulances anyway, and then they buried the bodies in a mass grave afterwards, and then they lied about it, right? The idea of the beautiful
wait, wait,
IDF, right?
but
The most
don't we know
moral
that
in
they
the world.
lied
They
about it?
lied about it. They
But
got
how do we
caught
know they lied
when
about
we
it?
when,
How do we know they
when
lied
we-
about it?
because they actually lied. They said like this I forget what exactly was it.
How do we
I
know
believe,
they lied about it? How was the lie
because they
discovered?
said false statements. They actively said false statement that was countermanded by.
But how did we discover that?
Hold on, I'm
We're just going
literally
in
about to
circles.
tell you, Stormwolf. Shut up. Like there was video
then tell
footage.
me.
I'm literally right now, Stormwolf. Literally out my mouth was coming out. Just Stormwolf. God, you're
ahead.
sexy. You're so sexy. Let me say
Just say it.
Okay, they had video, right? Like so, there were the victims were recording what was happening, right? And that countermanded or contravened exactly what the IDF said. So yeah, that's how we knew because we found video footage of the incident. That's how we knew.
Are you talking about the
Where's the video footage from, by the way?
WCK bombing or a different thing?
It's
It
not a
sounds
bombing.
like he is,
It's
but
not
I'm
a
not too
bombing.
sure.
No, it's not a bombing.
How did they find the video?
They
were buried
sure, yeah,
in mass graves.
they found the mass graves. People found the mass graves later on, and
Wait,
they
no, but how they
removed.
find Israel? Like you said, there was a video. How
It was a
did they find that
cell
video?
phone.
Where was it from?
It was a cell phone.
Okay.
Cell phone
Well, they,
footage
like, went
from
through their
from the
phones and,
victims.
like uploaded it. Like I'm confused.
No, it
What's
wasn't.
going on?
Hold on. I just told you. Like, hold on. Listen. I need you to use your ears. And
Are you
listen.
talking about when
They
they killed
found-
those ambulance drivers?
Yes.
and torture
There's
one
a
of
whole
them?
convoy
Which
of ambulances
which was
of
an
emergency
intelligence error, and I think-
workers,
Oh,
emergency workers, and they
Wasn't there an
found.
incident where Israel like used tanks and those Israeli those Israeli soldiers got held.
I don't know.
accountable? Why
I
would you
don't
do
know
that
what
if
you're
you're
talking.
trying
I
to
don't
conduct a
know what you're
genocide?
talking about. I'm giving you an example. You're asking, hey, is there a moment where Israel slaughtered civilians? Right. That would be. This would be that moment.
First of all,
Okay,
those aren't
yeah,
civilians,
none of
but I
us-
do agree
listen,
Israel did
Those are
attack in that
how.
incident.
I mean, how are ambulance drivers not non-military targets?
Nobody.
Well, I would
Prime,
civilians.
nobody
But I would agree
dis-
it's fucked up to bomb that.
Nobody
crimes.
agrees
So then-
that
so
Israel
they're
has
not-
done war
so then-
crimes, but
so
the
then-
problem is there's a
great.
difference between war crimes and genocide.
Hold on, hold on,
Israel's
hold on.
problem is
Yeah.
Once
that
again,
is
I
that
need
they
you,
are not
I need you to use
accountable.
put your listening cap on, right? Put your listening cap on, because I didn't ask him about the genocide there, right? I was asking him
Well, I
about
agree
war
with you when
crimes.
you asked me if they did war crimes. I said Israel probably
Great.
has committed
None
war
of us
crimes.
Great,
I don't
disagrees
great.
with that.
And so they would have reasons. And so if they're capable of doing war crimes, the attacker is capable of doing war crimes, when they have reasons to lie about that, correct?
Prime, do you think the government did 9/11?
Hey,
Just
I'm ignoring
'Cause
that.
this is-
Hey,
because
I'm
the
ignoring
country made
that.
an
I'm ignoring that.
argument
Hey,
in Destiny
they
where
would
the
have
government
reasons
has
to
the capability to
lie.
They
They would have
lie.
they would have reasons to lie. They would have reasons to lie about the war crimes they've committed. So my mic,
Wait,
I'm sorry,
Israel
I do
did 9/11.
apologize. 1 second.
No, he
Israel
probably
do
thinks
9/11?
We're
the
talking about
Sorry. Hello. Hi. I don't know how long the sound was off. Fuck. How long was that off? Ugh, okay. I don't know how long that was off. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Thank you, FQ, for letting me know. Otherwise I wouldn't have. I'm so sorry. Was that long, FQ? Ugh, all right. Any which way. I do apologize for that. But okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. My as you guys saw, they couldn't see it on their end, so I thought I was making it up. Like, but my stream was actually fucking up. Because like that whole I was streaming Discord, but to do that, I also have to like do it through a virtual cam and also like have a second like view, like a second video feed of that stream, and it was like my computer was running out of RAM. It's just not working. But I don't know. Well, you believe me, right? It was actually fucking up. No, it was over. They were done. Destiny raid. What did I get raided? I don't know. I don't think I can get raided here. Someone say I got raided. You were getting clapped by Destiny. Okay. Sure. But anyway, yeah. I think that I think it was overall a good debate. He's just joking, is he? I don't know. I think it was overall a good discussion. What annoyed me is that you can say sure, lol, you didn't make any good points. Okay, fair. I mean, I guess whatever. But yeah, my problem is that people were just ignoring what I was saying in terms of blind justice, right? That we would also apply these things to other presidents, right? Like if it is the case that the trials, the Nuremberg trials, right? The neo-Nuremberg trials that Destiny was proposing. If it is the case that those only apply to Republicans, and he and the entire time he only said Republicans, right? I prompted him multiple times to like give the chances to say, oh, well, Democrats as well. He wouldn't do it, right? He just means Republicans. Hey, and like I said, I believe Republicans have committed war crimes. This administration and certainly the Bush administration have absolutely committed war crimes. I believe they should be prosecuted. But I also believe that, hey, if we're going to create such a thing, right, where we like prosecute the last administration, hey, that's a good thing. I like it. Let's do that. I want to hold the powerful accountable always. But like that has to apply for both sides. Right? I don't know. Is that unfair? Is that unfair? This is the point of bringing up Gaza, right? Not one, because yeah, Destiny is a piece of shit Zionist. And I'm gonna call him out every time, like every fucking time, every time. Fuck that guy. Fuck him, right? For supporting a genocide, right? Running cover for genocidal actions. We're gonna do it every time. I'm always swinging rhetorically on that. However, but like I was using that point to show that like, well, there could be other reasons to hold a administration accountable. And if you don't like that example, that's why we brought up the Omar al-Awlaki example with Obama. And I'm sure we come up with other crimes as well, right? Like Obama had, because I imagine what some people would say, like Trump is doing that's wrong, is his immigration policy, right? And these massive roundups. Obama had deported more people. And in fact, what the Trump administration is doing right now, a stated goal is to deport more people than Obama did. Obama was called the deporter in chief, right? He had massive immigration rates. These were happening, right? Now, were they as brutal as these? I don't know. They weren't reported in the same way. They might have been, but maybe they weren't. Maybe Obama did like deported millions of people and it was all peaceful, but probably not. Right? Probably not. Probably that the people being held in those immigration detention centers were done that was happening under deplorable conditions, right? That maybe violate some sort of human rights statute. If that's the case, well, then Obama should be charged for that too, right? Like any crime that is committed, I'm saying, charge them. We want future presidents to be terrified. Destiny was saying that as well, but only for Republicans. I believe both. And so I don't think it's unreasonable to say that. Okay. Thank you, Dream. Dream Dragon says, hey Prime, as a shit lib, I appreciate you always like hearing you out. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the kindness. I appreciate that. Nice, clearly thought out counterpoints. Shut up, you suck. clearly the intellectual crowd. There are people that can make serious character judgments. He wasn't. I don't know if it's the case that President Obama deported mostly criminals. Yeah. So like, votes blue no matter who. Hello, hi. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the case that President Obama only deported criminals. I think he deported a lot of innocent people is the wrong term I want to use here. A lot of non-criminals, people who didn't commit something other than immigration crime. I'm not sure what I want to use here. Just like regular migrants. I'll say that. Non-criminal migrants, whatever. But you understand what I'm saying, right? We can just look it up, right? Now that I'm not like doing the dual stream, I literally couldn't look things up at the time. I literally couldn't do it because my computer was slowing down. Let's see if I can do it now, though. 1 second. How many people did Obama deport? 1 second. Obama administration logged more than 3.1 million ICE deportations. 3.1 million. Do you think there were 3.1 million like immigrant criminals? No, they weren't. 3.1 million? No. The Trump administration is trying to catch up to those numbers. This is what let's see what site just said this. Tracereports.org says 3.1 million. NPR says 3 million. Obama deported more than 3 million individuals. So yeah, we'll go to 3 million. You think there were 3 million criminals there? No, they weren't. Obama was doing family separations. Were they as brutal as Trump's? I'm not sure. And the reason I'm saying I'm not sure is not because I'm trying to hold water for Obama. Fuck Obama. Not a fan. It's because we literally weren't getting the same type of reporting, right? For Trump's deportations, we saw the images of the kids with the space blankets, right? On the concrete floors. We saw that was burned into the public consciousness, but not what Obama was doing, right? Like what did the deportation regime look like? We had the language, not like we didn't know what was happening at the time, right? He was called the porter in chief at the time, right? There were activist groups talking about that. But like we don't have like the same. We don't have videos of Obama doing the exact same thing. So when I say I'm not sure, I'm saying I'm really not sure, right? Just like before, they were asking me, well, how many people died in Gaza? Well, I don't fucking know. I don't know. I know it's more than what was reported, right? But if I put out a number, it's going to be up my ass. It's going to be up my ass. I don't know. So they desperately asked me to come up with a number. I come up with a number. They're like, what's out of your ass? Well, I said, yeah, that's why I didn't want to give you a number because it's going to be out of my ass. Of course, I don't know. Well, let's count the dead. But we haven't counted them yet. We haven't finished counting them yet. Bill Clinton built the wall. Then read any comment, dude. Trying to compare Obama to Trump. Read my next comment, dude. Trying to compare Obama to Trump is ridiculous. This is how Trump got elected. I'll just put you on screen. Vote blue no matter. Oh, I didn't really read your username or hard. Vote blue no matter who. I disagree. I deeply disagree. But anyway, trying to compare Obama to Trump is ridiculous. This is how Trump got elected because of people like you think they are exactly the same, which is insane. I didn't say they're exactly the same. There's no reason to put words in my mouth. I didn't say they're exactly the same. Did I say they're exactly the same? No, I didn't say that at all. Right? As I went through pains. I went through pains to say these individual or different presidents are different, right? They violate the laws in different ways. They do violate the laws. They do horrible things that aren't held to account. That's my issue. So you can say, right, that like Obama, right, like he was far more innocent than Trump. I'd agree with you. But Obama did commit crimes, and so I'd prosecute him for those crimes. Like, and no, I don't vote blue no matter who. No, I reject that. I reject it every time. Sorry. Every fucking time I reject that. No. Vote blue no matter who. What if it's a segregationist? I guess I gotta vote blue. Hey, he wants to install slavery. No, right? Oh, but maybe that's too extreme. Obviously, Prime, you're coming up with a straw man. But still, the lesson is vote blue no matter who. And so, at some point, you might say it's someone's being unreasonable, like it's an unreasonable. A politician has a platform that is beyond the pale. But when does that actually happen? When does it actually happen? All I'm saying is have standards. That's it. Have standards for your politicians. That's my argument. That's crystallized. Have standards. Just having a D in front of the name isn't a standard, right? That's just team sports. That's just saying, hey, I'm going to vote for the blue team. I just want to vote. I mean, hell, that's your username, right? You're saying I'm going to cheer for the blue team, and that's all, right? I'm not engaging in team sports. I'm engaging in politics here. My elected officials have to meet a minimum standard. Not supporting a genocide is minimum standard. That's something, right? Don't support a genocide. Anyway, sorry. If you think they are the same, then why would you not vote blue no matter who? If you don't think they are the same, why would you not vote blue no matter who? Because the Democrat can be of such poor quality that I'm not going to vote for them. That's why, because they whatever they do advocate for is so disgusting that I don't want to vote for them either. That neither candidate has my vote. Now, the time to avoid the situation, right? What we should do is have a lot of primaries, right? We should encourage primaries, encourage strong debates, so that we can put forth a candidate that can appeal to the most people, right? That's the best way, because once you go to the general election, it's too late. However, it is not the case that there are only two choices, the Democrat and Republican. There is another choice, right? And in fact, most people of voting age, most adults, right? Voting age adults exercise this third option, and that's not to vote. Now you can yell at me. This is what shit libs do all the time. They can yell at me and say, like, well, you're the reason why Trump is in office, right? You can do that, right? You can try to shame a person like me and say, like, well, it's your fault. That's actually not a convincing argument, though, right? The convincing argument would be to put forth a candidate that is attractive for voters to vote for. You can try to keep shaming them, but it doesn't work. And in fact, we got Trump any which way, right? There was a drop in voters. Like less people came out to vote than in 2020. Less people came out, and Trump won. And Trump won all the swing states. He won them all of them. He won the popular vote, guys. He won the popular vote. It was so bad. So you can pretend that like not voting is not a valid choice, but people are going to still not vote. So if you want to get them to vote, present them with a candidate that actually inspires them, right? Don't present them with piece of shit Kamala Harris, who said she had no ideas other than what Joe Biden did. She went on. She had no clue what she would do differently other than the Biden administration. She had no clue. Couldn't think of a policy that she would change. Didn't have a thought in her head, and she lost. Huh? What a surprise. Sorry, but you got comments here. Let me over their head. Okay. Sorry, dude. Sorry, Lee says, dude, I had standards. You don't know me. I have standards in the primary. Once the primary is over, I am voting for the person in the D. And you obviously have no principles. Well, I do have principles. My principles is like, don't support a genocide. If you do support a genocide, well, then I don't vote for you. But I appreciate that you voted within the primary. I appreciate you being part of the political process and all that. But my principles, like, just because you managed to win the nomination for my ostensible team doesn't mean that I'm going to vote for a person who believes in something horrible. And I have very low standards. Just don't support a genocide. That's all I was looking for. Hey, don't support a genocide. And they couldn't meet that bar. Again, you guys are going to keep shit libs constantly argue with me on this, right? And we think shaming is going to work. If we beat up Prime, well, then we'll win the next election. We can do the same thing afterwards. Put up an awful candidate, dog shit candidate, right? We can put up either a man whose brain was melting, right, at the time, so old, and pretend that, and try to gaslight the country to say that he was a viable candidate. Amazing. or we'll put up another candidate who was so lame, so inept, so incompetent, right? They had no ideas of their own. When asked directly, they're like, "No, I would just do the same thing. I would do the same thing as an unpopular president." Okay, well, good luck with that. But you are a rich guy who doesn't work for a living. That's why you. Well, blue no matter who. Okay, well, blue no matter who. I'm sorry. Well, blue no matter who. Clearly, you're new here. I am not wealthy. I am not a rich guy. I'm not, you can if you want to make me a rich guy, well then consider using super chat, right? If you saw my bank account of blue no matter who, you would be assured. I'm not a rich guy, but I appreciate that. I am an aspirational rich guy, though. I aspire to be a rich guy and then not to care about other people. I aspire to that. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate you. A brand new person, and I thank you for coming in. Right, brand new individual, clearly doesn't know the channel. I appreciate you coming in here, having conversation. Rich guy, that's me. That's Bribe. Okay. Sorry. Greens aplenty is saying things. Let me put something on the screen. Lots of Americans thought Trump was hunting pedophiles while hanging out with Epstein. That snow was faked by the think snow is faked by the deep state. Oh, like actual snow is faked by the deep state. Maybe someone thinks that. I don't know. Think China has bamboo fiber voting ballots systems, so on. Yeah, I mean, we got some crazy ones. That's true. You will not vote for lesser of two evils because you are a rich, privileged person. My friend, that is not the case. That is not the case. Aspirationally rich, though. One day, I want to fit your description. Okay, I'm working on that. Oh my God, really? Like, I think you must think that look at how many people are watching right now. Look at how many people are watching. Do you think that implies I'm a rich guy? You think I'm a rich streamer? I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing. To be clear, I'm not laughing at you. You don't know me. You're brand new. That's okay, right? I'm just laughing at the notion I'm rich. I want it to be the case. I really do. It's just not true. But I'm not laughing at you there. To be clear, right? Trump Gaza #1 fun. You're basically just arguing about theoretical stuff. Sorry. Not what she was saying. You were taking her out of context as usual. She was trying not to shit on his past record, which also her past record. So here's what you do, right? In that situation. I'm not taking her out of context. She was asked directly, hey, what would you do differently? And she says, I have nothing. I wouldn't do anything differently. I can get to the exact quote, but like she said, she wouldn't do anything differently than the past administration, right? Here's what you do. And I've been asked this before. Don't worry, I'll answer it. In that situation, you say, well, hey, my predecessor, or Joe Biden, right? He came in on tough times. He came in during the COVID recession, right? And he had to make some tough choices. And I appreciate him. He is a true American hero, genocider in chief, Joe Biden, true American hero. But I, right, as his partner, there were things I would do differently, right? Because we had disagreements, right? We were teammates, right? But teammates disagree all the time. And this policy, here's where I would do differently. Not that my the previous administration was wrong or awful. I understand they were working under tough circumstances, but I have my own ideas, right? I'm my own person, and this is the direction I'll lead the country. You can do it without shitting on Joe Biden. You should shit on Joe Biden. He's a piece of shit. He's a garbage individual. He's a genocide supporter. Fuck him. However, if you're Kamala Harris and you lack morals, and you still want to make the case, right, for yourself without shitting on genocide Joe Biden, you can do that. There you go. I just gave you the secret sauce. She couldn't do that. She couldn't do that. She's a terrible candidate. She's a terrible candidate. First one to drop out in the primary in 2016. because she was awful. She was she was awful. She tried her best. But she was a dog shit individual. And then an uninspiring, forgettable vice president. Like whatever. But that's okay. That's fine. Anyway, so it says the next thing, can't even recall half the crazy shit. Do you work a regular job or do you just stream? Yes, I work a regular job. Yes. So you wanted her to list off a bunch of things she would have. Oh, let me put it on screen. So you wanted to list off a bunch of things she would have done differently, which is also her record. Brilliant strategy, buddy. But it's not really her. Okay, so one, like I'm trying to figure out how to express this about the vice presidency, because the vice presidency is a weird office, right? And not every country has like a position like the American vice presidency, right? So it's like, listen in the Constitution, right? There's a vice presidential office, but there's like no powers given to it, zero, right? So like, what is her record, right? Like, what is her record? What is her the powers that she had, right? I say that the power that she had, in the power that all the power that most vice presidents have is their smaller bully pulpit. That's the power they have. Other than that, they actually have nothing, right? The president has to give them powers. So like Biden made her the I think like the immigration czar or some shit like that. Do you remember that? Do you remember that moment where she goes to like fucking Honduras or whatever the fuck, right? One of those Central American countries, right? She made that big speech that was televised, telling immigrants don't come, right? That was part of her like her borders are responsibility. That's what he gave her. He like part of the reason why she had such a hard time running is that Biden did not support that woman at all. Biden sabotaged the woman, and he didn't give her like a job that she could reasonably complete. How could she hold back like the tides of immigration? There's no way, right? He set her up to fail. So like when you say her record, what was her record, right? My problem with Kamala is that she didn't use her smaller bully pulpit to advocate against a clear injustice, right? To have any political courage, right? That's what I'm saying. That's my issue with her. But beyond that, right? Like, what was her record? Well, I don't know. Biden kind of did pretty much everything else, right? He put it was his cabinet, it was his executive orders, it was his Supreme Court nominations that didn't actually get through. It was all that. Like, what was her record? So the reason why I'm saying this, right? So the reason why I made pains to try to make that distinction here is that, like, I think that gives any vice president space, right, to say that, you know, that idea of like a team of rivals that Obama loved to say this all the time, right? I want to create a team of rivals within my cabinet, right? That's just me, like a bunch of people who disagree, right? I would say, hey, like I support my president, but there are some things I disagree with, right? Or some things I think I could have done better, right? And not that Joe Biden was awful or wrong or stupid or anything like that. No, you don't attach any of that. Like, he was such a brave American, right? But for instance, I would have made the if I'm Kamala Harris saying this, right? Like, I would have made the infrastructure bill bigger, right? Or I would have added these provisions to it, right? You're not saying that the infrastructure bill was bad, because overall it was a pretty good bill. I would agree. But I think personally, Prime, I think it should have gone farther. I think it should have been bigger, right? Well, we should have put more money into climate change or mitigation, right? And so that's the thing you could say. Hey, I would do more in terms of climate change mitigation. Not that Biden's record was bad, but here's what I would add to that. Simple. She couldn't do that much. She couldn't do that much. She's pretty shit. So I'm just scrolling down. So would give that big long rambling answer that wouldn't fly. Hey, sorry. Okay. Well, then you obviously didn't watch Harris. You thought my answer was rambling. Every fucking thing that woman said was rambling. She rambled all the goddamn time. That's all she did, right? Oh, I guess you're right. That's why she lost. Oh well. Terrible candidate. Again, you are the reason why Trump won. Please stop doing politics for a job. You are poisoning people with your BS. Thank you. What else we got? It is her record. That would be like JD Vance's record is not Trump's record when he runs in 2 years. That's what I'm saying. It's a tough position, right? Like, because if I was like JD Vance's opponent, of course I would hang Trump's record on him, right? Of course I would do that. It's the vice president's always. This is why they don't usually win. It's like the vice president isn't some like easy coast to the White House because you are tied with the record of your opponent or your running mate, but also you didn't really have much decision making power, right? Other than what they gave you. So it's a tough thing to do, to say how would you make the world better, right? The best you can hope for as a vice president, right, is to push for a third term, right? What you want is an outgoing president, right? Be that President Biden or President Obama, right, or Clinton, to be popular, and to say, I'm going to run on a third term, which means that like I would just continue on with everything. But Biden had falling approval ratings. She had to distinguish herself in some way, and she didn't do that. And if you think that's impossible, well, then I don't know. Then she was doomed from the start, because Biden had falling approval ratings. They kept sinking. That's why he was inviolable. That's why he got pulled from the ticket. That's why that happened in the first place, because people they were blaming him for the economy, for the inflation, right? So if you're saying then that's her record and there's literally nothing she can do about it, okay, well then she was going to lose any which way. And there's no, I don't know what to tell you, right? Because people are going to blame the regime that's in office, right? They're going to blame them for their problems, whether that's fair or not, right? That's going to happen. And if you're saying that she can't actually make any daylight, right? Well, then there's no platform she can run. Why even bother coming up with one? Just copy and paste Biden's, right? Why did Biden come up with a platform after he ran after Obama left office, right? Just run on Obama's platform, right? Why did Hillary Clinton? Hillary Clinton was his Secretary of State. Just run on Obama's record, right? Like at that point, don't have any ideas for yourself. But like the American people want a vision for the future. They're always going to want a vision for the future. And so at that point, you'll have to distinguish yourself even slightly from the previous administration. I think you can do that. But shitlibs say no, you can't do that. Okay, you're not allowed. Shitlibs say that is political suicide to ever have any different ideas from the previous administration, right? You shouldn't even bother. That's an idea. And Kamala Harris lost. It's my fault, though. It's my fault. It's my fault, right? All those people. My stream is so big. It's my fault. Go ahead. Like, this is the cope. What you're saying for Vote Blue No Matter Who in the comment section, I appreciate you being here, is a whole lot of cope. A whole lot of cope, right? So I get to be the avatar of their hate, and I love it. Go ahead. I appreciate it. Comment, send your hate my way. I appreciate it, right? Come to youtube.com/PrimeKai to send your hate. Much appreciated. But they use me as an avatar of hate, right? And say that you're why she lost, right? It wasn't because Kamala Harris was a shit candidate. It wasn't because Joe Biden supported genocide. It wasn't because of any decisions made by the powerful. No, it's me, a YouTuber with a tiny ass stream, right? I did it because I poisoned people against them, right? That's cope. That's cope. It's the powerful did nothing wrong, and there was nothing they could do. That's the mantra of the Democrats. There was nothing we could do. There was nothing. It was outside of our hands, right? Prime beat us up. Prime beat us up. He spotted us in an alleyway, right? and he kicked our asses, and that's why we lost. Not because of any of our decisions. There was nothing that could be done differently. There was nothing. There was no ideas Kamala Harris could put forth. There was nothing Joe Biden could have done. Right. That's right. Not to improve his numbers. Right. His approval ratings. There was nothing that could have been done. Right. And so the fault must lie with the voters. With the voters. It must have been them. Always blame the least powerful. That's a shit lib. That's a shit lib. Sorry. Some other people were sorry. Notice me. Hello, hi. Marcus loves anime. Hey, I love anime. I'm curious who your avatar is here, Marcus. I don't know who that one is. But I love anime too. Shout out to you. Okay. So other people were talking. Well, I think it's liberal to want people to have. I think it's liberal to have want people to have more options to vote for rather than feeling societal bullying for vote for party you don't want to, I guess. I would agree. I mean, I would agree. I want more people party representation. I would love a parliamentary system. We don't have one now, unfortunately. But I think it's something to fight for. And I'm torn on the Green Party, honestly. I'm really torn on that party. I don't know. I have lots of thoughts on the Green Party. But principally, I agree with you, Dream. Thank you for that comment. You didn't vote. You're zero influence on election or your future. But that's not the case. That's not the case. That's not the case. So I did actually vote. I voted in the election. I just didn't vote for president. But in any case, but I take your point. But I still don't think it's the case because democracy is not a spectator sport, right? Everyone's responsible for the outcome of people who vote and people who don't vote. Everyone's responsible. So you do have an influence on an election, right? You can you not voting means another person the other side can win. Other side. That's even when you have a side. You may not have a side, right? But one person wins because you didn't vote for the other person. That's influence on the election, and that's an influence that millions of people, millions more than who vote. Right? Like it's like was it 40% of the voting population actually votes, right? If that's the case, and I believe that's the number. If I'm wrong, I do apologize. But if that's the case, that means 60% don't vote. So 60% do have an influence on the election, right? A negative influence is an influence. So I'm okay with people saying I have a level of responsibility. I do. Of course I do. I absolutely do. I just think the powerful have more responsibility. I think that the politicians should actually put forth a platform that is minimally viable. And a minimally viable platform is against genocide. Simple. That's all I asked for. Apparently it's just too much. But I'm scrolling down. When fascist leaders die, the next guy has to be more extreme to get support from the last cult leaders' worshippers. I don't know if that's the case. I don't. Fascist leaders oftentimes don't get a chance to hand off power. I don't know if that's, but I don't know. Maybe they're right. But I don't know. Okay. All right. So what do you got here? People like you look at Hassan. The dude has the biggest audience, and he couldn't even tell them to vote for Harris. People like me. Yeah. I mean, but Hassan's see again. This is a difference of opinion, right? This is a difference of opinion. It is not Hassan's responsibility to get any politician elected. Hassan or myself, right? I am not a Democratic cheerleader. I don't consider myself a Democrat, not anymore. I don't consider myself a Democrat. I'm not a cheerleader. That's not my responsibility is not to get them elected. My responsibility is to hold politicians accountable, right? As a voter, that's my responsibility to hold my politicians accountable for their actions. Joe Biden sponsored a genocide. He sponsored a genocide or war crimes, right? Just war crimes. Ooh, genocide. You don't like that word. War crimes. Okay. war crimes done by the Israeli. He sponsored the war crimes, and I'm not for that, and so I didn't vote for him. And lots of other people made that same decision. So the option is to put forth candidates that aren't pro war crime, or just to do the same thing over again and see if you'll get different results. I don't know. Now he's out here lecturing people on why Kamala lost just like you. Can't you even see how ridiculous you sound? No, I don't. You can tell me though. Tell me in the comments how ridiculous I sound. I appreciate it though. I appreciate you. James says, I don't think playing the blame game at all. I don't like playing the blame game at all because I want to hold the people who directly support bad things responsible before I could ever feel like blaming more left-leaning people. Lol. Yeah. But if you did the bad things, then like hold them responsible. If I'm reading your comment correctly here, then you should hold the powerful people accountable, the people who made the decisions. But like there's just a difference of opinion here, right? Between me and people like Vote Blue no matter who. Do you hold like, is it a team sport or not? Like will you accept anything? If through the primaries, again, like it's an extreme example, but I would have thought like, supporting a genocide was too extreme. If you'd asked me before 2023 whether the Democrat supported genocide, I would say of course not. That would have been too extreme, but I would have been wrong, right? But still, I'll give you another example. Yeah, like segregationists. If a segregationist wins the Democratic Party nomination, right? The Republican isn't a segregationist. Who should I vote for? Right? Or even if let's ignore that. If they're segregationists as well, right? But they're slightly worse. Should I vote for a segregationist, or should I say that the political system has failed me here, and I have no real choice? You would say black people should vote for segregationists. Do that. I mean, okay. Some of them will. Some will make that choice. Others won't. And if you want to avoid people making the obvious choice to not vote, well, then don't put up a segregationist. I don't know. Have standards. My view is that I do think voters need more class consciousness, I guess, to produce better politicians, or at least more moral ones. And I don't think voters need more class consciousness, I guess, to produce better. Yeah, I would say. I mean, I guess I would agree with that. Yeah, more class consciousness is not a bad thing. I would agree. I agree with that. Hold on, Bob Blue, no matter who, has been like going crazy in the chat, so I got to put more of his thoughts in there. Okay. Shocking, you did not vote for president, and now you're out here scolding people on their voting habits. Hypocrisy knows no bounds. Am I scolding you on your voting habits? I think just like you hold me accountable for not voting, which you should, that's fair. I hold you accountable for whatever choice you made, whether that be Trump or Biden or a third party candidate. I would hold you accountable because, like I said, it's not a spectator sport. I think everyone is in charge. But again, I don't put most of the blame on you, Vote Blue, no matter who, not you, the powerful. Again, I need you to get that part. I don't know if you do. Somewhat both leaders and their voters' responsibility. Sorry. All right. I'm gonna try to speed run this guy's comments because he's trying to communicate with me. And he's trying his best. So I want to address these things. If Mamdani is a nominee, he has my vote. If Manchin is a nominee, he has my vote. It's not a difficult equation for me, right? If a known child predator who wants to continue being a child predator gets the vote, right? If he becomes a nominee, does he have your vote? Right? If he is in the general election, right? A absolute positive, like he's been convicted previously, right? But he got out of jail, right? And he's running for office on a pro child molestation platform, right? It's a plank of his. Would you vote for him? He's a Democrat. He's got a D in front of his name. Would you vote for him? Okay. So come on, buddy. I'll even subscribe. Admit I'm right on that one, lol. Sorry, on which one? I'm sorry, I don't know which one. repeat it. I'm sorry. Maybe I missed something there. I do apologize. Don't have to be a Democratic cheerleader, but look what we're up against. A little fascist in the White House. Couldn't you make an exception, lol, for a genocide? Could I make an exception? Just one genocide between friends. Hey, it was just one genocide between friends and a promise to continue the genocide. Because that's what she did, right? Like she specifically said she was going to continue the policies vis-a-vis Israeli support, and she had a bunch of pro-Zionist billionaires backing her campaign. And at every point in time when she had a chance to distance herself a little bit, just a little bit from Biden in terms of his stances there, she refused to do so. That person, what's one genocide between friends? Good point. Maybe I'm being too hard on her. All right, moving on. Biden did not do war crimes. That is Israel. Okay. Yeah, that's how it works. And Bibi, and look what's going on in Gaza right now. Do you think the people are better off under Trump? Like, seriously? Well, actually, like right now, right this second, Trump did actually put forth a ceasefire deal. Not a good one, but a lot less people are dying than there were previously. So, I mean, there is that. So, I mean, I don't know. Literally under Trump, that's happening right now. Not that I'm defending Trump. I'm not defending Trump. I think Trump is awful. I think the fate of the Gazans, I think they're screwed no matter what, because they have no allies in the international stage, or no strong allies in the international stage. So I think they're fucked. But it's it wasn't about whether these individuals were better, right? My vote was, hey, do you meet a standard? Do you meet a standard for me to vote for you? Do you support genocide? Simple as that. Do you support a genocide? If you don't support a genocide, I support you. If you do support a genocide, then I don't support you. And yes, arming a belligerent like that's doing war crimes, yeah, that's a crime too. We have laws against that. The Leahy Act. We literally have laws against that. That's what I was trying to get out during the debate. There's the Leahy Act. They violated that. Our own State Department under Biden administration had determined they suppressed the reports of the war crimes that Israel was doing. They suppressed that. They didn't want that to come out. But they were doing war crimes. There is a law against arming them if the State Department determines they're doing war crimes, crimes against humanity, whichever. But they violated that law. Biden violated the law. He violated that to support war crimes. FDR, all of the progressive policies done with segregationists Democrats while simultaneously not supporting their policies. Done with segregationists Democrats while not supporting their policies. So, but I'm talking about the individuals voting for them. Like, should black people vote for a Dixiecrat within the they'll call them Dixiecrats. Should black people vote for them, or should anyone? Honestly, I guess it shouldn't just be black people. Should they vote for those individuals, right? Or should they demand that they have better options? Okay, I'm trying to get through these. I'm sorry, I said I wasn't speed running, but I'm doing a very poor job here. Are there segregations currently running that I'm unaware of? This is a kind of dumb hypothetical, buddy. Come on. No, as far as I know, there are no. It depends on how you look at this. But as far as I know, there aren't any segregationists. There are only people who are supporting a genocide in Gaza. There are only those, right? Like, it's a hypothetical. Yeah, we don't have explicit segregation. People pro-segregation in the United States running. People are okay with segregation in Israel. They're okay with that. There are Democrats who are pro-Zionist, and Zionists are pro-segregation, pro-apartheid, right? So they're pro-apartheid. So yes, we have pro-apartheid people running currently, right, for someone else's country, right? That's what they're talking about. But still, that's the case. But like, yes, it's the hypotheticals. Obviously, I'm putting forth a situation that's currently not the case. and testing your limits here. All right, so I'm trying to speed run these things. Do you really think our party is going to do that? If that was the case, I'm probably in the other party. Lol. If they supported a genocide, I don't know what won't you support? Right. I think that fascism and Zionism is fascism, Jewish fascism. I think that infects all, and I think it allows you to justify actions at home, like justify state violence here. I think we literally import Israeli products, right? Security products that are used on Palestinians, right? Tested against them, and then they're used against our people, right? In terms of their hacking tools, in terms of their surveillance tools, right? Literally, like Israeli companies have surveillance products they're selling here in the United States. They use those on Palestinians, right? That's that we import that here, and Democrats and Republicans then support that that surveillance state. Actually, it doesn't infect. So you can have these people. You can have a situation where the Democratic Party gets further and further right wing, and I think they've done that. I think that over the decades they've moved further and further to the right. I think there's plenty of evidence for that. The corporate wing of the Democratic Party, in which way. It was the Hassan one. That Hassan is wrong. Give you that. Is Hassan wrong for not telling his audience to vote blue? No, I disagree. You're still getting the genocide under Trump. At least the Harris, there would be less fascism. There would be less fascism, but hey, I agree. I agree with you there. But she didn't meet my minimum standards. Neither did Trump, right? So I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for the pro-fascist there either. So, but again, like I see this. Okay, let me do this. Blue. Let me try this. Let me try one more thing with you. Hey, Blue, Meadow. Let's say that like whatever you're gonna type next, right? Your next message, whatever that is, so brilliant. And then prime me. I say, holy shit! You know what? You're right. Well, fuck. I was wrong. No, actually, god damn it. Blue, no matter who. I should take on your ideology. You're correct. I should vote for Democrats no matter what they output. Hey, do you think that would make any difference? Do you think that argument would convince everyone else? Do you think that that would all of a sudden get the 60% non-voters within the public to start voting? Whatever that brilliant argument is that you're about to say, do you think that would make a difference? Because it's not going to. Because the only option that liberals have, right? Again, they don't want to talk about their candidate. Vote blue no matter who. You can see, you can look at their at least maybe I missed it. Maybe you might have said something, I missed it. But from what I've seen so far, you simply refuse to criticize the candidate. You simply refuse to criticize the powerful. That's what you refuse to do that. And instead, I'm the problem. The voters the problem. If we scold the voters harder, then maybe they'll vote for us. Winning platform, maybe? Huh? Winning platform? Yeah, Hillary Clinton scolded the voters, right? Which is why she went on to have 2 terms in the presidency. But Joe Biden, Kamala Harris scolded the voters, which is why we're currently living under a Harris regime, correct? Right? Like you guys think that you're going to come up with some sort of argument that changes the reality of the ground. The only thing that gets those voters to vote, right? That gets those the voters. There are a certain number of voters who stayed home, right? I'm one of them. They did it for a variety of reasons, but what at the heart of it is that no candidate inspired them to vote. You can yell at them and say, "Fuck you, you got to vote," fuck you, you're stupid. Fuck you, you don't know what you're talking about. Go vote. But then they'll always choose not to vote. That strategy has never worked. I'm trying to say this out of love here, okay? Right? Hey, what do I want in the next after the Trump is done this term? What do I want? Do I want a Republican office or do I want a Democrat in office? A Democrat that I can stomach. I want a Democrat that I can stomach in office. I absolutely do. I 100% want that to happen. I want it to be the case. So I'm telling you how to do that. Okay? The goal there is to put forth a convincing platform, an inspiring platform. You see how Mamdani won, despite all the odds, despite coming in originally polling at like 2%, like in the first poll, like 2%. He inspired the public. He should have lost. He should have lost. Absolutely. He got people who like and they had record-breaking turnout in within the primary and I believe also in the general election. Actually, almost positive in the general election as well. Right? How do you do that? He inspired the public, right? He had bold ideas, not so bold. They're bold for Americans, bold in American context. I'll say that. Bold for American context. And he seemed like a fighter. He seemed like a guy who was in their corner. He was that kind of individual. And so he won, right? Despite all the political pundits being sure he wasn't a serious candidate. Of course not. He can't win, right? Of course he can't. But he did any which way. Trump did the same thing in 2016, right? Trump came in. Everyone thought, all the serious pundits, Trump can't win, right? There's no way. He's not a serious candidate, you see, right? Trump inspired a base with fascism, true, agreed, with awful ideas, racist ideas, all horrible. But he inspired them, and then they won. He didn't scold. He didn't scold the voters, right? He was saying, vote for me. I got a platform you'll like, right? One where I'm going to take it out on the minorities. And that won. Hillary Clinton, on the other hand, was like, well, it's my turn. I'm to be coronated. And she lost. So I'm trying to help you out, but apparently like you don't care. Okay. So believing in a Jewish state is fascism. You mean that ethno state? Yeah, it's a fascist ethno state. In how they create that state, in how they enforce that state, in the violence that they project outwards. Yeah, it's 100% fascism. Absolutely. What if you believe in a Muslim state? If it's an ethno state that's enforced with violence, that would be fascism too. Sure, whatever. Why would I not? Why do you think I would not? Why do shit libs always do this? Right? They always like say, well, "What about the Muslims? One of the Muslims did it too." Well, then fuck them too. if there was a Muslim state doing what the Israel was doing, right? Saudi Arabia, well, fuck Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is an awful autocracy, right? Screw them. Screw them too, right? Iran, you want me to tell the Ayatollah to go fuck himself? Go fuck himself. Whatever. And you think I defend the Muslim states? I don't go fuck about that. If it's a state that has second class citizens, fuck that state. Fuck them. 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 All of them. Easy. If they're a Christian state, fuck them too. If they're an atheist, fuck them too. Whatever. But I think you have more there. Are you also a fascist because we got about 50 of them? Are you also a fascist because we got 18%, 2 million Arab Muslims live in Israel proper with full rights? They don't have full rights. They don't have full rights at all. They have more rights, but they don't have full rights. And there's a whole list of restrictions of the things that they can and can't do within Israel. That's like a myth that people like to push. In any case, right? the apartheid still comes in to the Bantu stands are trying to create. That would be West Bank and Gaza. That would be the rights there of those individuals. Those occupied territories, yeah, that would also count towards the apartheid that I'm talking about. Separate roads, separate licenses, separate laws that apply. Right? Yeah, that's the case. They were under Israel's jurisdiction, unfortunately. And just like the South Africans tried to make the same argument. Oh no, see, those are Bantu stands, right? And so they don't actually count, right? Whatever happens there, they're a separate autonomous state, actually. Well, not really a state, but like they're an autonomous region. And so the violence that we use against those individuals, right? That doesn't count. It's not apartheid, right? It's not apartheid because those people, they have rights. They have some rights over there in the Bantustans. That doesn't count. Believing in a Jewish state is fascism. Believing in a whites only state is fascism. Being a blacks only state is fascism, right? Yes, there are countries that are a majority minority. Not majority minority. A majority one ethnicity. But if they are repressing the other ethnicities, well then fuck them too. All of them. All of them. All of them. America had apartheid as well here in the States. Fuck them all. It doesn't matter that within the northern states, right? They had more rights than the southern states. It doesn't matter. It was still apartheid. It was still apartheid. Even the northern blacks in the northern areas had far more rights than blacks in southern areas. It was still apartheid. And in fact, we helped inspire other apartheid movements with the way that we had our racial hierarchy here. I don't know. It was all bad. How about all of it is bad? All of it is bad. I don't need to defend anyone. I'm sorry. I keep saying I'm going to speed run. Well, Blue Matter Who, you're inspiring a lot of conversation. I'm going to give you that. Okay. All right. I'm trying to like get through your comments. I really am. I'm trying to like address your concerns here. You inspire a lot of responses, but I appreciate you participating here. I do. Thank you. Blue Matter Who. I says I do plenty of criticizing. I just do it during the primary. Then I go home, I cry, I take a shower, and I wake up and I vote for the person on the day next to your name. That way we don't get fascism. Okay. I mean, sure. I understand you do that. And good on you. Hey, did that work this time? Was that enough? Was it enough? Is Kamala Harris president? No. Was it because Prime didn't vote for her? No. Or was it because millions of people didn't vote for her because they found her uninspiring? Yes. So I don't know. And I won't put this on you, but a lot of the shit libs online, not you. I don't think you have. As far as I know, I don't think you have the social media presence here. But a lot of those shit libs were also against Joe Biden having a primary earlier. I argued for Joe Biden being primaried earlier in 2025. But those same shit libs who also said you have to vote for Harris, they didn't want a primary, right? Those same shit libs defended Joe Biden, pretended there wasn't an issue with him. And then the debate happened, and the world found out that that man's brain has melted, and then here we are. So I don't know. But if you agree with me that we should definitely have primaries, then shout to you. No one is saying F you. No one is saying stupid. It's just look what we're living under now. So maybe don't complain so much. You had a chance and you blew it. Maybe just admit that. Okay, I blew it. Not the people in charge. They had nothing to do with it. Kamala Harris is innocent. There was nothing she could do. Okay. Mom Donnie won because he is an amazing candidate, and Cuomo had to resign office. It had nothing to do with his policies. He's just a great candidate. Hun, this is interesting. The policies don't matter. He's just a great candidate. In what way? You mean just because he's charming? Is that it? His policies had nothing to do with it. People voted for him because he had a nice smile. He does have a nice smile. Shout out to him. He's a handsome guy. he is charismatic. I would agree. And Cuomo is, he's fucking Cuomo. I mean, you saw him, right? So fair on that point, right? But you think his policies had nothing to do with it? It had nothing to do with policies. It had nothing. Guys and gals in the chat, vote blue no matter who says it had nothing to do with policies. That wasn't up for debate. People weren't excited for his policies. Only because he had a charming smile. That's what did it. Right? He had a firm handshake. He kissed babies in a way more beautiful than what Cuomo did, right? No babies want to be kissed by Cuomo, but I mean, every baby wanted to be graced with the lips of Mamdani on their cheek, right? And that's why he won. No policies. Policies don't matter. This is what I'm saying, guys. This is what I'm saying. Exactly. Oh, God, we gotta put it back on screen. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to get through your comments, but you keep giving me nuggets like this. It had nothing to do with policies. This is, and guys, this is what drives me insane. Guys, this is what drives me insane. This right here, it had nothing to do with policies. Hey guys, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what policies you put forth, not at all, not even a little bit. It doesn't matter. The people will accept anything. Well, as long as you're otherwise a good candidate. I don't know. I mean, and maybe Vote Blumenauer, who will explain what he means by a good candidate later on. Yeah, I guess but if you're charismatic, a good candidate, and you don't have like a police record or something, a good candidate, and you previously held office, good candidate. Doesn't matter what you did in office, policies don't matter. But I guess you're a good candidate then. It had nothing to do with policies, guys. Mamdani won a policy-free election. No policies involved. No thoughts. No policies. So there's no point in blaming Harris, right? Because policies don't matter. I had nothing to do with her loss. It was everything else. It was nothing she could do. There was no policies she could put forth to change anything. She couldn't have been a more aspiring candidate. I guess she just wasn't charismatic enough. She really wasn't very charismatic, unfortunately. That's a shame. It's a shame. She's not a really good politician. She's a bit of a disaster. But there was nothing she could do. Like I just have to move past that. It had nothing to do with policies. Zero. Nothing Jon Snow, Mamdani won, I guess you're saying, because he's an amazing candidate. Andrew Cuomo is a sex pest. A sex pest who like very nearly won the candidacy. Like, I don't know what? He barely nearly won. It was a very close election that very nearly won. I mean, he inspired a lot of people to come out to vote for him, right? Like, he lost, but like, for the losing candidate, I guess he had like the most votes out of any losing candidate because there was a massive surge in individuals coming out to vote for that sex pest. Yeah, but you know why they did, right? Because the policies. I'm not sure if they were voting for Cuomo's policies, but they surely were voting against Mamdani's policies. Absolutely against his policies. He's going to institute like Sharia style socialism or some shit, right? They were voting against that. Andrew Cuomo lost. He got. I don't know what the final vote count is, but millions of votes. I don't know how many votes there were altogether, but I think millions. Or hundreds of thousands in which way. And he almost won. Just because it was a sex pest. No policies. No policies, everyone. Hey. Is Donald Trump a sex pest? Is Donald Trump a sex pest? Hey, why didn't Kamala Harris win? I think a lot of awful things about Kamala Harris, but I don't think she's a sex pest. That's the one thing I won't put on her, right? She's a coward. She's spineless. But she's not a sex pest. Donald Trump, I would say, and I hope you would agree, is a sex pest. Did he win? Hey, did Donald Trump win? Did the sex pest win? Or did Kamala Harris win? Which one? You let me know. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought the sex pest won, so I don't know. But dude, it's not a myth. Come on, at least be good faith here. I'm sorry, God, it's taking me so long to get down here that I don't know what myth you're talking about. I do apologize for. I appreciate you responding, buddy. Thank you. Oh yeah, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you interacting with me. I know you very much disagree with me, and I know you're at a disadvantage because we're typing in chat and not like here, like talking with me. So that's why I'm trying to like respond to all your comments, trying to take them seriously. I do apologize. You're inspiring a lot of conversation, so I thank you. No, we lost because of a lot of people because we can't get over the primary. They're upset that their person is not the nominee. We didn't. No, sorry, but we didn't have a primary in 2025 or 2024. Excuse me. I was saying the wrong year before. In 2024, we didn't have a primary. It didn't happen. So I don't know. There was no primary. I wish there was. I was advocating for a primary. There was no primary. Policies do matter. Okay, I'm just saying they didn't matter as much in this race. I think you could switch their platforms and Mamdani would still win. He is just that good and Cuomo is that bad. I disagree with you here. Okay. So you're saying that policies do matter to a certain extent. Okay. Right. Acknowledged that you say that. I think that Cuomo's policies were just more of the same, and they weren't inspiring at all. And if that's the case, if he is running on simply more of the same, I think a lot of people, like for instance, if you switch the policies, let me give you a solid example here. If you switch the policies, that means that Cuomo is putting forth the more quote unquote socialistic platform. Okay, right. That means Mamdani isn't. Okay, right. He's advocating for exactly the same thing shit libs always advocate for, right? Protecting corporate tax breaks, right? Like that's what he's doing. Right? He's not doing very minimal changes at the edges, but in the end, protecting the powerful. If they switch, well then Mamdani doesn't have the support of the DSA. The DSA did massive campaigning for him. Right? They got a lot of people out to vote. They had a huge get out the vote campaign. That doesn't happen there. And it doesn't go to Cuomo because, as you say, Cuomo's a sex pest, right? The DSA might say, like, well, we agree. And I'm just using DSA as an avatar. There are other groups here as well, right? Like the Working Family Party. I think that's what they're called. Like there are other groups, but I'm just using the DSA. But the DSA doesn't endorse, right? Say, oh yeah, we like this direction for the Democratic Party, but we can't endorse because he's a sex pest. That's it, right? It's unfortunate, but he's not a candidate that we can get behind. Then you're not inspiring people. People aren't being inspired by Cuomo. They can't get behind him because he's a sex pest. So no, I think he loses. I think it's both. I think that yes, you have to be a charismatic individual, right? In all of the ways Mamdani was, and he ran a fantastic campaign, right? But the policy have to be there. Both of them inspire, right? Like a person with a strong will and a clear sense of direction, any direction, just a clear sense of direction, helpful. But also, if that direction happens to be with bold new policy, yeah, that's a bonus. I think there's a combination of those things that won. Yeah, that's my disagreement there. I hope that makes sense. The dude went on Fox News and had a host eating out of his hand. Did you see Mamdani have any bad moments in the campaign trail? First time in the spotlight and has open. He's amazing. I mean, I won't disagree with you. He's an amazing candidate. Like in terms of like the mechanics of running a campaign, of the PR, of the social media, of like reaching out to communities, of forming alliances. Fantastic. I agree with you there. I mean, yeah. I did look up. Kamala is horrible. Kamala is horrible. Okay, just like Hillary. Okay, we agree there. Fantastic. And Cuomo had to resign his office for being a sex pest. Unfortunately, that has that past Trump unfortunately has not. That is the difference. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying that it's just because he resigned. That was the only thing that made a difference. Well, I think I can't say it didn't make any difference because the moment you resign, you imply that like the allegations are real. So I can't say that you're completely wrong there. That there is a difference there. I agree with you that on that. If you simply say that it never happened, then you can give your supporters the space to say that it never happened. So I'll agree with you there. All right. It looks like people have stopped typing in the chat. I've reached the end. I did catch up. Thank you, Blue, no matter who. Thank you, everyone else. Hit the subscribe button. I do appreciate anyone here who like was a part of this conversation. If you agree with me or disagree with me, I really do appreciate you. Shout out to you for being so kind as to come here, subscribe to the channel, try to support. Come to the Twitch channel. You can follow there as well. Twitch.tv/PrimeKai. Again, thank you everyone for being so kind as to come through. Have a great one. And I'll be back. So again, subscribe. All right, off you go.